The moment you've all been patiently waiting for. It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
This is Larry King welcoming you to the Opie and Anthony Show right here on Sirius XM Satellite Radio. What the hell am I doing here? Isn't it brilliant?
Forget it. The thing's out of control. Out of control.
Great guests, interesting interviews, and, of course, your phone calls as well.
It gets my nipples hard. You know what I mean, son?
Are you out of your mind?
It's not the most talked about, not the most written about, and certainly not the most listened to show in the history of radio, but I'm still proud to intro it.
Oh, you're going to have a ball.
There you go, lads.
America's most trusted name in news, the Opie and Anthony Radio Show.
Let's welcome our hosts, Opie and Anthony. By the way, who's Jim Norton?
What do we... Hi, everybody. Batten down the hatches. Batten down the hatches. Oh, my goodness. You know, there are a lot of people all over the country that don't even give a shit. I'm just sitting here thinking everybody's uber involved in the Hurricane Irene that's working its way up the East Coast. But, you know, if you're kind of west of the coastal area, who gives a shit? And it's just like, oh, great. But, boy, is everybody fully involved here. You can't pass anybody in the hallways or at a store with somebody you basically don't even know. They'll come up and be like, hey, hurricane, huh? Hey, what about that hurricane? You ready? You ready for... Shut up. cares? In the middle. I'm supposedly in the as they're tracking it, which I know it's just going to take this ridiculous turn to the right and over the ocean and give us nothing. That's what I'm. That's my course that I'm plotting. My fucking model, my computer models have said that it's going to take a hard right, and all the people on the news are going to go, well, we dodged that bullet.
By the way, why is Bloomberg saying that? Where are they going to evacuate? Is he looking in Long Island or something?
He's going to evacuate in his pants.
Yes. Apparently a Republican did something wrong.
Yes.
Phony he is.
He really is an ass. I don't know. They want people to evacuate to where? Brooklyn? Where are you going? There's going to be no mass transit, he said. Mass transit's shut down from Saturday until probably early Monday. Just nothing. No subways, buses, things like that. So if you're not somewhere, or you're going to have to hunker down. But I don't think Manhattan is a place that really gets affected by fucking hurricanes.
Right.
You might get some busted windows and shit that you got to watch out for.
In my building?
Oh,
Self-centered guy.
But it's like, is it fucking concrete big buildings and shit? It's not like a beach house in the Hamptons or something.
I'm not going to say exactly what block, but please, real fans know.
Oh, of course.
But my block is extraordinarily windy. I mean, like on a regular day, you get 30-mile-an-hour. It's a weird wind tunnel, my block.
They fucked that up where they built the buildings and didn't quite run it through the wind tunnel.
It's not far from the West Side Highway, so the way it comes off the river, and it just, thank God my windows face a back courtyard and not the actual river, because it's brutal. So my block might be annoying, but it's a fucking massive building. If it falls over, we're in deep trouble as a city.
Yeah, exactly. How fucked up is it? Do you have to walk on that road at all in the winter? In the winter,
horrendous.
It's gotta be like you can't even, like it sucks the breath right out of you.
There are times when I'm walking down my block because I've been trying to do the elliptical more.
The elliptical,
yeah. I just want to do all like self-centered tangents, you know.
It's all about genius.
But coming down sometimes on it is, you have to lean into it.
No.
You have to lean into the wind, or you're gonna get blown over.
And what about ice? Like if it's icy, are you slipping and sliding?
No,
that just sounds horrid.
It's very, very bad. But a lot of times Opie's we live across the street from each other.
Yes.
So he knows the block too, because his entrance is very close. So
I hate that.
It's a nightmare to deal with. But Kenny knows. Why do I keep naming people who know? There's thousands of people who know.
Persona knows.
I know. Yeah. And look at him. He's picking up his hat because the wind blew it off. Of all the traumatic breezes.
Who's going to be up in Jimmy's box?
Yeah.
Or actually, whose box is Jimmy going to be in?
Yeah, I was holding a piece of paper, but it blew out of my hand. I'll be picking it up real soon. Fucking Ted Sheckler. She sucks.
She really does just suck a big one.
But I'm just naming people who have been on my, who fucking cares?
They've experienced the wind.
Yeah. I'm acting like this. I'm acting like it's the fucking red spot on Jupiter. I'm a
big
fool.
Storm. Well, the hurricane could, make it really, really windy there.
A couple miles an hour worse for me than everybody else. Instead of 118, is 122.
Is that what it is on a normal basis?
Yeah.
Just 118 mile an hour wind.
But there are times it's fucking brutal. So
I can't take that, especially in the winter.
I'm happy I'm not facing the fucking. It's fun to repeat myself again. That's so I'm self-centered and repeat myself.
Fine. And
You're
now,
right, though.
Mars knows.
I was there once, and it was very windy.
Thank you. You know, it's funny, but nobody's backing me up. I didn't hear fucking E-Rock, who spent more time there than God knows what. That's when you can't think of an example. He spent more time there than whatever.
God's like, I don't know.
Yeah, God's like, I don't know. I don't know where E-Rock goes.
Not a clue.
I know he's certainly not helping the show. I don't know where he is. I'm not kidding.
Oh, wow.
I'm teasing.
Not too far in.
I love E-Rock.
Not too far in.
You get your luggage with you?
He's in vacation mode,
yes,
man.
He is.
Yeah, I do.
He's actually sipping a daiquiri.
Oh, yeah.
And you're going to Florida?
Why would you go where you were fucking born and raised?
Exactly. He's just going home.
I was born and raised on Long Island,
but
my parents live down in Florida.
That's like another. I hate when they name places Long Island, like in Florida.
Yes.
Because it's like Long Island. Everyone knows it's Long Island.
Long Island.
It's like, a Washington and it's somewhere else. Or, things like that. There's a Long Island, Florida. Where is that? Eastern or western?
Probably the
Florida?
Panhandle, right?
Is it Panhandle?
That would be Eastern. South Florida, West Palm Beach.
Oh, okay. And that's where Long Island is?
No,
where
Long
you were
Island
born
is
and
up here
raised,
in New
Florida.
York.
Pretty cool, huh?
Pretty cool. That's where he parks the boat anyway.
Parks the boat.
Are you going with
boat's
obviously
gone.
going with your wife? Obviously, you're going to see your parents.
Yeah, but my wife's flying down tomorrow, not today.
Oh, separate flights like the Obamas.
Trouble.
Yes.
Why?
Because she has to work today.
Oh, okay. So what, you wouldn't wait for your wife? I love Eric.
He wants to go home now.
He don't want to be fucking...
You want to be down there on the Coke float?
Yeah, exactly.
Now, if she's flying out tomorrow, can't there be maybe a weather problem or issue?
Originally she was supposed to fly Sunday morning, but
well, that ain't going to happen.
Switched it to yesterday.
Now,
afternoon.
the hurricane's very unpredictable, especially speed. With these things travel, they can get caught up and travel very quickly, and then cut her off for this Saturday flight. E-Rock
wants to make sure his vacation isn't spoiled.
Of course.
Eric wants he's going to leave her stuck here in this way.
And then have to fly through a hurricane.
She's going to be in the airport for hours. He's not going to care. He's going to be at home with chocolate milk and BLTs.
Oh, yeah. And a big fucking steak martini.
Oh, yeah. His mom
loves
makes him.
steak
E-Rock
martini.
is a big child.
Yeah.
He's selfish.
Really
You're married. Of course he's
But
selfish.
I want to go. I want to go now.
What am I going to do? We're both going to sit here and have our vacation ruined?
Yeah.
I can picture that argument because she's probably like, we're married now.
Yeah.
And he's probably standing there in his shorts, fucking calves McGillicuddy. But why should both of our vacations be ruined?
His shoulders are slumped and he keeps sucking his teeth to him.
But I want to...
I just want to see my parents, they're getting up there.
Yeah. Like it's not selfish.
No, but meanwhile, the whole time he's down there, while she's sitting in the airport, he'll be playing with his wrestling figures on the beach.
Yeah.
He'll be dragging the Hulk's feet through the sand. Not having any real storyline,
just in the sand.
Making whisking noises.
Yes. And as his wife is listening too.
American Airlines Flight 369, more delays. We're now looking, I think the flight is now canceled. We will give you vouchers for food and hotel here at the airport.
But she can't get out of the airport because the hurricane's already hitting, so you can't drive in it.
You're welcome to sleep on these comfortable seats that, of course, have a metal armrest like a steel girder that you can't possibly get comfortable all the way down on. Thank you.
Are you worried about that, Eric?
It is a concern, yes.
No, it's not. Not for you.
Why can't she fly out tonight?
Because she couldn't get off for today.
Oh.
They wouldn't give her off?
That's
Not
terrible.
for today, no.
It's Summer Friday.
Yeah.
Today's the last Summer Friday.
Come on.
We got an email.
The hell?
Nope.
She's flying tomorrow morning. Why was
Nope.
she going to fly Sunday?
She had some stuff she wanted to do this weekend. I was going down to
away
see.
from you.
You know what? This may be her. Let me let her off. This may be her call. Let's just say there may be let's just say an African American salesman who there has to be a meeting with.
Oh my God!
She's had enough of him.
It always goes there, doesn't it?
It's just as a guy, it's the thing that you dread the most.
Oh, of course. You don't want your wife, maybe.
So no, listen.
Girlfriend,
No,
daughter.
she's a lovely girl.
course.
I wouldn't want that for. I would want that for her only if it made her happy.
Right.
It
Yeah.
would be funny to have Eric come back and realize that.
Oh, it'd be terrible for him to come back and realize that.
Why
So-
didn't she want to spend time at the Nagel compound?
Yeah. What did she
Yeah.
want to do that was different?
All right, we're going on a cruise on Sunday.
Ah.
So she's flying directly. She booked a flight through the cruise line to fly there, so it's guaranteed. Like if her flight got delayed or whatever, she wouldn't. The ship doesn't leave. It's something Royal Caribbean does.
Oh, Royal Caribbean.
Wait, so everybody has to wait for one American Airlines flight out of
No,
LaGuardia?
if you book your flights through the cruise line, you have to wait for everybody to get there. If it's not weather delay from like a hurricane or something, but if the flight broke down or if there was some other kind of delay,
There's a 5-hour delay.
then it's supposed to be guaranteed that you'll make the ship and the ship won't leave without
If they
you.
book through.
If
All
you
right,
book
that's-
through the cruise line.
The cruise line, now let me ask you, the cruise line must have a contingency plan if there's a real issue. And I guarantee they say delays of 6 hours or more not counted, and they're going to fly you in 8 hours before. So they're not waiting for maybe next hour.
Yeah, they wouldn't be waiting. I've never had to wait for a flight to come in.
Well, they wouldn't tell you that's what it
Like
was, because
that.
then the people that got on the boat, you want to cut their throat.
I've never even been delayed leaving like more than a few minutes.
If she'd flown down on Friday night and the cruise leaves on Sunday, she wouldn't have to worry about being late.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, when all this was booked, there was no fucking hurricane involved where this was going to be a problem.
Oh,
Well, now let me ask you, why she couldn't get a this is Friday night flight? She could leave right from home.
She didn't want to leave Friday because she has a hair appointment and all this other shit that she's.
She's going on a boat.
I don't fucking know.
There's
we had this argument already, and I was just
she doesn't want to come
there's
early.
salons on the ship.
Yeah, the salons on the ship.
Beauty
Salon.com or something.
No, Chip. On the ship. What's that?
Yeah, I'm a Royal Caribbean. So she's this is amazing to me. So they're going to take separate vacation, like separate trips down.
With her.
I think
maybe missing.
I understand Eric though. I can't even make fun of him because I think that Eric just wanted to get down to Treatsville sooner.
Treatsville?
I understand that.
Treatsville. Where's the first port?
Authority,
in the Bahamas.
Bahamas.
Yeah.
That'll be nice. You'll be fucking kicking palm leaves all over the beach.
Yeah.
Great. Well, yeah, if she does miss, then she's got to fly down to the first port and meet you.
Yeah, that ain't happening. We already talked about that.
What, if it gets to that, she ain't doing it?
She goes, fuck that, I'm not doing that.
So you just be on the cruise by yourself?
It was hard enough to convince her to try to go on the cruise to begin with, because she didn't want to.
Why?
She has this weird thing that she thinks she's afraid of being on boats.
Doesn't she know
She thinks she's afraid of being on. No, you're either afraid or not.
Yeah.
You.
She's never been on.
She thinks.
She's never been on.
Well, maybe she has a fear of boats.
Maybe her desire to throw you into the ocean will be overwhelming.
Yes.
Doesn't she know your diamond status?
Yeah, really.
Does he have diamond status?
Yeah, of course.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
Mr. Cruise Line.
Yeah.
You've been on a lot of cruises, right?
I got upgraded and everything.
I love it.
One.
I think E-Rock would be a fun guy to go on a cruise with.
It would be.
Did you
put
hear
him on the right part of the boat? Either side, you know.
Do you remember what his cruise pastime is? That he goes to his room. Yeah.
Yes.
He goes to his room at like 2 o'clock in the morning after everything's closed, and then he orders BLTs and chocolate milk and watches Snow Dogs.
What is Snow Dogs?
With Cuba Gooding Jr.
That's a movie.
That's his cruise thing.
Yeah, they run these shitty movies on that in-house channel for the rooms. So the last cruise, or one that comes to mind, is that when the casino closed, everything else closed, you'd stumble back to the room. You know, you're kind of drunk, you order room service, and that movie was always fucking on, so I just watched it every night.
So let me ask you, would you order, or do you think you're going to eat healthy on the cruise?
Fuck no.
I
already booked restaurant reservations, and it's going to be great.
I like putting on the bow. I just put on the bow cam channel, and I sit there all night going, "What's that? Look out! No, look out! Turn!"
Fucking pointless.
What, the bow cam?
Yeah.
Love the bow cam.
Yeah, I know, but
especially at night, you look and just go, "Nah, what the fuck's out there? There's monsters out there, and they don't know. Big giant monsters."
I have nothing to do this week. Like I wanted to go to a spa.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not going to go to a spa myself. I have nobody to go with.
Yeah, you should go to Florida.
I don't have time to book it, or I would. I do want to cruise with you, but not with his wife. That's their thing together. How long are you going for?
It's 7 days.
Like, are you coming back Sunday?
Nice.
Coming back Sunday.
So you're just going to come back? You'll be at work.
Yeah, but his wife's not going to go on the cruise. She's going to pretend that there's no flights.
Yeah.
She's going to stuck in a bedroom with him?
She's going to let Eric fly, and then she's not even going to get on a plane. She's going to be like, I'm sorry, everything's delayed. You go on the cruise by yourself.
Like I Love Lucy, they're going to be dropping her from a helicopter. Dun, 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 dun.
Do you think she already has plans for next week?
Of course she does.
Yeah.
She's already got plans.
She's going to a spa. It's not Eric. She just doesn't like boats.
Oh, yeah. She doesn't like boats.
I don't know what to do with my time off. I literally, it's not even last minute. I just have no one to go anywhere with. So
Come over.
I know I'm going to be seeing my friends,
of course,
Anthony and whoever friends go over Anthony's, but now the hurricane might wreck our flight plans.
Oh, that's going to... Well, you know what? I don't know. Here's the biggest problem. Is
our hard-ons?
Yes, our boners.
Wrestling with our erections before the match begins?
If there's an outage of Verizon, of Fios, then it's beyond my control.
Yeah, that's
I'm getting a giant generator. I will have power at the compound. There will be a hurricane compound show. Don't worry. But, if Fios fucking peters out, if a fucking tree falls on the cables and shit.
That could happen in Manhattan, too.
Then you can't see anything. It's one of those, then you're just watching videos.
Well, you can go on the computer and you get it.
You think?
But then again, Fios is how you do your computer.
Online, yeah, because again, well.
Fios underground?
Well.
Yeah, but what if the Fios station gets like a boat or something blown into
That's
it?
true. Now, if Fios goes down for some reason.
Or gets a boat blown into it.
Then there's an issue. Although I could hook it up to my satellite phone and run the internet off the satellite.
I'll bet you that your charger cord is so long.
No, see, it's
you gotta
from
go
the
up in
ground.
space.
It's not up in space, Chip.
Circle the planet or something.
I will find a way to find a way to watch that fight.
And doing it through the satellite phone is probably cost effective.
Oh, that's very expensive. To get data off the satellite phone for an entire broadcast of a UFC fight could probably cost a little bit of money.
I've told Anthony I'm insisting on paying for this fight.
For this one. That's $11,632.
No, for the actual fight. I'm going to bring some treats, too. I can't just go to Ant's house and take.
Jimmy, I love hosting
at my
house.
I feel bad. I always go to Ant. You don't always want to go and take.
No.
It's not a money issue for Ant.
You give with your company.
My mouth.
Your fun and your bunghole.
It's true. My mouth and asshole really are. It's open season.
Just put out. You don't need to pay
for any guests.
And I'm thinking of perhaps Hurricane Pool Party. How fun would it be
to have something blown into your skull as you're lounging in luxury? How fun would it be to be paralyzed in a lovely jacuzzi and no one helps you because it's lightning?
But to try to be in a pool that would be heated to 85 degrees. And try to swim around in what could be 100-mile-an-hour winds.
What if there's trees falling?
That's what's scary.
I cut all the fucking trees down.
For the party?
Yeah, no, for all those dead trees and shit.
Oh.
They're gone. There's none over the pool. They're all on perimeter and way over to the side. So I'm thinking at least a dip in the pool might be a little fun in a hurricane.
I'm scared of lightning.
Eye of the storm. You fucking swimming around, and then the next one part comes in, whoosh, water's blowing out of the pool. It'd be like you're on the fucking high seas.
How... The one guy who died in a hurricane in a wet bathing suit. Like, what was he doing?
Like, that would be the story where people would read it and be like, what an asshole.
Shock him.
Yeah. What a fucking dick.
Shock
Every
jock
radio
dies
show,
in his pool.
Yeah.
Every radio show is making jokes. Goofing like we would.
Of course.
That is an awful idea. But after a couple of beers, I'll probably do it.
But I'm like, because I don't want to ride out into the epicenter.
It is supposedly where the strongest and the center part of the storm will cross over is right at the Nassau County line there. So.
Yeah, if you go out Saturday night, I would probably plan on staying there.
You would be staying. Yeah, there's no way of leaving at that point.
Late Saturday night?
No, because that's when it's supposed to start, and it's not
Saturday till Sunday morning, and then Sunday's supposed to get nice later on in the day, and then
really.
Yeah, that's how hurricanes work, and then the sun comes out, and then you go and assess your damage.
Oh, so it's only going to go? It's not going to be like 2 days?
No, they move pretty quick. It's like Saturday night into Sunday.
I don't know.
That was another little kid question.
I really
love Jimmy's little question. Is this going to be forever?
I'm thinking it's going to be like 2 or 3 days of fucking horrible.
No,
it'll be a day at most.
It moves pretty quick.
I'm supposed to drive back from New Hampshire to New York on Sunday.
So
I'm
really?
kind of making plans for that not to happen.
But that is where it's moving.
I know.
Like, it's not like you're pulling an E-Rock, which is like the storm passes Florida, gets in between, he gets over it with the plane,
right,
and then lands in Florida. He's hunky-dory, and everybody else, including his wife, gets fucking stuck in the storm.
Yeah.
Well.
But in New York, I'm sorry, Sam, things are always open in Manhattan. The thing that's cool, there's a Rite Aid up the street, there's a fucking store here or there. Worst case scenario, you can always go out and get shit in this city. I love the city.
Are you going to go out in the midst of a hurricane and get something?
No, but I mean, it's all I'm saying is I want to try to put Foundry logos in the air so the wind blows them on things.
Take them to the four corners.
I should get food. I have nothing in my house.
Lonely. See, that's what I'm saying. Like anybody that would seek. I know Keith the cop. First of all, he's got to work, and Ange, his wife, it's her first hurricane, and she's freaking out.
It's her first hurricane.
And yeah, it's her
what
first.
does she do every year? She's had hurricanes come through before.
Yeah, but she never lived. She was living in like Ohio or some shit.
They don't have bad weather out there.
And they don't have hurricanes. Hurricanes are only ocean based.
Oh.
So you hurricanes don't make it too far inland.
All right, that makes sense.
You know,
but literally, if you would have said to me that she had a lot of Kansas hurricanes, I would have said, "Oh, poor girl."
You get those tornadoes.
Yeah, right. Okay,
but
we
not
don't
your
deal with
hurricanes. Hurricanes need warm water. But I got this text from her moments ago, and this is, you know, yeah.
Anthony, your underwear is on the bed. Why is there cum in the back of it? I'm leaving.
She's seen worse in that bed, believe me. She's been cleaning and taking care of my house for many years, and she's seen horror shows. She's seen a bed that probably looked like Lizzie Borden's parents. I had to go back to the 1800s for a joke.
Still a good one. You could have said Bundy, but you didn't want to go with the Hacky OJ one.
No.
I respect the Lizzie Borden reference.
Lizzie Borden.
Yeah.
Here's the text I just got. Since Keith will be stuck in the city, because Keith being a law enforcement officer, he's they calling all cars. I'm sick with worry. I'll probably come to your house Saturday morning. I'll have, and then this is the part that gets me. I'll have the kids, which is fine, and pets. But don't worry, they will behave. Now, where are the pets? How many are there? What are they? I know the dog, but what else?
Cat.
A cat.
Yeah. Now, do you mind if I interject here? Because
please do.
Because last night I got an invitation from the same person inviting us to go to their house in case we get evacuated, because there's a really strong possibility we're going to be evacuated.
You're on the fucking water.
Yeah,
of course you're getting evacuated.
So I got a text.
They're on the water. They're getting evacuated.
I got a text saying, hey, if you guys get evacuated, you can come ride it out at our house.
Well, they're riding it out at my house. So you would be riding it out at my house.
All right, well, I'm trying to think of what would make me happier than if Travis's dog ripped up and shit on something Anthony loves. Like, I'm sorry about your 50 cal. My dog with sleep apnea shit down the barrel. I apologize.
No, this would be the most horrible thing. Walking into the theater and seeing the cat had shredded my screen.
And pissed on your favorite captain seat.
And just pissed all over, like, every seat in the theater.
You're trying to watch Gladiator, there's claw marks in the bottom. Cat's frightened.
Just smells like piss all over the place.
Oh, you fucking pissed all over the fucking wires on your karaoke machine.
Right?
Joy that would give me.
And then it wouldn't come out of somewhere. We'd spend hours going, pss, 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 and it's just hissing at us.
Yeah, and meanwhile you see it defecating into your Guinness keg. But they're frightened, liquidy cat shits. Just leaking into your Guinness.
See, that's the only thing I'm worried about is, like, animals during a storm. They're known to fucking freak out during storms. So I'm fine with it. Look, I'm a good guy.
You're not a good guy.
But no, I'm a terrible guy. But here's the deal. The animals during the duration of the storm must be locked in the master bathroom, which is all tile. And it's nothing they could fuck up.
Except
if
kill
they
each other.
Shit all over the floor or anything, that can be cleaned up.
Except for Dexter. He can hang out with us.
No, Dexter.
That fucking smelly monster with his non-breathing.
Keep him outside.
Exactly. Would you like that?
Yeah, put him in the pool. He can swim in the hurricane.
Let him doggy
stay
paddle.
in the cabana, in the pool house. Or
Should I tape my windows?
Or in Danny's room.
Should I tape my windows?
No, the tape doesn't do anything. That's what they say. The mask. If wind's going to break a window, masking tape ain't going to help.
Have you seen Danny?
Danny is he's on vacation. He's in San Fran.
Oh.
He posted some pictures. He went to the...
fuck, he went to the compound.
Yeah, he went over to the Mythbusters
Did he
place.
like it?
Yeah, of course.
How great would it be? How great would it be to see Travis's dog, little Dexter, the French bulldog, just blowing around in the sky?
Just up in the air and then just lose sight of it.
Yeah.
It's like, well, your dog's gone. I don't know where it went.
Exactly. He'll stay with me.
It's sneaky.
I would say that would be the best scenario after fucking vacation.
Yeah.
Where the dog is tied to the bumper and they don't realize it.
Yes.
Yes. I don't hear the dog struggling for breath. The dog will prop a bone up in its mouth so it can breathe, right? While it sleeps?
Oh, they'll do that like
that was him sleeping the other night.
What an asshole.
Oh, that looks like that looks like a dog that doesn't have much slime that drips from its mouth.
No,
and gets
he really
all over
doesn't.
everything.
He doesn't.
No.
Why do they have that fucked up nose and mouth? How do the dogs have that?
They're inbred.
Are they inbred?
Probably.
They make them just so they're cute pets,
But
right?
half dog, half headed
He's been around for
nussbaum.
hundreds of years.
What's that?
They've been around for hundreds of years.
Well, not the same one.
No, not him. He's only been around for 3.
He's got a kickstand in his mouth.
He
Fucking
really
asshole
is
dog.
propping his face up with a bone like
dumb.
Jimmy.
That's how he sleeps.
His eyes are half open. Suspicious asshole.
right.
Not breathing. Who is there? Who's that? What?
You know who was panicking about the hurricane?
Who?
Roland was being a little panicky
Roland,
yesterday.
a little
Why?
panicky.
Because he's moving to
Sunday.
Long Island City.
Oh, that's right on
into the evacuation zone.
It's right on the river,
He's
right
not going
there.
to move Sunday, so they'll
Yeah.
let him stay for an extra day.
Yeah.
Wow,
But he
look
was,
at that,
He was
yeah.
panicking about the hurricane.
I was coming in
yesterday.
this morning, and Roland's out in front, and he goes, I'm walking in, and he goes, no show today. I'm like, why? I don't know. I'm just kidding.
And then
He got me again.
He gets you every time. He easily gets people.
Yeah, he just knows we're weak.
He gets me a lot of times with like,
Oh, he does get you too?
yeah. He's like, the boss wants to see you after the show. I'm like, about what? He goes, no, he doesn't.
But then hopefully, when Roland really needs it, like when he calls 911.
Yeah.
You know what it is? Roland's the where's the fire boy. There's a
Yes.
fire in my thing. There's a fire in my hair. Fire.
And then when the real fire comes,
Exactly.
no
It's
one
all over
listens
his
to him.
big calves. His fucking giant meat calves.
His giant shirt.
His log calves.
Burned for days.
Jets, New York Jets.
It's Jets, New York Jets shirt.
Springsteen picture, actual size.
Where are you? I'm looking at a map now of Manhattan and Brooklyn. Where are you, Travis?
Where am I? I'm all the way.
Point the cursor.
Are you right
at where
in the
you
zone?
are?
Will they evacuate apartment buildings?
That's the ocean you're pointing at.
Yeah.
Oh my God! You're on that little strip of beach by Jamaica Bay.
It's a peninsula.
You're in between Jamaica Bay and the Atlantic Ocean.
Oh.
That is a strip of beach that literally takes 3 to 5 minutes to walk across.
Tops.
Is it really that small?
Yes.
It's 3 blocks wide.
I did some work there once
Oh, that's Long Island
with
City?
some
No,
guy.
that's Rockaway.
Yeah, you're in Rockaway.
Rockaway's that small?
Yeah.
They're predicting that the bay is going to meet the ocean at some point.
Yeah,
there.
like that is going to be eliminated, and Jamaica Bay will just become a bay of the Atlantic Ocean.
Oh, I didn't realize that Rockaway Beach is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know it was that fucking... Is there crime there?
No. Well, if you go to Far Rockaway, which is further.
Show me what
Far
Far
Rockaway
We're
is
looking at
further.
it. It really is a very tiny... it looks like a little wishbone.
It's a sliver. It's almost, if you look at Long Island as the fish, which it is.
Oh, Far
that
Rockaway
the
is more
mouth.
populated.
Yes.
Yeah.
By,
By who?
you know.
Undesirables.
Yeah, they put him in Far Rockaway.
And the further
Further towards the...
west you go, the
Yes.
nicer it gets.
That peninsula is like a gradient in Photoshop. If you take
Yeah.
solid black, solid white, and then you make a gradient.
It really is, because
Yes.
over here you've got like $4 million homes,
Wait,
and over
yeah.
here you have,
Projects?
Yeah.
Is it now, is Far Rockaway more populated? It looks
Oh,
like it's
yeah.
bigger.
Far Rockaway, yeah. Far Rockaway is
Yeah.
like the forgotten.
The streets are all willy-nilly.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
it
streets are
sucks?
nice and grid-like on the other
No, it's not
parts of
good.
it. And where's
Never been there.
JFK? Where's Idlewild Airport? It's right up there, right?
Yeah, Travis is pointing to the top right.
Don't you get do you get air traffic over you anymore, or do they stop that when that plane crashed?
Very
in the middle of the
seldomly.
fucking neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, is that what that was with that fucking American Airlines?
Yeah.
Oh, go down now where the map is. Make the map a little smaller, Travis, so I can see the beginning. Now, this little sliver, I never knew what Rockaway was, Rockaway
Yeah.
Beach, because I just remember this one funny line from Q&A. Armand Desante is insulting some guy, goes, hey, you couldn't find the Jew in Rockaway. And it was a detective he was insulting. Now, where is the little orange section? I'm looking at the very tip here, the most vulnerable part.
that's Breezy Point.
That's like
Breezy
government.
Point?
That's government property.
Team Breezy.
What happens at Breezy Point?
A lot of wind.
It's very well to do over there.
It's government property. People live there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you could live on Breezy Point? Mm-hmm. You think they're being evacuated?
Yes.
Wow.
They will be. Orange is Zone 1.
Orange is on one?
You're
Or A.
crazy here because you are really in a bad area. that whole area is going to be flooding.
Well, yes, I'm in a bad area as far as hurricanes that come every 50 years.
Right. But you picked a great time to move.
That's true. I only moved a few months ago.
What are those fucking little bridges going to the islands? What is that in Jamaica Bay? There's all these orange things.
Those are islands.
That's the Jamaica Bay Wildlife Refuge.
Those are like marshy islands. You can't really stand on them.
Is there wildlife there?
Well, there's
it's a reserve. They're
road.
birds.
Yeah,
can you drive through it?
No.
Sure.
There's a bridge. You can drive over it.
Oh, over it. You can't get off.
All that shit is very marshy. It's like, you see it when you land at Kennedy.
Can you drive over it in April and May or something?
Not marshy.
That was Jim going into Chip because I realized. So you can drive over that. What bridge is that?
That's I think it's Cross Bay Boulevard
And what bridge is this down at the bottom?
That's the Gil Hodges Memorial Bridge.
I've heard of that. Okay. I'm so unfamiliar. I never looked at a map of that area.
That'll take you to the Belt Parkway.
Wait, where's Long Island?
All the way over there.
Oh, okay. How many times have I looked at that and thought that was Long Island on a map?
Yeah, make it smaller so you can see the whole island.
Yeah.
Go down to
How long does it take you to get to work? When do you leave?
I leave at 3:30.
Oh my
God!
I get here at like 5. Yeah, it's like an hour and a half.
What? God damn, Travis!
I leave at fucking 5:15.
It's an hour and a half on the subway. It would take me 45 minutes to drive in.
5:45. It's crazy.
Travis is a very dedicated worker.
Wow.
Well, that's the price you pay to live half a block from the beach.
Okay, you are choosing to live there.
Yeah.
Does Lisa like it?
Loves it.
She's happy with the beach?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So you go to the beach a lot in the summer?
All the time.
And is there anything open 24 hours there?
Yeah. There's Dunkin' Donuts. There's bodegas.
Yeah, it is New York, all right. But you can literally walk across. It's fucking 3 or 4 blocks.
Oh yeah, it'll take you less than 5 minutes to walk.
From beach to beach?
One side, that side is not beach.
What's the point? The side Travis point is the side that's kind of towards Jamaica Bay.
The Atlantic,
the Atlantic Bay is not the beach.
Oh, you don't want to swim in Jamaica Bay.
No.
Why?
That's pretty much where when planes fly into Kennedy, that's where they're dumping their fuel.
But over the bird preservative?
Yeah, fucking preservative.
Whatever.
I love bird preservatives.
Yeah. So, okay, but that is actually the Atlantic Ocean.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And is anybody going to be on that little island during the hurricane?
Sure, if they don't choose to leave.
Oh, you don't have to leave when you're evacuated?
No, even if it's a mandatory evacuation, what
are they going to do? Go
from New Orleans,
house to house to house to house to house to house to house. I'm going to keep going until I name every person.
So what are you doing? You're Zone A?
I am technically Zone B.
Because I'm looking at Zone A on the news now. Zone A is like that's the fucked up zone. That's all around Manhattan. In a few blocks.
That's my bedroom window.
Oh, wow.
That ocean is going to be right up on that fucking road.
In your bedroom.
You're looking right out at the ocean. Yeah. That's fucking... I didn't know they had oceanfront property in Manhattan or New York.
Well, that's...
Queens.
Queens.
Yeah. But you know what I'm saying?
Still,
like New York City.
That's great. I love it.
Rockaway Beach. Now, do they have really expensive apartments
it's an
there?
island,
Yes.
Jim.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What's an expensive apartment there?
I don't know. I don't own one.
I'm just curious.
But they've built
40,000?
up luxury apartments in certain areas.
With a beachfront property view?
Sure, yeah.
It's probably expensive, though.
Yeah.
Just talking to myself at this point.
But,
I just didn't know this existed.
But it's not as expensive as you think because it is far from the city. Like, I'm paying less to live out here than I was in Bay Ridge.
Yeah, it's not convenient to get to...
if you work in Manhattan,
yeah.
But if you have an online business, like let's say you, whatever, bunch of kids in the neighborhood,
Never.
So what are you looking, you overlooking a parking lot? What is that? It looks like the back of a store.
Street.
Oh, okay.
It's the end of the street.
The street ends.
Street ends, and then the
Because
ocean
it doesn't
begins.
go on to
Do you have a
beach.
balcony?
We don't know.
Now, are there balconies?
Yes, in other apartments. We live in an older building, but the newer buildings, they've all got balconies.
Your power is so going out. I'm looking at like above the ground power thing. There's huge transformers, 3 a clip on each telephone pole. Those you'll hear. I can't wait till those explode and your dog is just going crazy.
We'll be in your house by then.
PCBs fucking fly all over your fucking window.
I wonder if I'm going to lose power in Manhattan. You might.
You might. Yeah, it all depends. Some of those places, if they flood, basements flooding and a lot of their electrical systems, the Con Ed shit that's underground under the streets, water just pours in there, overwhelms them, shorts them out.
I wonder if I have stuff in my storage unit. I should check that out.
But your area, I think they take care of that pretty good. Now, if you were
I don't even
uptown,
think Jim's in
let's
a
say,
zone.
I'll show you where I am. It's a secret.
No, I know.
I mean, not the paparazzi doesn't know.
Look, because that's where all the money is, and it's like, we'll take care of it. Don't worry.
I don't know about that. I mean,
yeah. How's Retard Island?
Hold on, right to the left there. It says right there by none of them.
How's Fest going to be there in Retard Island?
Yeah, look, you're not even in a zone.
I am, though, man. It's called the funny zone, Travis. I'm living in the funny zone.
You're in the zone, man.
Where am I? Well, just show me up there.
I'll show you. That's 50th, and that's 125th.
Okay, I'm right. I'm making a big circle. I like the fucking fingerprint my monitor makes.
Yeah.
I mean, in my monitor. I have a monitor. It's called a fucking funny monitor, and it's not working.
It's flat line.
There's no zone there?
No. Well, do you see a color?
It's coming in from the ocean the other way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I think you're okay.
Why would I think the hurricane would blow in from Jersey? Maybe.
You'll be all right.
Like fucking Lou is driving the hurricane.
Nice work, Lou.
I started getting nervous when Jim started talking about taping his windows just now.
Yeah.
Because I have windows, of course.
Good, yeah, but stop bragging. Yeah, but go ahead, Mr. Hot Shit. What else you got? A lamp? Go ahead. It's all about fucking money bags. Go ahead. What did you do? To go down a little hole in the bathroom? Sorry, guys.
One is like a large glass window that you can't open. Like it's a big one.
Like a picture window?
Yeah.
A bow window?
And my wrestling figure shelf is right next to the window.
Oh, shit. Could you imagine now a couple of them tipped over and damp?
They dampen.
We're blown away. Do you know how happy it would be if Sam came home and his fucking windows were all blown out and those fucking wrestling figures were flooded? There was some missing.
Floating away down the street. And you just see him go take that quick turn down the sewer grate as they're going down the street and then just down the sewer.
And gone forever.
Forever and ever.
That's where my belt is, too, my championship belt.
In the sewer. It should be.
No, it's not in the sewer.
Well, hopefully.
But water damage.
We could dare to dream.
No.
So I am hoping to rescue some people, some animals, and
you can have a shelter.
And great. I don't think I've ever had an animal in that fucking house. At least, a couple of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Under the guise of women.
Yeah.
I just think it's great that Angie's inviting us to go to her house. At
the same time, coming to my house.
At the same time saying, hey, I think we're coming over to your house.
You two are, obviously.
No,
you're three, actually. Well, yeah, leave the kid at home. No, yeah.
How funny a scandal would it be if Travis and his wife just decided to go to Aunt's and they left the baby and the dog at home, and somebody found out the producer for the Opie Anthony show left his baby, and then you and Lisa were so unapologetic. You were like, look, the thing is this: we thought the power might go out. We wanted to party and go to the pool.
Yeah, we didn't want.
Nobody wants to hear the kid crying.
And then there's Twitter pictures that are on the news of us just drinking downstairs at the bar, partying. Woo! Oh,
except the baby in a silhouette crying with its little fist in the air, and the fucking darkness, the shadow of darkness.
What an awful father you are in our imaginations.
But they'd use pictures from the Halloween party, so Travis would be in his Yo Gabba Gabba outfit.
Yo Gabba Gabba.
Just humiliating.
You'll probably find that picture of you pushing in my child's head when she was 6 months old.
When I was trying to find her soft spot with my thumb.
How'd you do?
I found it.
Good.
Yeah, it's old. Yeah, it's baby.
How old's your
it's
baby?
Easy.
2. Voss's daughter's 4. Okay. Voss's daughter's 4 years old. I can't fucking believe she's that old already.
Yeah, that was a while ago already.
2 is old, though.
Yeah.
They start. No, it's not. It's young.
I know.
But they start
almost
yapping.
the youngest.
They start yapping at 2.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you're telling me.
Uncle Paul.
All of a sudden, they start pointing and saying stuff. They start lying.
The first thing they do is lie.
Yeah, nah, touch there, nah. Muddy touched there. He touched there, hurt there. Hurt there. And they start pointing every which way.
Hurt there?
Hurt there.
In that little baby talk, right?
Hurt there.
And what do you say?
Hey, shut up.
I thought maybe you would come up with some kind of excuse.
No.
Like, oh, she fell.
I tell her, or him, shut up, you liar.
And what do they say to that?
Hurt there. Quit pointing at the front of your diapers.
Oh, shit. Or the back.
Or your mother and father. I tell him that baby's a liar. I was helping her.
Yeah.
Yeah, we was just sitting there, and I was singing mares eat oats and does eat oats and little lambs eat ivy.
Little
lambs, and all of a sudden she fell.
And hurt herself?
Sure. Let me get in there, put some Put some Earl on the injury.
There was a scandalous story the other day about a young girl.
Huh?
She was in a store somewhere with her mom. You found that one? Yeah. Right. And it seems she was wearing flip-flops.
Yeah.
And a guy's pedophile perv switch went off. And the girl is telling the story of how this man walked up and just started kissing her feet. And all I could think of was the disgusting turkey foot that Uncle Paul would do. It was the only thing I thought.
I couldn't handle it. It was them little tootsies. I just wanted to grab it and go like, you make turkey noises on the arch, sometimes on the ankles.
That's what seems to have happened. She was getting her feet kissed until she ran away to the parent, and I guess her mom turned the guy in. And,
yeah,
she was a tattletale.
She sure did. I thought you liked your feet turkeyed.
No,
everybody likes turkey foot.
I don't think little kids like when strangers kiss their feet.
My toes are curling up.
Isn't that
when
awful?
he says you liked that when you was a boy? Sam would have his little Boy Scout uniform on, and his mother would say, "Hey, we're gonna go get my husband's mustache wax. Could you watch Sam?" So I'd say, "Sure." And I'd put all kinds of cod oil on my you-know-what and make him kiss it. And I'd kiss his little feet. Because his feet, he could flick a nickel.
That was it, too. He did take his shoes off on national television.
Nickelodeon, son.
Nickelodeon. So a lot of people saw your bare little boy foot.
He started that because he'd use his feet to try to push my tongue away. Get it off.
And they realized he could flick a quarter with it?
Yeah.
That was a library, I guess? Yeah. That's the story. 7-year-old girl is stating, man sniffed, fondled, kissed my feet at the library. Yeah.
How do you think you're going to get away with that as a guy?
I know. What the fuck? She was reading in the library when the man allegedly came up. She said, I didn't know what to do. I was so petrified. Poor girl. The girl said, I want him to suffer. That's all. I want him to suffer until he dies. Jesus Christ. That kid's going to be fucked up for the rest of her life.
So what were we saying, Sam? I'm sorry.
Yes, Samuel?
Just my toes were curling
up.
Yeah. When you said... When Uncle Paul said turkey foot, like the last time that everybody loves turkey foot, my toes instantly completely curled under each other.
It's fucking awful. Just terrible. I did also want to hear the Yankees did very well last night. My goodness. Did you see that game at all? Any of it? Any of the big Yank Me game? Because everybody was saying that the John Sterling calls were fantastic.
Yeah, they had 5 home runs.
I think it was 162-1, the score. Something like that. 3 grand slams. The only time that's ever been done by a Major League ball team.
Wow.
3 grand slams the Yankees had last night.
Yeah, but I bet the call really became about him and his fucking slug line.
Of course it
did. Instead of the amazing feat. Let's hear how he took their night and made it his.
Are these in order now? From the first?
Well, there was 5 home runs. Yeah. I pulled the 3 grand slams and then an extra home run because it was really good.
Bonus track?
Course.
Yeah, bonus track. Yeah. So these are in order.
All right. Let's get the first home run.
It'll be an 0-1. Swung on and drilled to deep right. That ball is high. It is far. It is gone. It's a grand slam, and the Yankees are right back in the game. Robbie Cano unloads into the right center field seats.
There you go.
Robbie Cano. Don't you know? A grand slam, and the Yankees trail 7-6.
He fucking just ruined that call.
You could have left it alone.
Rob, what did he say? The first one was okay. Robbie Cano unloads into the... fine.
Yeah, that's great. Action-packed. And then, what do you know? I'm Robbie Cano.
Robbie Cano, what do you know? Oh, God, somebody call a paramedic.
That was that was the first one.
7-6.
Now it's got to be like, wow, 2 grand slams. He's got to get a little more excited, even. I bet.
One would hope.
Now the right-hander set. It'll be a 1-1 to Martin. Swung on and drilled at deep right. Back goes to Jesus. It's way over his head, and it is gone. It's a grand slam. How do you like that? 2 grand slams in the same game by the Yanks.
Great.
Russell shows muscle. Monsieur Martin est là. He hits a grand slam. The Yankees down 7-1 now have a 10-7 lead.
That fucking great 2 grand slam. Excitement. This asshole just wrecks. And he did a great job up until then.
Yeah. You don't like the tags on the calls?
Fucking. It makes me so angry because it's so delusional for him to think that that's entertaining. Like, the fucking 2 grand slams back in the Yankees. That's a great moment.
Yeah, great moment.
It's not about you and your fucking slug lines.
Yeah. But,
he's giving each player like 2.
Yeah,
he said
what was
Russell
that?
shows muscle.
Russell shows muscle.
Russell Martin. Russell shows muscle, and then he did a little French-Canadian thing because Russell Martin's French-Canadian.
Yeah,
but I want to know who tells him that that's good. Whoever tells him that's good, if you're listening and you're not, you're a bigger fucking asshole than he is. Fucking Steinbrenners. How about you use some fucking balls, some moxie?
And tell him to...
Cut the shit.
The second you make the call, whenever you think you're going to throw something in that people are going to really like and make it, and it's going to be special, stop it right there. And then you'll have a great call. And now we got the third. This has never been done in Major League Baseball. 3 grand slams in one game.
7-1 down. What an exciting game.
Yeah, huge.
1-2 to Granderson.
And it's got to be Granderson.
Swung on and drilled at deep right center. That ball is high. It is far. It is gone. Another grand slam. Or in this case, a grander slam. Curtis Granderson, it's the 3rd Yankee grand slam of the day. The Grandy Man can. Oh, the Grandy Man can. He hits a grand slam, and the Yankees have scored 21 runs, and the Yankees are the first team in Major League history to hit 3 grand slams in the same game.
Do you see? Right there. What was more important than saying the Yankees are the first team in history to do it was you singing that fucking song, you idiot.
You don't like that? The Grandy Man can. No, the Grandy Man can.
The fucking Yankees made history.
Yeah.
But it had to. There's an OCD shit going.
Yeah.
What do you tick every time you say it, too? At least I know I blink, fucko. Holy shit.
I thought the song was kind of nice, Jimmy.
The Grander Slam. The Grandy Man.
The
by the way,
Man.
First time in history.
Yeah. Oh, and a side note
Great
to
job.
my dumb call.
Yeah.
First time ever.
Way to fucking shoehorn your dog shit into it when the Yankees are making history.
Oh, boy. Yes, you're right. Jimmy really doesn't like this.
But I hope other fans have found this guy to become unlistenable.
Yeah. Yes.
And I used to love him, and I still, I always throw in the disclaimer because I don't think that he sucks as an announcer. I really don't. I like him.
But it's those little dumb
It would be
tags.
almost like this. If people who liked me as a stand-up.
Yeah.
If after every joke I said, so what do you do? How much would you go, hey, fucking asshole, stop it, you're wrecking a good thing?
So, what do you do?
Yeah, man, so, Obamacare, I'm not having it. So, what do you do?
You'd be like, you should drop the so what do you do?
You're wrecking it.
You're ruining it.
Even though your stand-up is about, you're wrecking what we're enjoying.
Yeah.
You're missing the part that you're good at, and you're trying to make it catchy, but you're destroying our night.
That's what he's doing. We have one final home run call, I guess.
Yeah, bonus track. This was right after Granderson hit his grand slam.
Jesus. Wow. Granderson hits a lot of home runs, I'll say that.
He will probably be
really
the MVP.
Yeah.
Is he that good?
Yeah. He's very, very good.
Although,
man can.
Here's a good question. Travis just said he'll probably be the MVP, and I said, is he that good?
No, I'm just lying.
How many home runs do you have?
At least 20. I think he's in the 30s now.
20 home runs makes you MVP in baseball now? Or the Yankees, you mean?
No.
Pinching my balls.
Of the Grandy Man.
I think he's got over 30.
Of the Grandy Man can.
He's very.
Are the Yankees doing well?
The Yankees are, I believe,
they're in second place.
Second place,
a game,
but only
game
by,
behind still.
By a game.
But
Game
Boston?
behind Boston.
Yeah.
Yeah, Boston.
And how much are
won
they
again
spending on
last
the
night.
fucking? I love it.
It's always Boston Yankees. They'll go back and forth.
But they have an 8-game wild card lead, so they'll make the playoffs.
Well, let's hope John Sterling feels guilty about something and pulls on Mike Flanagan.
Oh, shit. Nice. Oh, wow. How about that story, huh?
That's terrible.
Yeah, how about that story there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's,
It's 35 home runs.
Okay. Mike Flanagan needs to go and fucking, however he offed himself while I'm getting some tomato plants on fucking manager's corner. Hey, Earl Weaver.
Shot himself in the face with a shotgun.
Wow. In the face or the mouth?
Head.
Shoot him in the face. Yeah, it's hard not to
They couldn't identify him, so.
Really? Would they just find a bad mustache on the ceiling? Fucking winning record.
That's not
It's
nice.
hard not to heat your whole face when you use a shotgun.
To heat your whole face?
To heat your whole face. Yes.
Oh, no, that's a good point, man.
Yes, to heat your
You're
whole
starting to
face.
sound like you look.
Yes.
Wow. He was just depressed because he blamed the Orioles' woes on himself?
Well,
how old is Granderson, by the way? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Granderson is...
Curtis Granderson.
I mean, in days.
Oh, jeez. Let's see.
I forget. Tell the story. I didn't mean
bio.
Granderson's 30.
Okay. Now, why did Mike Flanagan...
Well, he didn't leave a note. And the police are saying financial reasons, but I think they're just saying that he was really depressed that he couldn't get the Orioles back on track when he was in charge.
He's not there anymore?
No, he was a broadcaster.
Yeah. So he's still broadcasting?
Yeah, he was supposed to broadcast this
Thought it was a
weekend.
microphone.
Yeah.
He was talking into it and was like, oh, fuck.
He really loved that franchise, and I think he took it really personally that people kind of blamed him for not being able to get him back on track.
I respect that.
And he apparently always took criticism to heart.
Just lighten up. It's a game.
Yeah, he was pretty depressed.
Jesus. I get a little
It's
pissed
still
off at the Yankees every so often, but geez, lighten up. It's a game.
I can't believe the guy shot himself in the face because this guy making $4 million didn't hit the ball to those people. Well, you fucking idiot.
That's just speculation.
Yeah, maybe he's got a relationship that fell apart. What do I know?
Yeah, fuck.
He had a wife and 3 daughters.
Yeah, that's good. That's not selfish. His name should have been Mike Flan for the first time.
Exactly.
Instead of Flan again.
Oh.
God.
Wow.
How many times are you going to flan or something?
Wow. I had no clue, Chip.
I was flanning by myself. Put the flan on. I'm hot. I like to eat flan with all my Spanish friends.
Flan.
I hate when he gets on a roll.
I am on a roll, too. What are you standing on? A piece of bread while I'm on a roll?
I'm sitting.
See, you're on a roll. You're not going to eat this roll after I stand on it. I don't care.
He just keeps going.
Sucks. You want the bonus track?
I'd love to hear the bonus track.
Pitch swung on and hit in the air to deep left. That ball is high. It is far. It is gone. What a shot by Andrew Jones. He hit the ball over the auxiliary scoreboard and left, over the grandstand and way back in the bleachers. Whoa, what a home run. He is Merry Andrew. Keeping up with the Joneses. Jones homers and the Yankees have a 22-8 lead.
22-8 lead. It's hilarious.
That's Andrew Jones from the Braves, right? Who's
wow. My God.
He's like
keeping up with the Joneses.
How embarrassing.
Do you like that one better than when he hit his first home run earlier this year? It was Andrew Jones makes his bones.
Makes his bones?
I guess he had a little more time to think about it.
Yeah. Why didn't he go back-to-back in a belly-to-belly?
Maybe it wasn't back-to-back.
Well, it was. That's
I don't know why after the Granderson home run.
It's controversial.
Yeah, now there's a big...
Maybe he's pulled that from his repertoire.
I hope not. I loved, and Jimmy really loved the back-to-back and the belly-to-belly.
He didn't always do that. Like, he would... years and years ago, man, I've been listening to Yankee broadcasts with him since, I guess... I want to say... What's that? Yeah, probably since... look at her eye. It is blackened. Little Marilyn Monroe.
Of course.
Yeah. Oh, what a giver. He ruined his liver. Every time Mantle and Homer. His head's in the windshield. Billy Martin.
Oh, Jesus.
Fucking... I don't know. That certainly wasn't a plain home run. The Yankee captain, number 15. Got it, little Munson. How many am I going to do? We got it. Let it go, Jim.
You want to hear it back-to-back just for old time's sake?
But I don't remember when it got bad. Maybe when we come back, someone could tell us because I would drive down to like Rascals and do open mics in the early 90s, and he would do the Yankees win, but not always. He wouldn't always do it.
Right.
When he did it, you would feel like pumped because they had come back. Like when
probably an important game or a big comeback or something.
2001. The most heartbreaking sports loss ever after 9/11, and the Yankees lost to the cunt fucking Randy Johnson.
The big unit.
And that shit Diamondbacks. I really do hope Randy Johnson is killed for that. It's some sort of a helicopter accident.
He was good.
Yeah, fuck him.
A minute ago, you were criticizing the guy for taking the game so seriously that he committed suicide. You just wished murder.
Not murder. Oh, it's a helicopter accident. I hope he's over the Grand Canyon, and he steps his long legs out thinking he can reach. Fucking twat.
Probably could.
Yeah. But,
monster.
I'd say it was about the mid-90s.
They were down 2-0. The Yanks were down 2-0. They lost them both in Arizona. And then the next three they won. But, I mean, Brocious homered and won. I forget how they won all 3 games in Arizona. But, I mean, they were fucking amazing wins. I remember being on the Parkway listening to these calls in the car out of my mind.
And those are the big calls. Those are the ones that deserve the
home
Yankees
runs.
Win. The Yankees
No
win.
one. What was it? 2 outs, nobody on. That type of shit. Then a base hit or a double, and then a fucking home run. Like amazing ones where you want a little bit of emotion.
Yep.
But then he does it in the middle of fucking April when it's a 7-1 win over the A's.
It's spring training
in Texas because they're fixing the A's stadium.
Split team games.
Yeah.
The Yankees win and they lose. What a douche.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm just giving my opinion, but
yeah. Well, good for him and the Yankees. What?
Hope that music.
What? Oh, Jesus.
Ooh.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Where's the music?
Who wasn't ready? Who wasn't ready? Who wasn't ready?
Is there music?
What happened?
No, we did that on this show.
Yes!
We talked about it on the air.
I had said, oh, my God.
That might have been before the show.
Where is it?
It was before.
Where is it?
Music?
Now we don't get any?
Yeah, wait.
E-Rock, no?
It's coming.
No?
Almost.
E-Rock?
It's about to.
E-Rock?
Stop
anything?
fumbling in there.
He's almost got it.
Getting jelly all over the buttons.
E-Rock? How long does it take? Isn't this computerized?
It just
What, are you
says-
putting on a fucking LP?
Oh! Can you believe it?
Oh, my God. There it is.
I was just
spontaneous.
perched. I was just perched that whole time.
You were waiting.
Ready to come in.
You were waiting. Yes.
Oh, it's a loose ship without Opie in here.
Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy. You know what? You know what would happen to E-Rock if that would have happened when on Opie's watch?
What's that?
Probably thrown out the window with a noose around his neck, much more like Omar.
The way
Zach
they are now.
face.
Yeah. Ope doesn't have to do anything. Just E-Rock feels bad inside.
Yeah.
That's how I have my staff.
It's just
Daddy's not happy.
just feeling guilt-ridden that they fucked up.
I'm just really here to evacuate the building. I can't believe there's still someone on 36.
Is that what you're doing? Do you have the Fire Watch and Hurricane Watch today?
Have you guys been watching Bloomberg?
Yeah.
No.
He's
in a fucking panic.
He's in a tizzy.
He's shutting down the subways already on Sunday. They all shut down.
Nothing's even happened yet.
What if it's not what they think it is?
He's like Brody right now in Jaws. He's out of his mind.
Look, fellas, let's be reasonable.
Exactly.
Not the time or place to close down the subway. Those subways will stay open. It's Labor Day weekend.
But it's insane, right? I know.
He's awful. He's awful. He's a fucking woman. He's a panicky woman. He's awful.
He is acting like a crazy person over this whole thing, and I hope it takes a right-hand turn, misses everything, and the news and him and everybody else just looks like, oh, well.
You know, I lived in Florida for a long time. No one knows where these things are going.
Never.
They're a fucking battling top just swinging around in the ocean.
They really are. I like how they have their computer models, they say, and about 9 out of 10 of them are striking exactly where they say, but they throw one in. If you've noticed, they've thrown one in that goes way off into the Atlantic. Another one hooks a turn and ends up in Kentucky. And those are just to cover their ass. Like, well, our model, it did say that it could have done that. But they want this so bad. They're saying,
dying
like,
for it.
We hope, God willing, we hope this does make a turn and avoid the area. No, they're drooling at this stuff.
Yeah, the amount of possibilities they actually did have it raining sharks. Could be sucking up a lot of sharks.
You know something? Warm water. The hurricane sucks them up. Could you see on the street, inland, people getting eaten by sharks? I would love for the news to have to report that one.
You know, Amityville means
Friendship. I want those little hoodlums hung up by their Buster Browns.
Now I got to go watch that.
It's always you got to give yourself doses of certain movies every so often just to refresh yourself of the lines. Yeah.
What are your go-tos?
With Jaws, one of those. I like Shawshank. I'll watch that when I'm going to sleep. Because
exactly, it's boring.
His voice, what's his face? See there?
Tim Robbins.
No.
Morgan Freeman.
Morgan Freeman's voice will lull me to sleep. He plays the same character, whether he's playing a convict or the president. It's always. And then we noticed there was a problem. It always sounds like he's reading some old-timey Negro book to a young white boy.
He's like a black blanket, just comfortable to wrap around yourself. Goodfellas
is one of those I watch a lot.
But what is like the newest of all those films?
Oh, that is, wow, what the hell would be the newest one? You know what? I watched this a lot, that new goddamn Star Trek that came out in 2009.
Really?
Yeah, I like that one.
I saw that in the theater. I swear I forgot it by the time the lights came on. I just don't even remember what it was about.
I've always been the sci-fi buff, though, you know. I'm more into the sci-fi thing. And J.J. Abrams, you know, with all that lens flare, kind of gave me a little seizure. Felt like it was a cheap buzz. God loves his lens flare.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, my God, all right, it's a flashlight. You don't have to put 3 layers of blues, reds, and yellows on it across the entire screen.
I can't think of any fucking Casino I'll never turn off. I can never turn off Casino.
But something new, that's a tough one.
What about Magnolia?
That is a tough one.
Anyone? Magnolia?
Isn't that with Tom Cruise?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Jason Robards, I think, is in that. Am I wrong?
See, I can't think of anything new. I watch Alien.
That is Robards.
What about Dark Knight?
In that.
Dark Knight's a good one. I'll watch that. But
Dark Knight
it's not like a go-to.
I fast forward to the Joker scenes, though. I get very embarrassed if the Joker's not on.
You have to.
You don't like this one?
Yeah.
I don't know it. You're evil.
As soon as he's not on, though, it feels like a children's movie. It just immediately makes you feel like you're watching Puffin stuff.
Because it's not. It stinks without him. Without him, fucking Christian Bale stinks as Batman.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Yeah. Well, what's the next Batman? That's
Dark Knight Rises.
And he beats his mother up in it because she does something he doesn't like in an award show. Batman clubs his dead mother.
What do you do? I made old Star Trek look like new Star Trek. Oh, see, it's not just me that noticed.
That's very funny.
It's old Star Trek footage with tons of lens flare in it. Is what I'm saying. All right, that's kind of fucking funny. The old con. Why don't we? Ronnie B's here. We're going to take a break because we haven't even taken a break yet.
No breaks at all.
I got to eat. I could pull a Rich Voss from yesterday. That tool. He's just eating the whole time, and Rich eating is fucking disgusting. It is like watching a whole cafeteria at the retarded school eat. It's just food's flying. You can't understand what he's saying. It's spittle. Really disgusting. And he was telling the story. It wasn't even like he could sit back. It was his time to shine. And there he is spitting all kinds of fucking debris.
It's called being Jewish. It's an ethnic thing.
What it is?
Is
it an ethnic thing? It's to talk while you eat?
Look at the food I'm eating. Look at it.
Look, I'm eating. I have herring.
I think he has Asperger's. He's just too dumb to realize.
Assholes. It's terrible.
He's just an unpleasant man.
Yeah.
All around. Yeah. From top to bottom.
And that whole thing with, like, you want to, like, Jimmy, weather permitting, which I doubt will happen, but Jimmy come by the house, and then, you know, we hang out, we take a soak in the jacuzzi, and go in the pool and everything. And Rich was asked if he wanted to come by. And he goes, why? To do what? Sit in water with you guys? It's like, he looks at it in the simplest of terms. It's not just guys sitting in water. You're conversing. You're, you know, it's relaxing.
And he makes a dumb face that the listeners, if you knew how hateable he was, because you're like, you want to come in the pool? Yeah, he's like, you hear him saying it, but you don't realize how slappable he is.
Why? I don't understand what you do in there. It's called communicating and,
fucking dumb, stiff fingers.
Company, friendship, things.
He won't listen to music in the car. He listens to talk, because he's such a fucking dummy. He wants to one time someone to go, God, that's a good point, Rich. Like, he's never heard that. So he listens to talk radio, hoping to fucking grab a point that really is.
He listens to it and doesn't pick up one iota of knowledge from anybody.
He is all that stupidity you hear is years of talk radio.
Yeah. Through his dummy filter. What an ass.
It really does fucking filter all the smart stuff out and just the rocks.
Let's take a break. We'll eat. We'll come back with the wonderful Ronnie B coming up early.
Checking
on the
evacuation. It's crazy how early you guys get up.
Yeah, it's insanity. You're probably up pretty early yourself, though.
No.
You look like an early riser.
No,
days.
not at all.
Not like the old days.
Last possible second.
I bet old days was probably fucking 4 in the afternoon for the 3 o'clock shift.
What are you going to do?
I know, I hear you.
You just get up and come right in, right?
Yeah.
That's
last possible
fantastic.
fucking second.
I get up at 5:30 and I'm in by like 6:05, sometimes 6:10 maybe.
Yeah. It's great.
It's wonderful.
It really is. All right, we'll take a quick break and be back with these words.
Now, the Manager's Corner, with the thoughts and opinions of the American League's winningest manager, the Orioles' Earl Weaver. Today's show is sponsored by Baltimore's Six Best, your area Oldsmobile dealers. Anderson Olds, Schaefer and Strominger Olds, Lee Oldsmobile, Metro Olds, City Olds, and Stuberger Olds. And now, to the Manager's Corner with Earl Weaver.
Well, Bill Whitehouse, Earl, that certainly is an answer. From Frederick, Maryland, wants to know why you and the Orioles don't go out and get some more team speed.
Team speed, for Christ's sake. You get fucking goddamn little fleas on the fucking bases, getting picked off, trying to steal, getting thrown out, taking runs away from you. You get them big cocksuckers that can hit the fucking ball out of the ballpark and you can't make any goddamn mistake.
Well, certainly this show is going to go down in history, Earl. Terry Elliott of Washington, D.C. wants to know why you don't use Terry Crowley as a designated hitter all the time.
Well, Terry Crowley's lucky he's in fucking baseball, for Christ's sake. He was released by the Cincinnati Reds. He was released by the fucking goddamn Atlanta Braves. We saw that Terry Crowley could sit on his fucking ass for 8 innings and enjoy watching a baseball game just like any other fan, and has the ability to get up there and break one open in the fucking ninth. So if this cocksucker mind his own business and let me manage the fucking team, we'd be a lot better off.
Well, certainly you've made your opinions known on the fans' questions about baseball, Earl, but let's get to something else. Alice Sweet from Norfolk wants to know the best time to put in a tomato plant.
Alice Sweet ought to be worried about where the fuck her next lay's coming from, rather than where her next goddamn tomato plant's coming from. If she'd get her ass out of fucking bars at night and go hustling around the goddamn street, she might get a prick stuck in her once in a while. I don't understand where these questions are coming from, Tom. That's about it from Manager's Corner. Go fuck yourself, and the fuck with your show coming up next on the Baltimore Oriole Baseball fucking Network.
So, what do you do?
The Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM.
Sometimes the road to a blissful relationship can be bumpy.
Marriage is I know both.
Saying that you don't do a lot of stuff.
It's like it's a business. It's a machine.
One person's doing the twittering, which is Rich, and the other person is spelling all the words.
It's comedy's most dysfunctional married couple, Voss and Bonnie. If passion is like a roaring fire, then Voss is peeing all over it.
Is he an affectionate guy?
No.
Is he bad with like casual, loving touching?
Well, because sometimes he touches you, but it's like a toddler or a monster that doesn't hasn't figured out how to caress.
And why flatter the one you love and the mother of your children when you can shatter her fragile ego? Right, Rich?
Sometimes he calls my ass Margaret Cho's face.
Wow, Rich!
So if you think your relationship is doomed, look at Voss and Bonnie and rest a little easier knowing it could be a lot worse.
I remember now what a dick he is. One time I was blowing him quite well, by the way, and he farted.
That's the best thing I've ever heard.
Not a whole thing.
This is The Virus, Sirius XM. And now, the Opie and Anthony Show.
Wow, any reason we're going way back to the 90s?
Gotta be.
Jerky Boys movie? Right?
No reason. I just found it, so I figured I'd play it.
Oh! Well, E-Rock, just make decisions for yourself back there.
Loosey-goosey Nagel today.
Loosey-goosey Nagel.
Yeah.
We expect attention when we got here.
Well, we do have Ron Bennington from the Ron and Fez Show, which can be heard from 11 a.m. right after the shit show.
After show.
With the shit show after, whatever it's called. Right after the shit show, where Ron and Fez come on. And now that's a show. That's a program that I listen to.
Sam had a big guest yesterday, was the only Playmate I've ever seen without an ass. I had never seen
an assless
that
Playmate
before in my life. Did you notice it all, Sam?
No, I didn't see it. She was sitting down when I saw her.
Did you have the same girl on that we had?
No, it was a Playboy Playmate that was like... the girl we had on was from Penthouse, and she came in, and the first thing she did was took her tits out, and she pulled her skirt up. This girl was in like a old T-shirt and a pair of jeans, and Ron Bennington informed me that she had no ass either.
Oh, really?
For a playmate, it's very surprising.
Yeah.
I don't know how she was promoting cigars, though.
But she wasn't into, like she wasn't wearing anything sexy?
No, nothing sexy at all.
They don't get it, do they?
It's like, nobody wants to listen to you. Do you think that you're just going to make people smoke cigars because you were fuckable in a magazine?
No.
Probably right.
She came in doing a read, too, didn't she?
Yeah.
Macanudo, who was here.
Yeah, she had this whole paper. Well, I don't
hear the paper out.
Rob Cross told me that because Rob Cross booked her on the after show out of nowhere, and I go, okay, bring her on. But
wait, he books for you?
He just saw her in the hallway because apparently she was with some guy. I don't know if she was booked on any show, but this guy was just passing out flyers to people who are on the air or know people on the air trying to get into studios.
Do people just come up here in the elevator, walk around until someone goes, yeah, let's get him on the air?
The weird thing is you can't get a friend in here no matter what.
Yeah.
No, they have to go through 18 levels of security. But you just see people milling about in the halls and go, yeah, come on in, we'll talk to you.
Those what are those horse ranch girls? What the fuck they are? The prostitutes that come in all the time.
Yeah.
And then they just put their fucking faces up against every show.
Yeah.
Yeah, they love getting airtime. Oh, do they love it. And they got nothing to say. No. Nothing. Yeah, like, tell us something. Tell us about, taking in the ass. How much is it? Does it hurt you at this point in your life? Hate it.
You ever accidentally shit on somebody during anal sex? Come on, let's get to it.
Yeah, something interesting. Ronnie B, I was asking earlier, how is Fez?
Oh, unbelievable. Just really strong right now. Really doing great.
Is he? Great, because I just see him. We cross paths in the turnstiles. I'm going out. He's coming in. It's like, all right, how you doing? It's like those the sheepdog and the coyote that would punch in and out in the cartoons.
The old time card.
Yeah.
Because we were on the air the other day when the earthquake hit.
Right.
So we got the feeling in the building, the kind of bounce in the building. Since then, not so good.
Not so good.
Yeah.
See, if everything goes perfectly, he seems to be teetering on the edge. So if you get, especially something like an earthquake, that's got to shake him up a little.
Well, yesterday the thing was he kind of got locked up, and we're going, what's the problem? And he goes, well, what if the earthquake loosened the foundation on the building, and now the hurricane winds knocked the building over?
Push the building over.
And it's the kind of stuff that I think like when you're 4. You kind of, the kind of stuff that little kids will say to you.
It'll scare the kid.
He couldn't mean that.
He's claimed that he did. He claimed that he thought that through some kind of
the weakening,
perfect storm.
Yeah, the weakening from the earthquake and then the high winds. I mean, the buildings work as a sail. They're giant, and a lot of pressure pushes against these things. I might have to be in his corner on this one.
Don't even say that jokingly, because I know he's listening.
I might have to actually think, though, what does hold these things
these are
up?
technically not, I'll say this, and kidding aside, these are not built up to the standards that they are on the West Coast. Like, these buildings were not built with earthquakes in mind. So the foundations here,
right, they
Dr.
Kaku
said that.
They never thought there would be an earthquake of any substance where you would need earthquake proofing. These are just solid buildings with foundations that go deep in the ground that can probably get affected very easily.
And they've had inspectors in here for the last few days checking, because there have been a few foundation cracks in the city. But I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, I'm sure. No problem. The hurricane can only push, 100 mile-an-hour winds pushing against the surface. That's probably a couple of square acres, a vertical. Nothing's going to happen, Ronnie.
But it's 1,000 miles away right now, so we're fairly safe.
We're all right.
Yeah, we're fairly safe.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it.
On Sunday.
It's going to hit on a day you're not even here.
Yeah.
If he shows up and the building's not here, he could then feel relieved. It's like, hey, I wasn't in that. I think we'd hear about it, though.
Yeah, but there's also a couple days before a hurricane hits, there's updraft winds, which always come.
Why do this? Seriously. Why do things?
There are. Hurricanes have updraft winds that will go. They don't talk about them much because they're hurricane force, but they're quick.
It's like wind shear almost.
Yeah, almost like quick updraft winds.
Yeah. See, this is a form of bullying. It really is.
It is bullying. You're right. You're right. But is he? So the hurricane thing has him a little.
Yesterday was a very, very bad day. He was even doing a late night after hours therapy session.
Oh, to kind of get put
with
in a better place.
Yeah, he goes to a carny a couple times a week. But he hasn't been able to, help him with his anxiety, but he could guess his weight, I think.
Oh, is that it? Within like a pound.
Age your weight. Step up.
Hurry for your session.
You win the medication from this shelf or this shelf?
So it's a little stressful.
Yeah, it really is not getting any better.
Yeah. It's been a while.
Really, only 6 years or so that it's been a 6-year panic attack.
And the medications don't work?
He can't handle the medications.
No? Maybe a Xanax or something?
No, he said that makes him anxious. Xanax makes him anxious.
That guy's not using it.
He's the only person on the face of the earth that happens to, I would gather. People take them recreationally.
Maybe he's taking it with coffee.
Yeah, wash it down with some espresso.
Yeah, coffee makes him drunk. It's just the opposite.
You said you had a clip of that earthquake when they were Fez? Yeah?
It's probably the comic earthquake.
I want to hear that. No, I hope not. Jesus. Let me hear a little of that, Mr. E-Rock.
The person who really did Fez's mixtape, Kathleen from the Bronx, will tell you.
That's right. Hey, Anthony, why don't you fucking talk to Kathleen?
You feel this building moving?
Yeah.
Yep.
What's that about?
The floor's going up and down. Okay.
That's the main part where we like,
boy. Okay.
So,
hotel.
But did you feel it where you were at all? Did you feel the earthquake?
I was sleeping.
Yeah.
I just slept through my chick came in, and she was outside by the pool, and she's laying out by the pool, and she came in and woke me up, and she goes, "Did you feel that?" I was like, "No, I was just sleeping. Feel what?" She goes, "It was just an earthquake." She goes, "The tiki torches started moving," and then she goes, "The chandelier started going back and forth." I look at the chandelier over the dining room table, and it's moving, and I go, "You push that fucking thing." And she goes, "No, I swear I didn't." And then I look at the big one that's in the foyer. I'm just bragging, by the way.
Foyer, chandelier, tiki torches.
Chandelier, tiki torches.
It's Mo Green's place.
And hopefully Anthony will get a massage.
My glasses on. Yeah. And that was shaking. Then I realized, all right, that would have to be a pretty good gag if she was, shaking that fucking thing, because that's out of reach. So I then believed her.
The weird thing is, we just bounced up and down. We didn't go
that's
side
what I heard
to
about.
side.
This building was an up and down bouncing motion. That's what the E-Rock told me.
Well, these floors are also raised, aren't they? Because they're not. Aren't they raised floors?
Does that matter?
Maybe it does.
Yeah, that's why you feel it like I was expecting interns to come running by on the way somewhere.
Yeah. They said the building went up and down and not side to side, because you feel it kind of goes side to side in high winds, which I'm thinking in the hurricane, you're probably going to, if you're up here, you'd feel it going side to side, which would really, thank God this is happening on a weekend, because you'd have your hands full there, Ronnie.
Well, the problem is he does live in a high-rise himself, so...
Oh, he's still on Retard Island?
Yeah, he is.
Then that island it's an island.
That island is a flood zone.
Yeah.
That island is like being on a cruise ship.
Yeah. And does he have any worries about his...
No, none at all. Everything's just laid back and easy.
Hunky-dory.
Take it as it comes, says Watley.
He's taking it as it comes fast. It's what is he thinking of doing to...
Well, to take his mind on it, he's got a book about cancer and what it does to the body, and he's just going to sit in his house and read that. I think it's called brain cancer.
He's got to get out. I keep talking about this.
What do you of the building the show?
No, he's got to get out.
You fired him?
You fired him?
No,
How dare you?
I'm not firing Fez.
But I don't understand why you'd say he's got to get out. Like he's not ruining anything.
No, out and about, out on the town, not on the town.
He wants him to live a good life. He doesn't want him to get out of here.
That's weird though. He's got to get out. And you're looking around the radio station, all of a sudden he's spoiling things.
No. I never said that, and would never say that.
Whatever. Okay, I don't hear the same things you do. I don't have ears.
Here, I said it.
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't get it.
All right, no, cool.
Because when I've seen Fez at his happiest years ago, it was when we were all out,
right,
and partying and having some fun, and those little get-togethers we used to have.
This might be all he has. Radio might be all he has.
He's got to get out.
He's got to get out. He's got to leave.
Yeah, he doesn't have. You're right about that, Jimmy. He doesn't have like a personal life right now.
Right.
He needs one.
And this is what he does. His whole thing is this station, and you're like, fucking, what is he give a downer for you, and all of a sudden he's got to go?
I don't remember saying that.
I heard what Jim heard.
I was saying he's got to get
Why
out
can't
of this
we all
house.
stay? We can all stay.
Yeah,
I'd like to get out. Why can't? Because he does need to just be out in social settings
instead of working in radio. It doesn't seem right.
Why wouldn't you want him here? He's been with you.
I'm saying do the show, and then
on a different channel.
No, exactly as it is now.
Everyone heard you, dude. He needs to get out
and just like socialize. No, still with the show.
Everyone was nervous about the earthquake.
Ron and Fez show.
People like Fez
11
here.
o'clock. Fez is there, doing the show just like always.
Right.
And then afterwards, you go out. You meet some people. You socialize, and you forget about your troubles.
You don't want him in the studio?
And never come back.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get him to move to Chelsea.
Yeah?
Maybe a West Village.
Yeah, somewhere
Just
around
get
there.
out there.
Yeah. Has there been any...
None. None.
You just answer it immediately.
Yeah.
None. Any headway on that secret thing? Because I haven't over the years. I know
What
there's
secret
that
thing?
Secret.
What's secret? Is there a new co-host being sought?
No.
Why are you asking about that, Ant?
I didn't say that. I knew
weird.
like Fezzi has a secret, but I don't know what it is, and I thought maybe I'd missed what it was.
Right.
And I just was trying to clear that up to see if maybe that's come out.
And no, it's a desire that still has not been acted upon.
Uh-huh.
Even though he told me the secret, it's coming up on 3 years ago.
It is 3 years.
And that was a gigantic relief to him, and I'm like, good, buddy, let's do it. Let's get out there.
He was relieved telling you.
Yeah.
Now, wouldn't that... Would you think he'd be more relieved than telling everybody, getting that all off his chest?
Or even doing the secret. He hasn't.
Oh, it's something that can be done. It's an activity.
Right. He hasn't done any of the activity.
Oh, okay. Well, that's no secret now.
Right.
Yeah. All right.
I will tell you this, though.
How about that?
In that 3 years, I've sucked 18 dicks. But that's the odd thing about it.
Weird. You still have a show. You have to around this fucking place. Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. That's,
Scott.
Yeah. Oh, another meeting? Oh, I get it.
Read.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, are you all hooked up for this hurricane? Where are you? Where are you? Low-lying area?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah?
I live on a mountain.
Oh, you're fine.
And,
yeah, the mountains are...
it's New York. You're not going to get in any trouble here.
Nothing, right? What the fuck are they talking about? Manhattan. They're watching too many of these Discovery Channel computer animations of what could happen to New York City. That ain't ever going to happen.
I saw some of those where they were showing like Long Island City being swamped.
Just completely underwater, like Planet of the Apes. The Statue of Liberty is down there. Heston's pounding the beach. There's fucking people from 125th Street chasing
Jimmy's
them.
actually doing a Statue of Liberty right here now as he eats.
I'm eating my yogurt. So I'm trying not to eat as many carbs, and I'm holding the mic up in the air. But I hold it, so if I want to say something, I can drag it back down.
Ah, good.
But I'm like a fucking hawk mouth yesterday. I don't want to chew into the mic. You mean people can hear this? Unfortunately.
We really don't care, though.
I know. I want to be rude.
When it's us. When it's a guest, we can then jump on him. That was great yesterday, having Voss and Bob Kelly in here and just slamming. The idea that Bob Kelly went down to friggin' West Virginia or wherever it was to pay people $50 for a bucket of dirt to find gems in. You know that old
God,
gag?
yeah, like your dad would pull over when you were doing road trips.
Right, yeah. Oh, we're going to get some dinosaur fossils. And they would give you this, you'd be at this big dirt thing with a screen with some wood around it and shake it and be like, hey, there it is. Look, you got yourself a dinosaur bone. Bobby did this, like, for real.
At age 40.
And what was even better about it was he came here to say, no, I'm not a sucker. I'm telling you guys, I found out it's a scam.
Yeah, I found out it's a scam.
This is news.
Right.
It's a scam.
So he went initially not thinking it was a scam. They gave him... He goes, you could go out with your own shovel and your own bucket and pick up your own dirt and find some gems, or you could just buy a bucket of dirt that they already picked up and put in. So we just bought the bucket. There's a $50 bucket, a $200. It's like buying buckets of dirt.
But I'm like, you dumb. You don't think that they would sift through that? Like, how could any adults not think that they would look through it before giving it to you?
There were rubies in there, emeralds. It's like he's fucking in sub-Saharan Africa digging. There's nothing there.
If anything happens to Americans, it's the fucking Americans' fault. I mean, we've been around long enough to see every angle, and then we just drop it and fall back into it.
Right into it.
There should be no infomercial that fucking fools an American, and yet people are fucking dialing away at 3 o'clock in the morning.
People are getting rich off of these fucking products that,
They should.
The infomercials.
Churches.
Just make people dial, and they make everything look difficult. Normal thing. Putting a sheet on a bed can be a problem. And the woman's hair is a mess. And they make the bed. And then it ends with the woman just going like, blowing her bangs up. She's all disheveled. But now they figured out a way to make you buy 2 of everything. You're not getting a free one. Stop it. Buy now, order now, but wait, order now and get a second one absolutely free. Just pay separate shipping and handling. So now you're getting the second one. They're making you buy, they force you to buy 2 things. It's astounding.
And no one ever says to you, I've had this thing for 18 years and it's just been really great.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm still using it.
When they pitch it, it just sounds so good. Everything just sounds so good. This will be the cure.
Does it?
It's going to work. They say it works.
Is there anything that you've ever seen on an infomercial that looked good, that you would actually order and be like, that I can use?
Right.
No.
And it's never a necessity. There's nothing. There's never like food, water. It's just stuff you fucking don't need.
I like that little claw that you can grab things off the top shelf with. Because that's got to be great for handling heavy glass products like fucking sauce.
That's what the carnies use to take the stuffed animals down to give to the kids. And they just translate it into what they sell people now.
But a lot of that shit is just aimed towards the elderly.
Yeah.
Everything hurts. So now you'll have this claw, so you won't have to call your nephew to come over anymore.
Annoy him.
Or fat people now, how you can wash your back and put your shoe on, the shoehorn one. Did you see that?
Oh,
it's a shoehorn on a stick.
Yeah, that's like something Kramer would come up with. A shoehorn on a stick, so you don't have to bend over. God forbid you get yourself back into any kind of shape where you can put your own fucking shoes on.
You're better off handing that guy a handgun. What they don't really say, it's to wipe your ass with.
Yeah, of course.
You can't reach your ass anymore?
Yeah.
Perfect. Toilet paper on a stick.
There was that one where you for people that couldn't reach for toilet paper to wipe their ass with. If you're but they didn't even put it if you're too fat. It was
injured,
or your back hurts, and it was people wiping their ass with this fucking claw that held the toilet paper.
And you reach under or something.
How filthy is that thing?
I'd hate to be served potato salad with somebody's claw that did like double duty.
Yeah, that was
the Beverly Hillbillies, I think, used it to fucking pass food around.
Yeah. Well, look what we've got here, Jethro.
At the fancy eating table.
Yeah.
Pass me some hog jowls, kid.
Let me get the comfort wipe. That's what it was called. Look at this.
Comfort wipe.
Yeah, and turn the volume up. I gotta hear this one.
You put the paper in the fucking. It's
this is
sickening.
disgusting.
Oh, God.
Been scrunching and folding toilet paper.
See, they make it.
Finally, there's a better
How bad
way.
life works.
Comfort Wipe, the sanitary paper
Sanitary?
arm and holder. The first improvement to toilet paper as we know it since the 1880s. It
What happened in the 1880s?
18 inches while it follows the contours
Fucking
of
Custer
your body and
wiped with his own
comfortably
scalp.
cleans. It's as easy to use
The
as a
Indians
shower
use
brush.
Custer's
You know how-
Pop on
to
the
wipe their
toilet
ass.
tissue and go through. Just press the release button and the tissue drops right into the
How
toilet.
hard.
Think about it. Toilet paper is really archaic and disgusting. The Comfort Wipe is
Yeah,
a
that
modern
isn't.
solution.
To put it on at the
That's
end of a
right.
stick.
Never touch another dirty
Gives you an extra
toilet
2 feet of reach.
It certainly has its advantages.
Here's Biggins.
And its disadvantages. This is a great product.
It's embarrassing to have someone help you with your personal matters.
Your personal matters.
Maintain your dignity.
Sounds
like Patty.
Yeah.
Sound like Patty. Your dignity.
The sanitary paper extension arm and holder. The first.
By the way, do you know how horribly that must wipe your ass? It's literally just being gripped. It's like it probably smears shit all over your butt cheeks.
And you know it's probably the paper's got to slip out.
Yeah, I would hope so.
So you got that thing. You got shit on it.
Just doesn't want to touch dirty toilet paper. Don't be embarrassed. Just get a comfort wipe. Order now.
And what do you leave it by the side of the bowl?
Yeah.
So the young kids that are visiting the house can look and go.
They chase each other with it.
You can't flush in the trailer anyway.
You gotta put it. Getting in and out of the tub has never been more comfortable.
Oh yeah,
they're including the grip.
That doesn't have a
It's
lawsuit
the same
written all
thing,
over
so
it.
you can shit in the tub.
But you have to call now.
I love the way she said you help with your personal matters.
Personal matters.
Personal matters.
They
serve your dignity. That's right, Patty.
I used to date a girl whose mom used to buy that stuff every now and then, and as soon as she got it, she would try to show us how great it was, but it would never work, or she could never hook it up right, like the book light that wouldn't clamp onto a book, and she couldn't keep her page or anything. No, it's great, though. It's all right.
Well, when the UPS guy drops that off, he turns around and runs before you can get it back.
Yeah, they know that piece of shit is coming back. Hander pants? The underpants for your hands. What? This can't be real.
I think it's a parody. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of
hate
parodies out there. Fuck. Hate the parody. Yeah, that was, I can't imagine that toilet paper would stay there. So then now there's shit on the stick.
Yeah.
And you gotta put it somewhere.
Dude, when I wipe my ass, I fucking wrap the toilet paper around my finger.
Do you?
Yes. There's an art to fucking... You can't just take it... That's the equivalent of taking a rubber band and taking one sheet and banding it to your hand and flat wiping your asshole.
That's even worse because it pinches the paper.
In the middle, right? Where you need
so it
the
doesn't
most
go in the crack. It goes
you're
around
around your ass, not the dirty part.
Like
you're not getting the bullseye.
It's got to go outwards, not in.
That
You're
should
hitting
be
a double bull every time. The double bull. You got it.
If you go to someone's house, you go to a girl's house, you should always look in the bathroom for a comfort wipe before you commit to eating her ass. If you see one of those, avoid it at all costs. Can we hear her talk again?
Dignity.
Oh,
your
personal matters.
It's a great product.
It's embarrassing to have someone help you with your personal matters. The comfort wipe allows you to maintain your dignity.
Her shoulder comes out.
Maintain your personal hygiene.
She reminds me of Helen Bergeron.
Yeah.
And why does she need people to help her?
Exactly. You look perfectly healthy.
Yeah. Well, maybe we didn't see. She's got no arms.
Yeah, exactly.
No hands.
Yeah.
You should just use a little Filipino kid to be in there helping you out.
When he's not wiping your ass, he's setting off fireworks in your living room as he's snorting lines. Motor rain. That's a movie I could watch.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's a good one, man.
Yeah. Fuck, his Boogie Nights great, man.
Boogie Nights is a good one.
God, it's a good movie. You're not being fair. Crash, I can watch over and over. Oh, yeah, you know the Crash. I can watch that anytime it's on. I can watch it.
Crash?
The movie?
Yeah,
I wasn't a fan of that one.
I didn't like it.
Oh, you're all wrong.
No,
jeez.
Fuck us running.
Wow, I'm surprised.
No.
Terrence Howard's one of the best black characters ever.
No, I really
Why has it
hate
got to be a black character? You're racist.
Why'd you hate him?
I don't see people.
I thought it was.
I don't either.
There's something very surface to me about it. Like,
Really?
Yeah, I thought it was shallow.
I thought it was. Are you being sarcastic?
No.
I thought it was a good statement about. Showed you the kind of the duality of every person.
I thought it was too obvious.
Yeah, it jumped on like
It was like,
really stereotypes.
The bad cop now looks.
Yeah, but
it's
to me
not
that-
always the bad cop.
I think that was kind of the point of it, though, because Hollywood always vilifies the fucking white cop, and they never attack the way they whiten up black people. They never go after that. You never see a guy like Tony Danza going, hey, could you make him seem a little smarter, or a little dumber or whatever? You never hear that shit. And Terrence Howard, they show how that fucking affects. I thought it was great.
I'm gonna have to watch it again. I don't know.
Loved it. And they also don't vilify the cops, because then this guy's he's pulling this chick. To me, that was a representative of the fucking white cops in the black community. Like, yeah, the guy's a piece of shit sometimes, but he's crawling into a burning car to pull you out. Like, there really is. It's not just easy to vilify these cops as these fucking awful.
How many of these cops are fingering the fucking chick though?
But again, it was symbolic. To me, it was all symbolic.
In the 50s.
Yeah,
in the 50s that used to happen, but it doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah, it was symbolic.
I fingered the colored broad.
And how many times would you finger a chick and pull her out of a burning car? I mean, 2 out of 3 maybe, but it's not going to happen every time.
Yeah, I don't know.
Terrence Howard,
yeah, I thought everybody
you embarrass me, you embarrass yourself. One of the best lines ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on, fucking ludicrous. They're walking around looking like college students. They're like, why are they afraid of us? You're like, oh, another fucking message from a movie. And then they pull out the gun and they rob Sandra Bullock. She was
good.
right to be scared of the blacks.
I like that one. I like that accurate part.
But you know what I'm saying? They fucking...
I didn't think it got complex at all. Like, I thought everybody was just sort of very cut and dry, like, okay, now we're doing this bad part, now we're good part, now we're bad part, now we're good part. And everybody was just kind of following exact stereotypes. Like, there wasn't any sort of...
I kind of like that. I think,
stimulation.
Again, because there was so many people to show... Like, they didn't... Like, the little girl didn't get shot. Like, you think she's going to. Like, here's another cliche. They don't do it. Or the fucking fat black woman who will not help Matt Dillon. All of a sudden, you're like, even though you can't say, I know why he hates blacks, you can go, yo, that is fucking enraging. He's not crazy to be angry all the time. And then you see what a cunt she is racially when that fucking Asian woman hits her at the end. She's out screaming, this Asian bitch. So she's doing the same shit that he did to her. It's like they don't just vilify.
This movie sounds confusing
They
now.
don't just vilify the same people.
It's almost like you're talking about The Godfather, the way you move by this. I've never ran into anyone who's watched Crash so many times.
I know.
But that's why it won Best Screenplay that year. It fucking upset every movie. Nobody thought that was going to win.
It was also like that L.A., let's all feel good about L.A. You know, we know, we're Hollywood. I don't know, there's something about it that just fucking annoyed me.
I thought it was anti-L.A. Anti what they normally do. Absolutely. I think
it was anti the rest of L.A. You know what I mean? Like, they're like, yeah, we know we live in a shithole because we're sensitive artists.
Yeah.
Which kind of made it L.A.
Right. Yeah, right.
Yeah, right. I don't know.
I thought Cheadle was fucking
Cheadle's
great.
a good actor, yeah.
I didn't
like
see the
him.
thing about that being his brother coming, that relationship with his mother I thought was great.
Wow, you remember every
I really do. I love the first time I saw it. I loved because I kept waiting for them to do what I knew they were going to do, and every time they didn't. See, it's always the same. You know, Nick DiPaolo cries about, and justifiably, how white men are always made to look a certain way. All they do in every one, oh, look, it's the black female judge. Oh, because it's these fucking pandering.
I like a fat, sassy black female judge in a movie.
But
it's so fun.
That's Hollywood's idea of a fucking redeeming black character. They do the same thing. You never see a guy like Terrence Howard snapping after being white this whole movie and beaten down by Hollywood and saying shit like that to fucking... and then the good white cop who's the hero in every movie turns out to act like a racist like every other fucking panicky white person, and he kills the guy who he shouldn't have killed. That white cop is the hero in every movie. He's the fucking... I
gotta go back and see it.
He's the fucking...
I can't remember any of
That
this
white
shit.
cop is the hero in every movie. He's the guy who understands the minorities. He doesn't react. It's just the pig Matt Dillon.
Maybe I was watching Porky's.
But in the end, fucking Matt Dillon, the horrible guy, fucking pulls a chick out of a car, and he fucking panics and shoots a guy and dumps him on the side of the road. Yeah, and it obviously would never happen that way. But to me, it flipped roles a lot, which I liked.
You were moved.
I was. I loved it. I loved it.
You gotta see Big Lebowski. That's really good.
I did recently, just the other day. It's the first time I've ever seen it. Now, I've heard about the Big Lebowski for many years. And I
You never saw it?
Never until just last week. I watched it, and then, like, right when it ended, I'm sitting there going like, all right, what was all the hype about this movie?
Yeah.
What the fuck was all the hype? But then I realized, like, I started thinking about some of the lines and laughing and thinking that was kind of funny. It's one of those movies you got to watch a few times.
The Coen Brothers, it's never a first-time watch.
Right.
It's always watching it over and over.
Yeah, like Fargo, I could watch now and still laugh my ass off. But the first time I watched it, I was pretty much like, all right, this is kind of a crime, kidnapping thing going on.
Yeah.
But then you realize how fucking funny it is.
It's almost like a parody of those kind of movies, you know?
Yeah.
Somebody explained something to Big Lebowski to me. They were talking about, like, when you write a character or whatever you do, and they were saying, like, in the opening scene, and I've only seen it once years ago, he walks into a store and writes a check for milk or something.
Yeah.
Right. And they're like, in that moment, you know who this guy is. I'm like, that's a smart... sometimes like little character things tell you in a second exactly who the
way
fucking
he was
guy
dressed.
is.
And always dragging a white Russian. Yeah, he had a fucking thing on. He was in not too long ago.
I know, yeah.
I'm giving away that, but if you, in the football contest, if you go to 202 Friends, we got to sign Big Lebowski, which to these fucking people is going to mean the world to them.
That's gold.
But you got to be able to do some football picks.
Yeah.
You guys aren't football gamblers, are you?
No. Gamble on a few things, but not football.
I already have a signed Big Lebowski anyway.
Do you?
I have juice here.
What? did you really?
Yes, but I wasn't here. I couldn't meet him. I was too tired. I had to tape TV.
Oh,
But I was I love him.
That movie absolutely made me want a White Russian. That was the biggest impact on it.
And weed.
And I went right down to the bar and made a White Russian.
Yeah.
And was like, God damn, these things are good. They're so tasty. And it was funny how it would just stick in his beard. And mustache the whole time. So it is one of those. I guess I got to watch it a few more hundred times.
But the Coen brothers, all their fucking films are like that. They are so good. I'll watch Raising Arizona over and over.
I don't know if I've seen that more than once years ago. It's Nicolas Cage, right?
Yeah.
There's not a single setup line in that movie. Every line in the movie is the punchline.
Yeah.
It's so fucking funny.
Brother, Where Art Thou is another one.
It actually showed you how crazy white people were going to be. It was like a futuristic look of the way life is now in 2011, where white people become the craziest people we have.
Wasn't he like a male escort in that or something, or prostitute?
No.
Which one am I thinking of with...
No, that was Leaving Las Vegas?
No.
Gigolo, American Gigolo?
No. Who doesn't love Call Me as an opening song? Call Me! Well, who's the old twat he was banging in that? That fucking Lauren Bacall or something?
Go back and watch that thing. It's so funny and dated because it's like he is picking out ties while Call Me plays for 3 minutes. It's just the opening 3 minutes. He's just pulling out his clothes and looking at it.
They bought the rights to the song. They wanted to get every fucking drop out of it.
But anything like from the 70s moves so much slower than people can possibly pay attention to. Planet of the Apes was on, and there's like a 20-minute scene where they're driving through the desert. You know, they're just walking through the desert.
Yeah.
They're looking around.
The beginning when the ship hits the lake.
Yeah.
They get up, they kind of sort themselves out, and then they walk. That walk is just like a fucking documentary about the desert. It's a fucking
true.
Yeah, they're just walking around the desert.
Play it, Lauren Hutton. I'm sorry.
Is this a?
He's driving.
It starts with the credits, huh?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
It is a good opening song, but I think Ron is right. They did go,
It's just different times where people need faster things.
Yeah.
Richard Gere plays a great woman fucking... He's a great guy who would absolutely fuck your woman and could.
Yeah.
Like, he's a great... Like, in Internal Affairs...
He's gerbil in his ass, though.
Yeah, I heard that. It was like, what is he? Got Helen Pales?
He must be so angry that that's still a story.
Exactly.
Richard Gere never has a friend in a movie. You ever notice? Like, he's just never close enough to anyone to have an actual friend.
I never realized that shit.
There's a coldness to him.
He never has a friend.
And
You're right.
What's the line he says to Andy Garcia in Internal Affairs? Something about your wife. He goes, how about this? I'm going to fuck her in the ass. I'll teach her how to come. And it's like, like you
brutal.
fucking imagine that. Like you knew he could do that, and you feel that how that's being said about your woman. Oh, is he great?
Did you like Burn After Reading?
Yeah.
Not as much.
No?
Not as much, yeah.
Ant?
I saw it.
You didn't like it, though?
No, I thought it was all right. Nothing that's, worth discussing.
Yeah.
Like Crash.
That's stopping everything.
Yeah,
Talking about Coen Brothers.
Yeah, well, no one wants to talk about that.
What are we talking about here? We're talking about the Coen brothers, right?
Yeah, right.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah. Was that it?
Oh, God, wait, what are we talking
We're talking about the leads, right?
All right.
You want the leads?
Another one I can never not watch.
Yeah.
Holy shit, is that good?
Which one?
Fucking
Glenn
Ross.
Oh, well.
Jack Lemmon.
Yeah.
To watch him fucking scold Kevin Spacey and then throw that piece of candy in his mouth. That motherfucker could act. Wow, was he good.
He was so fucking brilliant. Oh, you shouldn't work with men.
Yeah. The problem is, you're an asshole. Throws it in his mouth and walks. Fucking master.
Who am I? This watch costs as much as your car. That's who I am, and you are shit.
Yeah. What's my name? Fuck you. That's my name.
You're a good father. Fuck you. Take it home. Alec Baldwin will always be he did 2 minutes in that film that is better than most people's fucking movies.
It's probably I can't think of a better cameo ever in a film than him and Glenross.
He just came in, dominated it, and left.
And that was it.
Yeah.
And they were smart, too, because in that movie, the conflict, because Ricky Roma, who was Pacino, he was not in that scene.
Right, it was perfect.
And when you look, that conflict would have been too much.
Right, because Ricky Roma was on top then, so he wasn't going to take any of that shit.
Yeah.
Everybody that was in that scene could get fired. Ricky was the only one who was making his fucking sales money. So if you put him in there, you would have had one confident guy that would have brought everybody else. But everyone else was just taking shit and was only over money.
Yeah.
Nothing else. And this week's money. Unfucking believable how good that movie
That
is.
was such a... I saw the
You
Broadway.
saw the play.
I went to the
yes.
play because it was Liev Schreiber, I think, played the Ricky Roma role, and Alan Alda. I just become obsessed with Alan Alda. And he played Shelley.
isn't?
Everyone should be, as far as I'm concerned. Yes. But he was good, but he made a really weird character choice. Tom Wopat was in it. And Jeffrey Tambor. I forget who Tambor played. As far as I'm concerned.
I'm still getting over the Tom Wopat part.
Yeah.
Wow.
He
From
was-
the Dukes of
very
Hazzard,
good, yeah.
Wopats.
Jeffrey Tambor, as far as I'm concerned, should always be throwing plates down a hallway after shaving his head. If anybody remembers
So
And
good,
Justice
yeah.
for All. Mr. Soames did it again.
He's
great.
seriously, Jeffrey Tambor is one of the great, all-time fucking great actors.
How about the Ropers sitcom? Remember him in that?
Yeah.
As the fucking, what was he, the landlord?
Oh,
the
my
Ropers?
God, the Ropers. Was that awful?
He's great.
Larry Sanders, when he fucking played that part on Larry Sanders, it might have been the best thing that's ever happened on TV.
I never saw probably more than 5 minutes of Larry Sanders.
Really?
I should go back and watch
God.
the series. I've heard it's great.
Yeah.
He is fucking amazing. Hank Kingsley
Yeah.
is the most amazing fucking character that's ever been on TV.
Do you think it would hold up if I got the box set now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, all
It's-
the seasons are on Netflix. If you
And
know
it's
that, you
it's
just
a
straight-
it's a
Okay.
total fucking rail on talk shows too. So it's just a great.
Yeah, but I don't go
goof
for that,
on-
though.
Oh well, I'm sorry, Jimmy. Sorry that you don't go for
Nah,
that.
just, there's no reason to tear down your house to make my house look nicer.
We take a break and
What time is it?
Be
You know who's coming in
right.
today, Ron? You know Mike Bacchetti?
No.
Huh?
Comedian buddy of mine.
Yeah.
Fucking.
I thought you guys were going to have a big,
Big like party Friday.
yeah, but I thought you had a
Pre-vacation
big
thing?
political guest today. Then she backed out.
We have Patton Oswalt, but he
I think he's
Backed
doing, he's shooting today, I think.
shooting
Because of the weather or something.
like Lee Harvey Oswalt,
But I
right?
thought you had one of your
that's not.
Fox
It's
friends.
Oswalt.
Really? Like
I forget who I was told. Oh, Ann Coulter.
Ann
Someone told me
Coulter?
Ann Coulter was going to be here.
Is that
coming
around
today?
today?
I saw her. She was on Hannity last night.
She's probably in bed still. She
Yeah.
hates getting up in the morning.
Oh, you know why?
Oh, I know. Oh, boy,
She
I
likes
can
a
tip
couple.
a few back.
Let me tell you something. I have never seen a bigger bunch of drunks than at Fox. Fox News. It's amazing. And I guess that, look, I've never been over to CNN, but I would think it's the same thing.
Sure.
It's just that news atmosphere, that whole thing. They get done, and they go right to the bar. It's amazing. I loved it.
The thing too, I've known news people. They're the only people who really talk to psychics a lot because I don't think any of them know exactly what the news business, what makes you popular and what makes you not popular.
In the news. But yeah.
Yeah.
What is it? You're just telling the news.
Yeah, you don't know why somebody's like, this person I like, this person I don't like, this person I trust, this person I don't. So they're all never sure where the ratings come from.
This, you mean like the experts and stuff?
Yeah, like the readers and stuff, like why somebody would pick Brian Williams over the other guy reading the news. Like here, you know if you have a good show, right?
Yeah.
But if you're in there doing the news, you don't know why one show worked and the other show doesn't. So they leave, they get drunk, they call up psychics. What do you think? Should I buy this house? What should I do? They're all nervous all the time.
I didn't know that.
Another movie, Network.
Oh, yeah, Network's great.
Fuck, maybe the best scrot's of all time.
Yeah,
Well, you see what a genius Patty Chayefsky was because he foreshadowed fucking reality TV, like what was the Symbionese Liberation Army, whatever they were,
Right.
to see in 1976 that is exactly
That's
what,
entertainment. It's not just fucking craziness.
Yeah.
Amazing, or the way like, hey, look, Beals was gonna shoot himself. I could see that now. Being teased and people being kept on television, maybe not now, but 20 years from now. It was brilliant. Fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
Didn't he die after winning the Oscar, Peter Finch?
Yeah, he never made it to the Oscar.
Oh, he didn't, actually?
He died right before the
Jeez.
Oscar. Cost Stallone the fucking thing. Because Stallone was like, hey, maybe I'll win the Oscar. And then the other guy dies. Fuck you, Stallone.
Yeah,
you
goodbye.
get nothing.
Was he actor best? I would have thought Peter Finch was supporting actor, no?
You might be right.
Because Holden was obviously the lead in that movie. And how good was fucking, Madness, Diana. Oh my God, it's not Jessica Lange.
No.
Oh my God.
Oh, Faye Dunaway.
Faye Dunaway.
Faye
Yeah,
Dunaway.
she was
I was just
amazing.
going to look down until
I
somebody
think she
pops
won
the
for that
answer up.
too. She won.
Did she? Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez, God, the best is when he's like, she's like, then don't leave, and her coffee is shaking. Oh, it was great to watch her fucking come unraveled. Cunt. Oh, was she awful?
What was Stallone up for there? Lords of Flatbush?
No, Rocky.
Lords of Flatbush.
Lords of Flatbush. Death Race 2000 as
Lords of
Machine Gun Joe
Flatbush.
for Turbo.
I'll never turn off Lords of Flatbush.
No?
I fucking
Like that
love
one? Yeah.
any stupid 50 movies. I'll watch.
Like the Wanderers?
Yeah, Wanderer is a great fucking movie.
The Wanderers, that one. Yeah.
Wasn't Dolph Sweet in that?
Was he in that one?
Yeah,
Dolph
where he
Sweet?
played the girl's father. He played somebody's father. He dropped a bowling ball in somebody's hand.
That was the Wanderer. Oh, yeah. That was the one with the Ducky Boys and...
Yeah. He'll kill you, Perry.
Yeah.
I wonder if, like, any of the listeners have 20 hours a day to fucking watch movies the way we do.
It really is astounding.
Like, God, these guys watch a lot of movies.
How many movies can be watched in a day? Yesterday I got home and I crapped right the fuck out.
If you fought, people know it for a week. Big man. Your farts. Fuck you, Dave. Whatever.
The sleeping habits in this job are really fucked up.
Terrible.
Because I could go home and go right to sleep and sleep until 10 at night. I can do that. Absolutely. And I did it yesterday. I woke up a couple of times, but and then I was up from 10 until I came in.
Like a crazy person. You're
Like
just
a
wandering
lunatic.
around, yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing else to do, so I'm watching fucking movies. Just watching dumb movies. The movies I've seen, movies I haven't seen. But there's plenty of time. Plenty of time to watch television, dumb shows.
You do that, and then you look up old girlfriends on the internet.
Facebook, man.
I remember her. She's fat.
They're all hyphenated. You're like, you fucking whore.
I'm married. Yeah. When I think back, though, at that, I think like, oh, yeah, what am I going to... It's a 50-year-old woman.
Right.
50-year-old woman. You know, I'm remembering 1919, actually. I'm remembering 19. I'm remembering some of these girls at 19 years old and, you know, fun and just fucking in a schoolyard somewhere because that was the only place to go.
Like dogs.
Yeah,
like
dogs.
fucking dogs when you're a kid.
Anywhere.
Most people, the first time they fuck is outside.
Yeah.
This is how crazy we are.
It's because there wasn't many opportunities or locations to fuck. It was hard to get your own apartment.
Right.
When you're in your early or mid-teens.
When in my neighborhood, we were such... And now look back on it, it seems scumbaggy. We would fuck in unparked cars. Like, who would do this?
On them?
Yes. No, in. You'd fucking open up, go in.
Oh, that's when people would leave their doors unlocked.
Random cars? Just go up, there's a fucking car unlocked, let's fucking go in.
Go in and fuck in the car.
And then, like, fucking girls lost their virginity in these unlocked cars. And now you're like, this, and at the time you're like, this is fucking great. Come in. This is perfect.
Holy
We're living
shit.
like gentlemen here.
Where are the kids fucking these days? Where are the kids fucking?
Well, I think they're allowed to fuck inside now.
In their house,
like
the
their
parents
mothers.
let them and shit. Because it was always, like you said, outside. I remember doing a lot of outdoor fucking.
Yeah.
And you had to do it wherever the opportunity came up because the opportunities weren't like every night. It's
Right.
like, hey, we can't fuck tonight. I'll see you tomorrow night.
Yeah.
No, like things had to align. The planets had to be perfect. You know, the girl's parents had to let her out. There had to be a certain movie playing. Another friend had to say she was coming along. It was like this big thing that worked out, and it was like, wow, we're alone. We have a place to fuck, and then you did your fucking. It was very difficult to get a girl and have some sex back then.
Yeah.
I did have a car though, so that was kind of an easier thing to do, having your own vehicle. But it was a big Ford pickup truck, and so there wasn't much room in the bench seat in the front with the steering wheel there on the gear shift. And I used to park in the woods. And everyone knew I was there, like my friends, so I would hear. Thank God, this friend of mine, Dave, he had an old 40 Econoline van that just had a horrible valve tick, so I could hear it just coming from quite some ways away,
Right.
and know it's like, shit, I have to get up and zip up because he'd probably fucking start.
Do you remember the
making
smell?
fun of me or something?
The smell of I remember my friend Dean had a fucking VW van or his Volkswagen car, and the smell of your friend's cars, it was like weird.
VWs had distinct smells for some
It had
reason.
a fucking cool, like gasoline or
Yeah.
an old smell even back then. It just
That
comfortable.
air-cooled engine the heat from the engine actually came off your exhaust pipes, and it was cowled in and then pumped into your front seat. It was fucked up because sometimes the exhaust would rot and you'd just get exhaust into your.
You'd be a little fucking headache, but high a little bit from it.
Yeah,
but but cars were so much louder then. Like you fucking now you don't even know if your car's on. You just turn it. But then every car had a sound.
Yeah, and sometimes a car could be pulling up right behind you and you don't know until it's right there.
Yeah.
That never happened.
No.
And that was a new car. After a while, things would go wrong with it, and you'd always hear, like, the fan belt.
Right.
Or the fan hitting on something. Brakes squealing. Things just work better now. I don't know. They figured it out. You don't see rusted cars anymore.
No, you don't.
Fucking rusted cars where everyone's car was rusted.
And when's the last time you just saw, like, kids working on a car? It just doesn't happen.
It's
now, you remember there
impossible.
were certain guys in your neighborhood that would just always have a car up on blocks, always be doing something to it.
The motorheads.
Neighbors coming over, looking in.
Yeah.
What's going on? Never happens.
If you had a question, you'd go over his house and be like, let me take a look. And a couple of turns of a screwdriver or something. Yeah, how's that? Yeah, you distributed it. I just adjusted the timing a little bit. No, you don't do that anymore.
Doesn't happen.
None of that shit.
Because there's fucking computers where the engine should be.
Yeah, you got to take it in and they plug a fucking something that plugs into your computer.
They did download shit onto your thing to upgrade your your system.
Yeah, you could actually get more power out of your vehicle. They just program it different. It gives you more horsepower.
But what is gone is any romance about any of it. No one cares.
Now it's just buy a car, drive it. Yeah, the romance is gone. That whole thing, the love affair of the person in their car. It's that thing's gone.
It's because you became attached to it because you knew you were going to have it until you were fucking 37. Yeah. Now nobody gives a shit because they're all in halfway decent shape and leasing is a little better.
Well, like Aunt brought up the rusting. These fucking things are plastic now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's they just fucking take out the whole quarter panel, they put something else in there, it's changed.
Yeah. And you got to go with that True Coat.
Yeah.
You get that True Coat put in there.
You're not fucking patching it up yourself to try to make it last through a fucking winter.
With some of that fucking, what you used to put in there, Bondo?
Yeah, it was like Bondo. It was like some kind of thing, and then you'd try to spray paint it and never be able to match. Well, you're good.
Everyone was a half-assed mechanic, though.
Yeah.
Like, you were always, my tool set was like a butter knife and fucking a nutcracker for pliers. I'd go in the drawers where the fucking utensils were. It's like, I need a nutcracker for some fucking pliers. Don't break that. Bring it back. Every knife we had a quarter turn twist on the end of it. Mom would get all pissed at. But there was there was something kind of there's something kind of nostalgic about that just doesn't happen anymore. And it's probably good because now if my car broke down as much as my old one did, I'd
kill yourself now.
It was so awful when your car broke down. And no cell phones to call your buddy.
No.
Just have to walk somewhere.
A lot of those fucking cars, too, they would break down and you just get out, take your fucking license off the back and leave.
Take the plates off.
Fuck this thing.
Well, you don't see the cars just parked and left on the side of the expressway and parkways anymore. Growing up, when I used to go into the city with my parents and shit, you'd look, and the second you cross that Nassau-Queens border, it was just abandoned cars, like fucking Road Warrior.
It really was. Fucking New York looks so fucking scary then.
Yeah. It was petrifying for a kid when we used to go on field trips. We'd go like the Museum of Natural History, and they'd load the school bus up in wonderful Suffolk County, which at the time was whiter than white, and take us into the city. And the second we would get through the Queens, over into Queens, you'd start seeing abandoned cars. But then you'd pull into the Midtown Tunnel. And the second the bus came out of the Midtown Tunnel, it was just this. It was like Alice in Wonderland. You were petrified, and I was petrified of getting lost and left behind, shit like that.
Would you panic when you came to the city?
I'd panic in the city. I'd have to keep an eye on any of the field trip moms that were there and the teacher. And if one got out of sight of me, I'd run and have to run up. And I was such a fucking pussy.
Well, cities were fucking crazy in those days.
And back then they were crazy.
Every fucking city was scary. And, they give Giuliani all the credit for bringing back New York, right? But then how did, Philly and fucking Baltimore and all these other cities come back? Because every city, Chicago, doesn't matter where you went. Oh, there's big buildings, so there's massive amounts of crime. Just massive amounts of crime.
Yeah. And when you would be brought in as a kid, how they would try to shield you from the sexual content that was just emblazoned
Everywhere.
on every window, billboards, and they couldn't protect him. They didn't even try to back then.
Yeah.
It was just part of what the deal was. This is the city. There's a fucking picture in a window, a neon sign, a woman spread eagle.
And 200 plastic dicks. And you're like, still haven't worked everything out. So you're like, well, where does the plastic dick go? You know, you didn't know
You haven't
everything
worked that through
sexual.
as a kid yet. Yeah. You don't know what the fuck that is.
Even squeegee people. It's like I forgot that they
were
existed.
fucking scary as shit to a little
Horrendous.
kid.
They were
There's
scary.
a guy fucking leaning over the car while your dad's saying no.
Your dad's
And
yelling at him, yeah.
When people don't listen to your dad when you're a little kid, you're like, oh shit.
How are you not listening to my dad?
Everything is broken down. Any fucking thing
It's
that we thought is
Thunderdome.
life is
Fucking crazy,
gone.
you're right. Yeah.
They don't listen to dads here.
How do they not listen to dad? Like, dad could yell at anybody
Right.
at home. Or my friends, they'd all listen. Yeah, shut up. Hey, get out of there. All right. And they would leave. This guy wouldn't fucking leave the windshield.
I always thought it must be awful for a kid to see his father get knocked out. How awful that must be to see your dad get knocked out in public.
Oh, that's
like,
gotta
especially
be
if he's a
bad.
tough guy at home. See somebody fucking just put him on the floor.
What was the worst thing? Did you ever see your dad in a position where you're like, oh, boy, that's not
Like see him at work or something, where someone's just running him down.
Just someone. Yeah, I saw two things that were pretty like, oh, God, that was terrible. I went into work with my dad once. He worked at Joachim Flanzig and Weissman over in Mineola. The law firm of Joachim Flanzig and Weissman. And he was an investigator for them, an insurance investigator. And he'd come home, and it was cool as fuck. He'd take his jacket off, and he'd have a gun on his hip. And I'm just like, that's fucking cool. That's dad, and he's a private eye, and it's cool. It's like Mannix, you know? And he goes in, and he took me in with him one day. It's like, yeah, come, just take a ride with me. He didn't have a busy day or anything. Most of the day was spent in a bar, of course. So he takes me in, and I guess Joachim had a problem with Joey that day, the day before. I guess my dad might have left a job early with Jimmy, his buddy, to hit up a bar or something, and they made me sit out in the waiting room in front of Joachim's office, but I could hear everything in there, and all I heard was Joachim going, "Goddamn fucking Joey, you gotta show some fucking responsibility. I'll throw your ass out." And I'm just sitting there like, oh, Dad's being yelled at. My dad's being yelled at like he yells at me.
Was he yelling back the way he yells at you?
No, I didn't hear a peep out of him. Not a peep. And then when
he knew he was in the wrong.
Oh, yeah. And then when he opened the door, he was like smiling like, all right, come on, let's go. Like trying to make it all better. And I was just looking like, oh, you got bitched at. Fucking bad.
Coupled.
Yeah. And then the second time was even worse. He had an old Le Mans, a red Le Mans, which is pretty nice. Yeah. It was great. Yeah, I think he wanted to be Mannix. and he had this old Le Mans, and it had caught fire. So he lifted the hood up and tried to put the fire out and wound up burning his hands. So this is when my mother and him were already separated. So, but he like put the fire out and was able to drive the car actually back over to the house, but his hands were all burnt. So he was soaking him in the sink, and Mom was there like helping him because he was like really a mess. And I went, "Daddy, are you okay?" And he turned around and he had tears running down his face. He goes, "Get the fuck out of here!" But I knew he was crying. And I'm like, oh, bro, oh, shit. I should have told him what he told me all the time. Stop with the pissy eyes. Just knock it off or I'll really give you something to cry about. He had great things for when I was crying.
It just, the way they fucking turn tears from masculinity, though.
Oh, boy.
My dad and my big brother hated any kind of sensitivity.
Yeah.
Anything. Any kind of sensitivity at all. They fucking despised it.
Oh, yeah.
Were they huggers?
No. But the whole thing of like, what are you listening to fucking music, you little girl? Like anything at all that came up.
Yeah.
What are you reading a book?
What are you doing there? What is
you
that?
want to dress with that?
You're like a girl?
Yeah, what would you do that your brother thought was feminine?
Anything. Just fucking using a fork. Anything at all. Anything at all.
That's like the father in Saturday Night Fever when Tony Manero's picking up the plates from the table. Because what are you doing? I'm helping out, bringing the plates into the... Because that's a girl's job. Put that down. Sit down. We'll talk.
One pork chop. One pork chop.
One pork chop. Yeah. $5. You know, $5 buys you, doesn't even buy you $1.
That was actually the perfect, I think, 70s New York movie.
Oh,
because
yeah,
it was like done in real time. Like Saturday Night Fever is the only fucking nostalgic movie, but was done while people were looking at it. It wasn't like a look back at what New York was.
Yeah.
It was like the exact moment. It's really hard to pull off.
The disco thing, the fucking, the way the city looked, the Brooklyn, Manhattan thing. Yeah, that was.
The subway, remember just how disgusting and ugly the subway was?
Yeah.
And how Brooklyn just looked at Manhattan as if it was somewhere else.
Yeah,
like
this
it was
magical
Oz.
place. You couldn't get there for some reason. I don't know why they had to go to that shitty Brooklyn disco. Why didn't they go to Manhattan?
For 50 cents, you get on a train, you can go anywhere you want.
You're there. What the fuck? They'd stand there on that dumb bridge looking
staring over.
Hey, wow, we never took that break, did we?
No, we didn't.
Who gives a shit, right?
Fuck breaks.
Yeah, well,
Let them up during the shit show.
yeah, that's what I say.
After show.
We load them up. All right, we'll take a little break, and we'll be right back.
The Virus. Sirius XM.
Thanks for calling the Opie and Anthony FU line. Here's the latest batch of FUs.
Fuck you! Yeah, I'm a truck driver, and I just want to say fuck you to the manager of the store that told me to be there at 4 a.m., not 4:01. I get there at 3:45. She don't show up till 4:30 talking about, oops, I overslept. Fuck you! Fuck you! Yeah, I like to say big fuck you to golf. Put my balls off, drinking and smoking, hitting balls on the golf course. For once, man, when a fucking ball goes straight, shooting my boys, trying to fucking impress. Fuck you. Fuck you! Yeah, I'd like to give a big fuck you to both my wife and Jimmy Norton. Number one being my wife for struggling so much when I try to pinch her nose and fart in her mouth. And then a fuck you to Jim Norton for not giving me a good method of doing it. Fuck you both. Fuck you!
Hey, this FU goes out to Boss. Dude, chewing gum on the radio. How long you been on that gum? You know that nicotine is seeping into your jaw through your gum line? You're going to look like that dude Ebert. Yeah, Roger Ebert. You're going to look like him. You know what your act's going to sound like on stage? Anybody want to buy a dryer door? FU, boss.
Fuck you!
This FU goes out to Led Zeppelin. Claiming to be like Led Zeppelin is like the WNBA claiming to be the NBA. Not good. It's like dudes playing left-handed. F you, Led Zeppelin.
Fuck you!
I'd like to give a big fuck you to Governor Rick Scott, alien-looking motherfucker, for cutting teachers' salaries by 3% while using taxpayer money to put your name on the Florida welcome signs. Fuck you.
Fuck you!
I want to say a big fuck you to God for putting something as wonderful as a pussy on something as horrible as a fucking woman. I bet you think it's real funny up there she's never laughing your ass off. Well, God's got to put with all this fucking bullshit just to go stick her dick in a warm, wet hole. Fuck you, God.
Fuck you!
Yeah, this FU goes out to my stupid cunt wife. First, you fall asleep on the fucking couch while I'm at work, and then I come home and find that our daughter chopped all her fucking hair off with a pair of scissors, and then you find a way to blame me for it, then you throw me out of my own house, then while I'm out getting drunk at a bar trying to drink away my fucking sorrows because of your sorry ass, you call me back saying, you gotta come back, we got an appointment to get her hair cut. Fuck you.
Fuck you!
Call the Opie and Anthony FU line. 866-FU, line 1. That's 866-FU, line 1.
The Virus. Sirius XM. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. Very nostalgic.
Yes.
Today with the music, E-Rock.
We're back with Norton and Friends.
Norton.
Anthony Comey is sitting in today. Ron Bennington, of course.
Yes.
And Sam, my pal Mike Bacchetti entering the studio. Comedians, of course.
How you doing, Mike? Mike?
He's having trouble getting onto the seat. Mike's a big boy.
Mike is a big boy.
Go ahead. Who are you talking to, Mike?
Boost yourself up there. He's trying to put his headphones on. Headphones on, getting in the chair and then the microphone.
Mike.
Very difficult. Are you falling off of the edge of the chair there? You need a seatbelt? Look at your seatbelt.
I knew Jim 150 pounds ago, believe me.
Yeah, you got a little bigger.
Yeah, you've known each other for a while.
How long have I known you? 15 years?
20 years.
Holy
20 years?
shit.
20 years.
I met you at a Grandpa Monster's open mic.
Fuck yeah.
Staten Island.
Grandpa's?
Yeah, there was a Craig. You remember that club?
Yeah.
It would actually open with the theme music from the month. It was the best opening,
God.
but it would open. Like to me, we were new back then, and the show, the lights would go out. You'd hear.
I'm sure it was infringing on somebody's copyright.
Probably, but I don't think anybody went and you're not going to court in fucking Staten Island. You've where are you living?
Same place, really, pretty much with my mom.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it sucks. I'm hoping to get some more cash and get out.
You on the road doing gigs?
Not really. I'm like the Jackie Robinson of comedy.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I mean, it's like, I feel like you've been a great friend of me. Some other people have. It's just some, things in the city. It's ridiculous.
Right.
Oh, you mean having trouble breaking in?
After 20 years, yeah. It's
the Jackie.
All right,
okay.
now I got it.
I'm thinking before. I'm thinking post, like when he got in, but it's before he got in.
It's still the same. Over the years.
I use Satchel Paige, but that's me. Cause he got in when he was older. Well, Jimmy could fucking do some breaks for you, couldn't you?
I don't really have that much juice. I mean, all the comics know Mike. I mean, we've all worked with him for years. He's a funny stand-up, man.
Yeah.
Mike's a funny
I appreciate being
stand-up.
on here today, guys. Thanks. I was excited
Don't worry
about
it. It's not. Actually, it's Friday before vacation. It's really doesn't mean anything. It's to be quite honest with you, I'm surprised I'm here today.
This storm is, I don't know, these idiots got it hyped, all kinds of bullshit. I'm not worried till it happens.
No.
Staten Island's low land, though, right? You got to worry.
I live by the train station, so I'm not too bad. It's uphill.
It's uphill, huh?
How long does it take you to get into this? Mike would fucking commute for hours to get into the city and get home after a gig.
Now I don't even care, Jim. I just take the express bus. I caught it on 49th and 6th. I'm home in about an hour and 10. But before that, guys, it was like a mile and walk to the train, the ferry, the boat, fucking getting the subway. It was ridiculous.
Taking all kinds of transportation.
I know people that got back home to Baltimore before I did.
Should have moved to Baltimore.
I love Mike.
So
I really do love
Grandpa Munster used to host?
No, he was. Would he ever show up there, Al Lewis?
Occasionally, it's just like how often Jack LaLanne showed up. You know what I mean? It's the same shit, really. I don't think
Jack
he'd be there
LaLanne had
much.
a comedy club?
Yes, he did.
I never knew that.
You had to be in really good shape before you worked there.
And guys like Jack and Robinson were not allowed in, if you know what I mean.
Gotcha.
That's still Tony Soprano land in that area.
Is that right?
Calisthenics.
Oh yeah, fucking Staten Island.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know who owned Grandpa's. I mean, the guys I knew were very legit. I mean,
I'm sure. Yeah.
It was a well-run establishment.
Yeah. Back in those days.
Back in the it was 1990, 92. That's where I met Boy
yeah.
Gary for the first time. He hosted a contest there or something.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because you had just won the Bud Light contest. I remember. I got a great memory. It's like January of '91. I met you the first time.
Wow.
That's right. You remember that clip I showed you where I think I'm Italian? No, I didn't. I might have won a segment of it. It was Bud Light. And I was opening up with jokes and talking about, you ever trying to fuck when you were drunk? It was just an awful joke that I stole from a 12-step meeting I heard of. And where I thought I was kind of an Italian guy. It was fucking horrible.
Oh, did you put on kind of an attitude like, hey,
what are you guys doing? It was terrible.
How you doing? Hey.
You went through a lot of voices and little, characters before you just were Jimmy Norton.
Yeah, it's fucking humiliating.
I like this voice guy.
Yeah, that's what people told me I had to be likable. You remember those obsession everybody had with
all those idiots in the network are like, must be likable and have 8 minutes of saturated, clean bullshit, really.
Likable?
Yeah.
What does that even mean? Like you had to put a voice on to be likable?
I thought so. I was high energy. I wanted to be loved. It's disgusting.
No, but you always were super quick with references. That's why I loved your work. You always on top of everything that was going on. You know what I mean? It was awesome.
As time went on a little bit, but sometimes my references wouldn't work. I would try to be the hip New York guy in 95 when I went to Vail. Because I had opened up, I'm embarrassed now by this, but I won a contest and I'm actually squinting my eye because I'm embarrassed.
Yeah.
I said something off the cuff about how I'm not going to win this contest and go to Vail. I said something about I had a better shot at going to the moon in a yellow sundress, and it got a big laugh because it was genuinely off the cuff.
Funny, yeah.
But when I tried to reinvent it in Vail.
In a yellow sundress.
Yeah, like I didn't think I'd make it here, but how many times are you gonna say it?
I love watching that shit. Bomb.
It's like the fucking foreign guy that always says his name, the word wrong. Like, it's I live in the jungle, habitat. And you're like, oh, he means habitat. Right. Then he corrects himself and has 8 jokes for it. Fraud.
So you're not gigging though?
I'm working on a lot of things on my own now. I produced a show on Adam.com called The Mike Bacchetti Show. We had like about 100,000 hits our first season, but I want to produce more stuff.
Yeah.
But you get in movies and TV more, really.
You don't want to be in it?
No, I am in it, but I want to produce it and own it. You know what I mean?
What was the Mike Bacchetti Show?
It was like a bad spoof on an internet show. 2 guys, me and my friend Kenny shot it. We shot it for about a year. I just started something new called Drop in Science. I play a scientist.
Jesus, that's kind of typecasting. Mike does not look or act or sound like a scientist.
Well, I'm trying my best.
What is the push of this one?
Just to get as much, somebody to grab to give me some cash and move on to other stuff.
Okay, so
that's the gist. Fuck the storyline, anything else. It's all just about money. Just get some cash.
Skanks and money. That's my, oh God, I can't wait to have all kinds of bimbos when the cash comes in.
Yeah, Mike is a bit of just obsessed with getting famous for years so he can fuck anything that walks.
Oh, really?
He's still a prostitute guy?
I haven't seen any recently, but you know what I mean?
So, that's what you two have in common.
Oh, yeah.
That's how you met.
Hookers are our specialty. We love them. Oh, yeah.
Somebody told me a story about you yesterday because I said you were coming in. I forget what comic it was. And they're like, it might have been Keith Robinson, who said years ago at the New York Comedy Club they were going to get you a hooker or something, and you were in the basement.
It was ridiculous. It was like, this is back in like 96, I think it was. The owner sends out another comic and they're looking for hookers. He was looking at hookers like Lexington Avenue, I think it was, wherever. He brought them back, right? And the owner said to me, she's going to bang you and she's going to blow you. I'm like, yeah. So I'm waiting in the back. I got all undressed, ready for this to happen, right?
Shit. Oh, that sounds bad, right?
I'm all undressed, waiting for it to happen, right? So the owner says to the girl, how much? She goes, it's 100. He goes, that's a little too much. How about you just blow him? Meanwhile, I'm fucking naked, ready for everything to happen.
Oh, yeah, Keith said they walked in and you were just nude in the basement.
Oh, shit. Pretty much. I had like...
What was the hurry?
I thought I was going to bang her, and then my other friend that was getting sex with the hookers came like a fucking rocket like this, and then they left. I'm fucking standing there naked after she did me. Oh, you blew me. That's it.
Nice.
Did you finish?
No, she was fucking skankalicious. She was, oh fuck.
Well, you got
usually the street broads. I used, you
get what you pay for, you know. Yeah,
she wasn't thrilled either, Mike. Let's be honest.
She might have been. I don't know. But I used to go to a place in the city. There was a place in the city I used to go to all the time in the 80s and 90s. We did have like old housewives hanging or like some hot chicks once in a while. It was only like $10.
$10? What would you get for that?
Half and half. There used to be this.
What's half and half?
You know, you fuck her and she sucks your dick.
What you got to stop fucking her though?
It's $5 each.
Yeah,
$5 each.
I just went for the head job. That's it.
What if you came fucking her?
That was it. I mean, that was...
You got $350 and change.
Yeah, do they make change?
He asked for the manager.
Makes change out her asshole.
They know me by name after a while, really. It was awesome.
That's great.
$10 sounds like it would be Bangkok, though. It doesn't even seem like that could happen in America.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Well, this was like when the city was still a Wild West zone, you know what I mean? Like in the early 80s. It was down by by Alphabet City.
Yeah, we were talking about those good old days.
Oh, yeah.
When it was just a catastrophe. Hookers walking all over the place. West Side was you drive down the West Side Highway now, you look, it's beautiful, gardens in between the lanes of the highway. Back then, it was just fucking hookers. I think there was wasn't there something elevated above the fucking highway?
That's exactly where it's like a park now. Where they've taken that thing downtown, they've made it into a park.
They made it into a little walking park.
Yeah.
But then it was just badass fucking
Well, Mike
hookers
just
and
used
pimps.
what was the scariest term ever, Alphabet City.
Alphabet,
Remember? Would
oh
always
my God,
never go
right.
in Alphabet City.
Yes.
Don't go
Yes.
past the A. Everybody was scared to death of that part of town.
I still won't go past B. It's fucked up over there.
Really, still.
You don't get bothered though. You look like a fucking lunatic.
No,
Nobody bothers you.
I need to get taken as a mob guy or a cop if I have my hair cut short enough.
People think you're a cop?
Yeah, some people, a lot of friends of mine, black people tell me I look like a gangster or a cop to them, so that's good. I'm safe in the hood.
When's the last time you were beaten up publicly?
Probably back in junior high, if that's considered public.
I thought you were going to go probably back like a couple of months ago or something.
No.
I asked because you travel. You take mass transit for 30 years. I mean, you.
Yeah, I like to fly though. That's awesome. I love to fly when I can. Fly. It's so exciting. I love to really enjoy it. Yeah.
The person next to you must not like it. Just saying.
No, I try to get a window seat. This way I can just look out and not talk to anybody, really. Just enjoy the flight.
Yeah. It is a miracle. I'm just looking at the clock at this point. No, before I started flying a lot, with my job and everything, I would stay up the entire flight and just be amazed at what was going on. I'd get the window seat and look out every inch of the ground going by and everything. And now it's just, I take it for granted. It's like, why the fuck aren't we taking off? Jesus Christ, we're sitting here 10 minutes.
It really is weird how you lose that, the
wonder.
I remember the horror I had. I was actually going to that Vail festival we talked about, and I was so scared to fly back then. And I was in a middle seat in coach on a United flight, and I'll never forget the old lady next to me. She had fucking dumpster breath. And there was a black woman next to me, and we took off, and she's like, New Jersey is an ugly state from the air. And we banked, and I just looked down, and I was like, we're going to fucking die.
Yeah.
Well, when you were a little kid, that was the fucking time. Like, the first couple of flights was the most exciting point of your whole life. You can't do better.
You really can. You're right.
And even before that, I remember we would go to the airport, like as a family, just to go up to the airport.
And just to look at the planes take off.
It would be like an exciting thing for a little kid.
I was put on planes as like a little kid to go to California, and with no supervision. And they're just like, yeah, the stew will take care of you, the sexy stew. And they would. They'd come and check on you and shit. And I'd be like sitting there all by myself, like 11 years old or something.
I did the same thing at 11. I had to actually change flights in fucking Chicago by myself. And they would fucning take you away from your parents.
Yeah, you'd be taken away. Then it was just kind of like, oh yeah, it's over there. Okay. You got one of those big old Samsonite suitcases. Nothing with wheels back then either. Everything was hard shell fucking with that one handle. No wheels. Now there's kids rolling their luggage everywhere.
I can remember carrying when I started opening for Dyson, whatever year that was. And I'm what, 99 maybe?
No, 97.
97. I'm running through the airport with his other bodyguard, Happy Face.
Yes,
we had to change airlines from like Continental to American. And I had 2 bags that I would carry, and I would always travel with my own pillow. Because I was like, I guess I like to sleep on my own pillow, so I would fucking
bite it in the hotel room.
And I would always carry my own pillow with me when I traveled. Oh boy. Yeah.
Oh, those little airline pillows and the peanuts. What about those peanuts?
No, but I liked it for the hotel, not the flight.
Yeah, of course.
I would check my bags.
I liked it for the food. At least they gave you stuff years ago. You get big bags of stuff from American Airlines, you know what I mean? Like, they treat you good. Now you've got a fucking bag of peanuts on a 9-hour flight.
We just sound like old people now. We're just like, back in the old days.
$1 was $1.
It was
true. You're glad to have it.
It was great back then. You go on a plane, you could smoke. Fucking pull a gun. It didn't matter what the fuck happened. Yeah.
What airline do you fly, Mike, or you don't care?
I don't give a shit as long as I get there, really. It don't matter to me.
He loves to fly.
I used to be afraid of it, though, like you guys were talking earlier. Like in the mid-'90s, the first time I went to California, I was like sitting there like this, didn't move for like fucking 5 hours. I was so terrified. Then I got a little more used to it. Then I just sat by the window. I love takeoff. My favorite part.
That's my least favorite part.
I'm scared shit of landing.
I'm just the opposite. We ought to do a show about that.
Why, you two?
Oh, come on now.
Yeah, he likes it hot. I like it cold.
What is the what's the big thing about that you don't like about?
Because you're getting higher.
land?
I don't know. Because you're leaving the ground, the comfort of not crashing.
Oh, so you don't?
Yeah. Every second is you're closer to falling. No, I like the fucking landing because the ground is coming closer.
That is closer just to being in a nice car accident.
Yeah. A nice 150-mile-an-hour car accident.
Yeah, I don't mind rolling in a fucking flaming ball down the runway. That's fairly comforting.
You just don't like the idea of the falling part and the horror that it must be to go from 35,000 feet to impact because you got a lot of time on your hands there.
Dude, you can actually like scream and then breathe again.
Oh, quite a few times depending on what the plane's doing.
Fuck, man. You talked about that flight that went upside down.
Oh yeah, they had a problem. They had a little problem.
Yeah.
I gather the guy couldn't get the elevator up to the point where he could put his the aircraft in a climb and didn't have enough power. So the plane rolled over on its back, and he was able to get enough lift at that point because now it's a down elevator, which pushes the nose of the plane up because he's upside down. So they were able to actually fly upside down for a little while, but they knew they were doomed. There's nothing you could do about it.
But it would be great if you were the guy that never stopped reading. Like everybody else is screaming, you're just
just reading, or you ring the thing for the stewardess. Boom.
Yeah.
Boom. You're like, I get a drink over here.
Yeah.
You're just business as usual.
Yeah, my coffee is on the ceiling.
You just start smoking.
Yeah, fuck you. And then the stewardess turns it around and you're going, you have to put that out, sir. It's not allowed on this flight. We're flying upside down.
Do you think
minutes from death.
like back at the turn of the century, like people used to say, I'm afraid of cars. Like, I don't mind when it starts, but when he starts to hit the brake, just like the early
the
drives.
horseless carriage, I don't know. Oh, that thing does like 15 miles an hour. It's crazy.
Some people are just like, I won't get into cars. I'm sorry. No matter how long it takes me.
I have a fear of, I don't mind pulling away from, not even curbs. They didn't have curbs back then, did they?
Yeah, the Negro.
I don't mind pulling away from the Negro.
Oh, it's time for a vacation then.
Oh, it certainly is. I have a little lawn jockey in my backyard. Keith the cop put it on my front lawn while I was away on vacation.
Oh no!
Yeah. So I pulled up to that, and I just decided it was a good place to put it in the backyard by the jacuzzi where there's a lot of vegetation and shit. It's kind of hidden away a little bit, but I had a couple of gentlemen over my house the other day that were there to fix the light in my pool, and they were gentlemen of color, and I know they saw it. And all I'm thinking is how they just left 220-volt AC wires in my pool, just waiting for dumb Whitey with his fucking Jim Crow ornament.
That was the 2011 version of Kizzy giving you water.
Yeah, they're just spitting in my pool. Yeah, I don't know. The lawn jockey got a bad rap. What is it about that?
They still have it at the 21 Club right around the corner. There's still a bunch of lawn jockeys out there.
I see a bunch of lawn jockeys. What's the 21 Club? Oh,
it's an old restaurant in New York.
At the 21, I thought it's not open anymore. Open? I don't even know. I heard about it.
I don't know. The lawn jockeys are still out there.
I think they got them grandfathered in, though.
Yeah.
You can grandfather in some racist shit. You just can't, no one can put up new lawn jockeys in front of a restaurant. But the old ones, it's like it's endearing. And
well, there was some where they'll try to paint the face white. You'll just see
there's
some whitewash over it.
Yeah, but the lips, you can do. But they look.
I don't know what.
Either he used to be black or he's a white burn victim.
Am I naive or just very racist or a little of both?
You're both.
What is offensive about the lawn jockey?
I think it wasn't so much that they were actually jockeys, but they used to dress guys up like that at the clubs down south. So you would be dressed as a jockey, taking people's coats off or serving them or whatever.
Oh, okay. So it's not a real jockey.
I don't think so.
But you're dressed like one as like a gag.
Right.
Sort of like for the upper echelon white people. They'd bring them over the
This might be just a great leap on my part, though.
Really?
But I really think it had something to do with, it's almost like servant's clothes.
It doesn't symbolize a great time. No matter, when you look at a lawn jockey, that was not a proud moment that symbolized. And you just instinctively know.
What if I put a statue that was the same size of a lawn jockey and shit on my lawn, but it was of like George Washington Carver. Would that be offensive?
No, that would be a tribute, I think.
But I think people would look at it as like, look what he's doing. Or Frederick Douglass.
So, Mike's backing you up on this. I don't know, though.
You're not feeling it? You're not feeling it?
I'm not 100% sure.
Well, it depends what part of the country you put it in, you know.
Well, that's true, too. I would think like a Harriet Tubman, a Frederick Douglass, and the peanut guy.
No,
George Washington Carver.
I actually think that a lot of these little white kids are racist now with this I'm allergic to peanuts.
Oh, is that just trying to...
Yeah, they're never allergic to any white people nuts.
That's true. Just that peanut. They're trying to discount what this man did for us.
Yeah, when they found out his fucking hands were all over it, all of a sudden they sneeze.
I don't know. I don't see anything wrong
Did
with it.
anyone that you went to school with have a peanut allergy?
Nope.
Or is this...
No, my manager Jonathan does, and I'm obsessed with shoving peanuts in his face.
But
he always asks, "Is there peanuts in it?"
And did he as a
fucking
kid?
soup, you asshole?
Did he as a kid? Or
I
did
don't
he
know.
develop
Probably
it?
he's neurotic.
'Cause I don't know one kid that
Wacko.
had
No.
an allergy to anything back then.
And
it
now-
was hay fever. You sneezed. That was the only allergies.
Now they can't even be in the same room as a peanut.
Mm-hmm.
If the peanut is in the room, they could get sick.
Yeah. What happened over the course of a couple of decades?
Something with the peanut dust. There's triglycerides in peanut dust, and that's what gets in people's nostrils.
Is it?
But
are you,
why
are
now?
You reading, are you
I just
reading
made that
something?
up.
Of course.
I totally made that up.
I could look at
See,
Jimmy
here's-
and know he's lying.
I like to look back to this. I think because so many women in like the 50s is like when people started eating peanut butter, men were eating peanut butter, that after a while they just fucking overdosed on it and their kids are allergic to it. Like we've eaten so much peanut butter as a people and we
Yeah.
weren't supposed to. It wasn't a food to begin with.
Or you could look at it the other way and say back then they ate a lot of peanut butter and the children that were born were immune to any kind of allergy. And then when we stopped eating a lot of peanut butter like now, because there's other things to eat, the kids got allergic.
It's got to. It just came on us in no time.
Really did. Came out of nowhere. I blame it on the inoculations.
Or maybe back then people were just dying of peanut allergies when we thought it was other stuff.
That could be true,
It was
too.
polio.
They really wanted
It was all peanuts.
Give that kid a cigarette.
Yeah.
Send him home. They'll
They
be
didn't-
fine.
They didn't realize that every kid that died of SIDS had a fucking PB&J in his fucking hand.
That actually is true. How many things
You
do
never
people
know.
die of that they didn't know?
They just had no clue, and now they figured out it's an allergy.
Because a
Can't be
lot of people
peanut.
used to die of like 38 and 40, and they'd call it natural causes.
Yes. He died
Well,
of natural causes. Really? Natural?
Yeah.
What was
That's
that?
just life being life.
And they decided to take a look inside and realize, oh, that's it. Pancreas looks like charcoal.
Of course, he was 30. His liver started giving out.
Yeah. My favorite's always been the doctors in the cigarette ads. No,
yeah.
I don't remember these people. Don't give me the old Anthony bit. But I do remember cigarette commercials. But I don't remember when doctors were endorsing cigarettes.
They said it was good for stress.
No, I don't remember it.
The doctors would be like, yeah, 9 out of 10 doctors say that this has a smooth pull. A smooth pull. And doesn't hurt the throat. You know, it's not sharp. They use these words. I didn't even know what the fuck they were. But I do remember the ones for a Doral. Doral was like, taste me, come on and taste me, take a puff and let me do my stuff. It was like it was singing cigarettes.
You're a little kid singing along with it?
I would sing along to the cigarette. Yeah. There was once, and then there was the Virginia Slims or something, I think it was. You've come a long way, baby, to get where you got to today. You got your own cigarette now, baby. You've come a long, long way. And then the husband comes in and punches her in the face because dinner's cold.
Puts a cigarette out her eye.
And Tijuana Smalls. That was, I think it was after you couldn't have cigarette ads on anymore, but before you couldn't have like cigarillos
Right,
and
they
little
would
cigars.
fake it as it was a tiny cigar.
And like Magnum PI was selling these fucking like Tiparillo type things. Tijuana Smalls. Yeah, sounds like a gangster.
Anthony, they have a.
or not.
Did you ever see it? I seen it recently on the net. I don't even. They had the Flintstones selling cigarettes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Selling the
It freaked me out to see
Winston.
Barney and Fred smoking a Winston. I'm
Yeah.
like, what the hell is that?
Like, hey, Winston tastes good like a cigarette should, Bon. Yeah, then, it's like fucking kids were watching this, but yeah, they had a really twisted sense of marketing. That's why when now they try to say, like, this is bad for kids, it influences and it's so distant from children that it's like, stop, you're being stupid.
Right.
Look back in the old days where it was like, that was selling to kids.
But
my dick hanging out.
But why did we do even a thing where? Why is it because as a kid that's the most important thing? Like, why do we like? Well, this is bad for kids.
Yeah.
Why does that matter any more than anything else?
Right. Who cares?
Yeah.
I don't. I don't have kids. I don't have to fucking be kid safe. It's great.
Well, I think they feel that kids are more easily influenced, and their behavior will be more easily influenced by certain suggestive advertising.
What? Hate them.
I don't disagree.
No.
I'm only saying what they would say. I'm with you. Fuck them.
I mean, the kids have the future, right?
Yeah.
Hold on, then. That'll be your time. That'll be your time.
God, like Goonies. Yeah.
Instead of just like, well, let's do something nice for the kids. But what gets to me is why do fucking people... Like, I see that people would want to keep, like, oh, I want to feel like I'm 19, 20, 25. But why do people want to act like they're fucking 11 or 12 now?
Yeah.
Like, why do people want to still go to cartoons when you're adults?
I think they're fucking... I hear Ope goes to him. He's like, he's seen the Toy Story. I'm like, I don't get it. I don't fucking get it.
Yeah.
I don't watch cartoons. You see that one about... No. I didn't...
Yeah.
Well,
none of them.
I love cartoons.
But that's not... Of course you do.
That's our
You're
point.
insane, Mike. Of course you do.
I mean, vintage cartoons. I love the Family Guy, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's Family Guy, and like I don't count that or South Park or The Simpsons. Those are like more adult cartoons. But I mean, the fucking Pixar shit does nothing for me.
What about collecting toys and stuff? Is like people want to kind of stay 9 or 10.
Yeah, well, E-Rock, we know, and, well, our own Sam, but they're kind of young and immature and probably won't go anywhere
But didn't
in
you
life
want to
anyway.
shake it off? Like when you were a little kid, didn't you used to think, like, oh, I can't wait till I'm older and I can go to a bar?
Yeah, but
you know,
like
that's
was
all
the
I used to
shit
think
me.
about.
Get
Yeah.
my license, go to a bar, pretty much in that order, drive drunk.
I couldn't wait till I was older. I could buy more stuff. That's what I always looked at getting older as buying more things that I wanted to keep.
Really?
Yes, more baseball cards.
I just look
you have
at
your own money,
benchmarks.
and nobody's telling you what you can and can't buy with it.
35 cents a day was my allowance when I was very young. 35 cents a day.
Hell, cheapos.
Did you get it every day?
I didn't get that.
When I behaved properly.
Every day?
Well,
I would get like 35 cents a week.
Me too.
It's terrible.
If I got $1, I'm like, yeah.
And then they get pissed at you. And then my parents would get pissed at me for going like to the candy store and spending it. They'd be like, you burn a hole in your pocket. It's like, what am I supposed to do? Save it? So in 50 years I fucking have like $3? What are you giving me?
You still
The
feel
math
like
is
that
wrong.
now, though.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I know, and I'm still burning a hole through my pocket, or as my mom used to call it, well, a certain type of rich. Let's just
Temporarily?
Yeah.
I know that type of rich.
Oh, yeah.
You got any vices, Mike?
I got a lot of them, I think, pretty much. I used to drink I haven't drank in a long time.
Yeah, you should take it back up. It's cool.
Yes.
All the kids
People
are doing
like
it.
I miss it, though. I wasn't a happy drunk or a good drunk or a nice guy.
You
really
weren't?
drinking. No.
Were you a mean drunk?
I started happy and ended miserable, really. It's like I would be happy.
Really?
And then, like, want to fight people, all kinds of stuff.
Oh, man. See, I can't imagine that part of... I'll get annoyed quicker at someone that's legitimately being annoying after I've had a few. Like, it's like, fucking that guy, I wish he'd shut the fuck up, you know? But normally, if I'm drinking, I'm kind of a happy guy.
Yeah, you are.
I'm a happy drunk.
You
I put
are a
dumb
good
smile
drunk.
on my
You're
face.
not, and I've never seen Anthony repeat himself, but that's...
many times over, yeah.
But of all the things a drunk can do, that's by far the least offensive.
Well,
I mean,
but it is what I am repeating that is horrifically awful racist.
yeah, sometimes. Other times it's just another, it's a weird thing we're taught. Whatever it is, it could be anything,
I do tend to babble on.
But I do the same thing. It's just, when you're drunk, you do it a couple of more times, but it's not, you're a very tolerable drunk when you're drunk.
I try to be, and I don't even try. It's just the way I've always been. I've never been a nasty drunk, and I don't like nasty drunks. I was married to one. Ugh. Was that a fucking nightmare? You're worse sober. You're meaner sober than you are drunk. I really am.
You're an awful sober person.
Yeah. You're fucking right.
You're a great drunk.
I am really meaner sober.
Yeah.
God, I mellow out when I'm drunk. I got a dumb smile on my face. My eyes go to half-mast. All I want to do is karaoke. It's great.
But, even
I'll turn
when
into a
I
retard.
was a little kid, I liked when the adults drank. Like,
Wasn't
that
it
probably
fun?
was like
Yeah.
a sign that I was going to be an alcoholic and addict, because when I was little and my family would drink, I'd be like, this is the fucking best.
You just felt like the rules got relaxed.
Yeah, like everything,
changed.
like, hey, we're finally having
They
some
were
fun.
laughing too.
And-
Do you remember?
Yeah.
Like, did you have gatherings of
Yeah.
your relatives, and they'd be over having like these parties and get-togethers, drinking, and you were kind of just wandering around as a kid, and you'd hear like these belly laughs coming out of your uncles and
people
aunts
singing and trying to harmonize.
Yeah.
All these people were such tight asses.
Yes.
And then
it looked like a pisser.
Yeah, and you were just like, this is the fucking best thing.
Yeah.
You should get a lot of liquor all the time.
Yeah.
They're all
just get
sitting around the
booze.
piano, fucking singing.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden their daughter walks down and tinkles on the rug and tells an astronaut he's going to die up there.
We had our whole family, our whole big Italian family had a bungalow out in Mastic Beach, Long Island.
Nice.
Oh, unbelievable. And this was Mastic Beach and I'll even give you a year. How about 1967? Around there.
Summer
67,
love.
68, around there. I was a wee little kid. But I remember going there, and it was a lily white community of bungalows with pools, and I remember the rooms they had were just like these little rooms with cots in them, with accordion doors, like just nothing going on. And all the aunts would be cooking inside. The uncles and my father and everyone would be out by the pool just drinking their Schaefer beers, and at night they would have these parties that were just insane. They'd string up lights. One night would be luau night, and they'd all dress like fucking in Hawaiian shit. Just having these big drunken parties. All of them are smoking, like 2 at a clip, and it just looked fun to me.
Yeah, I was the same way. Like, some people will sit around and I'm like, oh, I was nervous when it happened. And I was like, no, this is the fucking best. Even if my uncle started fighting, I'd be like, finally, everyone's fucking acting real. This is real. Let's do it.
Yeah.
And we would mix drinks for him when we were kids.
Yeah.
I would mix drinks for my grandmother all the time.
And grab beers. I was always like, you know, Dad would be like, hey, get me a beer. And then I'd be like, if I could have a sip, okay. And then they'd pop it, and it's like, 6, 7 years old, take a sip of beer. Oh, that's good.
Felt fantastic.
You still drink beer out of cans?
If there's no bottles.
But I mean, do people
and if
still?
the kegs are empty, yeah.
There's still popular a can of beer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was all bottles now.
No, cans are good for like backyard barbecues if you're going to load up a big cooler with ice.
Right.
So they don't break and you get some drunk going around dropping them on your deck or some shit.
I got a text, by the
happens.
way, an answer. The lawn jockey is Jocko, who worked for George Washington holding the lantern to guide troops home.
Sounds like a hero.
He is a hero, really,
That's a
right?
fucking hero,
Why was he in
then.
a jockey fucking outfit?
Oh, no, he's...
Because they thought it looked hilarious and adorable.
My friend Heidi sent this, and I go, really? And she goes, yes, I swear. He was Washington's slave who held the lantern. So maybe because he was an ex-slave.
Yeah, but he's still a hero, really.
That's a
right?
hero.
I mean,
Look at him. He's holding the lantern, bringing George back home.
Are you really a hero if you're being told to hold the lantern? I don't think that's a hero.
Well, he had the lantern and slippers. He was really fucking helping.
Yeah, he was waiting for him to come home. What would he be doing if he wasn't holding the lantern? Someone didn't tell him to hold the lantern.
They would have him hold the flag. Guys ran with the flag in battle then.
Oh, please. He'd be waving the lantern so other people could see it in a flash mob, an early flash mob with Morse code. Smoke signals.
I didn't mean to stop the show with that information.
That was wonderful. No, that's good. I didn't
Heidi
know
really
that.
helped out there.
Yeah.
Thanks, Heidi.
I didn't know that.
See if she knows anything about the movie Mandingo. Right back to
her. When one woman watches Mandingo and she has a Freudian, it's like, oh no, I only saw the lower half. Oh, I meant the first half. So it's a big black cock, bad joke. It was a fucking joke disguised as a boring statement. Boo.
Anthony, I have a big Italian family. It was awesome too. I missed like I said, they used to drink, all happy and stuff. It was a good time.
Yeah, I still go to my family's house on Christmas and Thanksgiving and shit like that. And it's just fun. They're just drinking and a few of them have stopped, but the next generation is coming up, and I realize like they're like I was growing up watching me having some drinks, and now they're like looking at me like I looked at my uncles and shit, and I'm like, oh fuck, I'm getting old. Blows.
Well, that's the great thing about kids. You can see your own death in their eyes. You can look at them and just see.
You can see.
Now, here's another thing I did with a kid, but like when like your grandparents or whatever would say, when I was your age and we would do this, I always thought they were lying. I never thought for a second that they were ever young.
That they were young. Yeah, they were always old.
I would be like, yeah, what a great lie they would tell.
Yeah.
Because they just seemed like they were the most elderly people and always were.
Yeah, always were old. Even when I remember going over my grandmother's house, and she had to be in her 40s, I guess, maybe. And she was old.
Yeah.
Like fucking old.
But you don't want to think of them young. You don't want to think of like them doing shit. Like you want to think of your grandfather.
Then at Coney Island getting banged under the boardwalk.
Right.
Grandma with her legs akimbo.
Do you want to think of her looking at his cock and noticing it's hard and rubbing it through his pants?
Grandpa with that striped fucking bathing suit on and the handlebar mustache, just wailing away at her.
Yeah, she's holding a cotton candy and her face on a bench. Fucking horse jumping off into a little
steel
pool.
pier, yeah. You're as hard as the steel pier today. All right. That's the only references. It's all from Coney Island.
Anthony, Jim played a trick on me one time. He's notorious for breaking balls for me and stuff. We went to a wedding. Like, remember Francese's wedding?
Yeah. I
ago.
saw a picture of that recently, all of us. You, Levy, Florentine.
Jim said to me, watch my plate. I figure he's going to go to the bathroom, you know what I'm saying, right? So I'm hanging there a bit. 5 minutes goes by. Jim was like, he'll be back. Don't worry, buddy. I'm holding the plate for like 45 minutes.
You scumbag.
And then he's like, you still holding that thing for me, buddy? What's the matter with you?
I was just handing this. I'll be right back.
Taking advantage of his good times. Good times.
Those were the days.
Taking advantage of his good nature.
In the bathroom, Anthony, in the comic strip.
That's great.
Florentine Village. Hey, buddy, come on in a minute. I'm going to tell you something. And I went in and I fucking heard the door slammed like it was a
You locked him in the bathroom?
No, nice, not the other Jim.
Oh, okay. Florentine?
Yeah, they're like breaking balls for me. They're like, they whistle at women, and they would whistle at like women going down the street, Anthony, with big guys like this. And then they would whistle, and then they would look back at me like I did it.
Good-natured.
Yeah, good times. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
You know what I mean.
We had a friend we would do shit like that.
Younger, innocent.
It was fun. I don't get friends.
Back then you pulled gags like that. Now you get a lawsuit on you if you do anything like that. We used to tie my friend's shoelaces together when he fell asleep at parties and shut all the lights out and then go to another friend's house and call, knowing that he would get up in the dark, try to answer the phone, and just fall on his fucking face.
That's fucking hilarious.
Good times. Great times.
What are you going to do?
More fun back then.
Happy days.
Happy days. A good time. It was, it was a more innocent time back then,
sure.
Jimmy.
It was the 90s.
More innocent time. And, speaking of innocence, one way to lose your innocence is to get engaged, right?
That's true.
I know I lost my innocence when I got engaged. I always thought I was being looked at as a kid, more immature than I was. I was getting older in years, but I was still being looked at as, right, it's Rosie's kid. I'd go into the bar that she worked at, and it's like, hey, Rosie, get your kid a drink.
Right.
And I'm like...
It was so odd for you to be in that place on MASH, too.
Yeah.
Klinger's in there trying to have a beer. Yeah, Radar's hiding his hand.
Hiding that deformed hand he had.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd like to see Steven Singer find a ring for that. with a clipboard over his hand. Yes. Chopper's coming. Oh, yeah. Look at that. And anyway, look. If you're going to get married, right? And Sam knows this.
Yeah, well, I'm getting married.
Where do you go? For
an engagement ring? For a diamond ring?
Yeah.
The only place to go is Steven Singer Jewelers.
Ah, thank God you said that, because that's what I'm talking about, Steven Singer Jewelers. What are you looking for? Any size, shape, loose, certified diamond? I like my diamonds loose, like my women. Get it? Yes. Right?
Do they have any 12-year-old diamonds?
Here, hold this plate. I'll be right back.
Steven Singer Jewelers. It's a risk-free shopping, is what they say. You go in there, you're not going to get stabbed. It's risk-free. Is that what he means?
That's right.
Risk-free.
No violence.
No violence. They mop the floor nice so you don't slip.
They won't even make fun of you. There's no risk of having your feelings hurt.
Right. With the absolute best guarantee and warranty in the business. 90 days, no questions asked. You come back in, you put the ring on the counter, and then you just look at him like, I don't want this. Don't say a word.
Right.
It says no questions asked. You don't even say a word. You look at him like,
fuck you, pay me.
Yeah, fuck you, pay me.
Yeah.
I like that. Fuck you, pay me. And he will. You're not going to find that anywhere else. Steven Singer even pays for shipping both ways. Both ways. You never have a piece of jewelry from Steven Singer that you're not going to absolutely love. Sam, E-Rock, they headed over to Steven Singer when they needed to show their loved one that they loved them in a lovingly love way.
And they loved it.
And they loved it. Of course they did. Go to Steven Singer Jewelers. It's risk-free. And that's 365 days a year. Free parking. Oh, free shipping 365 days a year. He's not there 365 days a year.
No, he takes Christmas off.
Yeah. Go see Steven Singer in person. He's at the other corner of 8th and Walnut. And if you're under 18, do it before 9 o'clock. That's the curfew in Philly because of the wilding they're doing there, those kids. They're crazy.
Not at Steven Singer's, though.
No.
They can't get in there.
Oh, I bet. What has he got, the double doors with the buzzer?
He showed me the whole thing.
Does he have the double buzzer?
That place will seal up within 5 seconds. You'll never get out of there in time.
I bet, I won't say it on the air. Yeah, Steven Singer. Go to online, IHateStevenSinger.com, or on the phone. It's 888-I-HATE-StevenSinger.
That flew.
Oh, hey, we're on.
You're listening to Opie and Anthony on the Virus, Sirius XM.
Before you get her off, get half off one item when you type DOLL for the offer code at checkout. When you do, you'll get 6 free movies, a free extra gift, and free shipping. Just use offer code DOLL. That's DOLL at adamandeve.com.
Independent contractors. The race is on and TriMac Transportation is leading the pack. Call us today at 888-799-4374 to find out why our drivers voted us a 2011 Best Fleet to Drive for. We're announcing new settlement increases and upgraded safety incentives so you can truck with the best in excess of $1.68 a mile. TriMac offers no startup costs, an industry-leading fuel equalization program not tied to what the customer pays, a training program for tank and hazmat endorsements. Plus, you'll have access to huge discounts through our network of shops and wash racks throughout the country. Excited to find a new home? Put on the brakes now and call TriMac Transportation today at 888-799-4374, 888-799-4374, or visit our website at trimac.com. Partner with the winning team.
For the fun ones. The working ones.
Wyndham.
The confident ones.
Wyndham.
And the meek ones.
Wyndham?
For the athletic ones.
Wyndham.
The gourmet ones. For the faraway ones.
Wyndham.
And those a little closer to home.
Wyndham!
No matter who you are, there's a Wyndham Hotel waiting. To find your Wyndham Hotel, visit Wyndham.com. And for a limited time, if you book at least 7 days in advance, you can save up to 25% off. Most hotels independently owned and operated.
If you got nothing better to do right now, why don't you call the show? 866-WOW-1-WOW. That's 866-969-1969. The Opie and Anthony Show.
Oh, yeah. Opie and Anthony Show. Opie on vacation in a war zone, I guess.
Yeah.
Has he fled the area of
no,
the Outer Banks?
There's a Twitter picture he put up of
the dead horse in the water in the resort area that he's in.
Yeah,
there's a dead horse in his beach water.
Yeah, it's got a horse with no name or something. You know.
Oh, Chip.
What?
But there is a pretty cool picture he tweeted of the fucking fog on the sand dunes and shit. But it's gonna be cool until he's standing there with fucking 180-mile-an-hour winds blowing the house off the fucking foundation.
Yeah, shouldn't he have evacuated?
I think so.
Well, last time he was bummed out that he did evacuate, and he said if it ever happened again, he wanted to stay the course.
It's cool.
Of course, he probably didn't think it would happen again. 1 year later.
What's he going to do with his baby? I mean, you got to watch the kid and the
That's
wife.
another thing. Once you have a kid, you
Tie
can't.
him off. You got to tie him off. You got to tie him to
Oh, is that it?
So they don't blow away.
Once you have a kid, though, that kind of puts that shit. It's cool to be like, there's a hurricane coming. You know, I'm gonna fucking hang out and do that. Once you have a kid, you kind of can't do that shit
All the
anymore.
fun stops, yeah.
Yeah, all the fun stops, right?
Yeah, you
Safety first.
Don't have the baby in a hurricane.
You might want to take the baby to safety.
Unless they know that house is safe. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's a hotel.
There's nothing safe if the hurricane hits you dead on. It's like it's like a bomb. It's
There's
like a
nothing
bomb.
safe.
Really?
Nothing.
That's
Nowhere
not
is safe.
You don't know what you're going to get though.
Did you
You
read the
never know
three-
exactly what it's like.
Did you read the Three Little Pigs, the Straw House?
Yeah, I
Wood House,
did.
and even the bricks.
But at least there was a warning, though. I mean, it's like the hurricane won't knock and then threaten, and then you have to leave.
See, I saw the movie, which is supposedly a lot different.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's the same story. I mean, it all comes back together for it.
Yeah, all comes together at the end.
So when are they going to be forced out of Long Beach or wherever he is?
He's riding that horse right now.
He's sitting on the dead one yelling, "Giddy up!" I'm not moving.
Giddy up.
I think I had that horse in Belmont last weekend. Let me tell you.
Let me tell you that, folks.
Yeah, I had that one too.
Shut up, Jim.
I'm on sniper mode right now.
And The Woodsman was a documentary about Kevin Bacon anyway.
No one knew. It was just
like a
they called
reality
him
show.
Kevin in the whole movie.
Reality show.
They didn't realize.
That really was a fucking gem of a movie.
Oh, it certainly was.
What a
Wow.
creep.
A rod maker.
Yeah, I know. Exactly all this. They should have called that Nosy Neighbors. Fucking Mind Your Beeswax starring Kevin Bacon.
Well, I'm looking at the map now, and it is looking pretty dire.
Yeah.
Category 3, making its way up to Cape Hatteras, and then moving in by, I guess, Delaware. Is that Delaware over there?
Delaware, they're calling it right
That's
now.
exactly what it is. Yes.
Delaware.
And then by the time it hits us, it should be what,
So Cape
one.
Hatteras is about where Ope is, right? Right off from there?
Is 110 miles an hour bad, though? I mean, that's fast, but that's not really hard.
It's not the worst, but it's pretty bad.
It's unpleasant.
That's a pretty bad hurricane because that's sustained winds.
Where's Greg Opie
It
Hughes?
can gust up to
Right
probably
off her tit.
150.
Right
off her
It's like
tit.
below her right nipple and a fucking...
I like how we just forecast what happens in the U.S. Once it goes into Canada, we could give a flying
Yeah,
fuck.
that's the end of it. So then it dissipates into nothingness.
That's it. Who cares? It's gone. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't get. Trying to wonder whether it's working out. I don't think that people generally know where these things are going. There's no way to figure it out. A storm right now, 1,000 miles away, you don't know where it's going to fucking
See, look at the
go.
tracks. Look.
Yeah.
See, there's one that whips way the fuck off to the right, and that's to cover their own ass. So they could go, look, we had a line that went out that way. Don't worry about it.
Why don't we take Vegas odds and we lay it down? You pick a line.
We should.
And you bet on this thing and make it a little excitement.
Pick a line.
And
Remember
then-
those days?
Then whatever happens, somebody's a winner. Somebody's a lucky fucking winner.
Yeah.
Would you fuck her, Mike?
Absolutely. How about him on the other channel, CNN?
She looks like she's a fucking wild skank.
Oh, wow.
Just
a wild skank. Who doesn't love a wild skank every so often, right?
That's right.
You like you like crazy broads, right, Ronnie?
Well, who doesn't? I like them.
You know my reputation,
Yeah,
right?
sure.
Yeah. I've probably had more crazy broads than a lot of people you probably know, and you've seen them.
Right.
Were you
There's
able to get
something about the crazy broad,
The
right?
insanity. Yeah.
What is it?
I'll tell you what it is.
Because it's the hassle, though. It's not an easy fucking thing to deal with.
The things that make them a great fuck make them horrible people. Terrible childhood, fucking lack of inhibitions, lack of boundaries, all those things that make somebody enraging to be around make them great fucks.
Yeah.
Wow. Because their inhibitions are gone.
But then also the thing to know that someone likes you enough to cut herself over is just, you know, like, oh, you know what? She threw herself in front of the car. I guess she does care. You know, any of that stuff. She's so mad at you that she just starts to cut her own hair. And you're like, yeah, she does like me.
Ones that'll just wind the hair around the finger and pull it out.
I never had that.
Please.
And rocking back and forth.
Couple of
That's why they
those.
do it and just telling you how awful you are.
The fucking ones that are just looking for any kind of drug in your medicine cabinet. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The cutter. I've dealt with the cutter issue. That was a fun one.
Or the ones that just hug you like for too long. Like when it's time for a hug and you know that they just don't want to let go.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is just not about me.
Because you're just leaving.
Yeah.
Because you really are leaving.
This is about 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Or 15 years ago.
And when also they honestly can't believe that you're not going to do something awful. Like they'll just say over and over.
Yeah. If you're kind of a nice guy, I guess. But I'm not really I'm nice enough. I don't punch girls. That's good, but I am kind of selfish with my time.
From a psychological point of view, you're abusive.
Am I?
I'm wondering.
Here's how I see me. I'm fiscally generous, yet morally selfish, and just like I'm selfish with my emotions and my time.
You're emotionally vapid, I believe.
Yes.
There's no emotions there.
Do you think they should exist? Do you think Anthony uses his fiscal generosity as a way to almost say, like, you're getting this, so don't ask for that? Like, almost a way of setting it up. Like, that's almost a moat between you and them.
Here's the thing. I think if you wrap a bankroll around your dick and fucking tie it off with a rubber band, it's showing that you're compensating for something else.
Right.
But do you feel like you even have the same connections to other human beings that you did when you were younger?
No.
Like, I think emotions, they might be finite. Like, you only get so many.
Yeah. I definitely don't feel the same that I did even up until, let me see, maybe even like the mid to late 90s. I was a pretty feeling guy up until then. And then I just got to the point, like girls to me especially, like being in a relationship and having a girlfriend, to me that was such a, like I put that whole relationship thing way up there.
Right.
Way up there. And even things like sex and stuff, it was I kept it pretty high up in that pedestal, you know what I mean? Like as far as relationships go and things like that. And then, I don't know. It just kind of, not that I don't have any caring at all or anything like that, but it's not as important and as infuriating when certain things happen in a relationship as it used to be, where I would be devastated by certain things. Now I just kind of take it like, oh, well, that's how it goes.
Right. But it's even like that would be almost the way you're saying it. It would be emotionally better than what's really happening is that you know that she's crying and screaming, but the voice seems further away than it used to be.
It's a little further away. Yeah. It's like that until you might not hear it anymore at some point. I was always getting ragged on by, I think, every girlfriend I had about the fact that I just don't listen, because I would ask something and it was like, I already told you that. And I'm like, God, I fucking tripped myself up again.
What's worse than
listening.
That? But not even not listening. When they think information's important, that genuinely isn't. Like, I was with a girlfriend one time, and I was going to meet her.
That genuinely isn't.
But it's not.
Maybe to them it is. That's all I can say.
I could pull out I could pull out a Little Murders Donald Sutherland reference from 1973. You don't give a fuck about that, so why should I care what you told me to meet you cunt?
That is really strange.
I was going to pick a girl up one time, and it was on the corner by Central Park and Trump. The Trump building is right by Central Park. And she said by the Trump building. But I stopped on the Central Park side, thinking she was there. And she goes, no, but I told you the Trump building.
Oh.
And just that, like, but I told you, it was like, do you fucking think I've been up since 5 o'clock in the morning? You think I got nothing else to do but figure out where you're going to be standing when I'm technically right anyway? Just shut the fuck up. And that put me in a horrible mood for the rest of the night. That fucking needling shit that women do. You don't understand how much we hate you for that.
It's
Stop fucking needling everybody.
It's infuriating when you're told you're not listening, you're not paying attention, you're not doing when I am, but I could filter a few things out.
Yeah.
And there are sometimes
details. I don't need so many of them.
Yeah. And don't tell me shit. Now, this might be some hack fucking stand-up thing, but don't tell me shit when I'm doing something that's important to me. Like that to me is just as bad as me forgetting what they said. The reason I forgot you see me concentrating on something. And then you tell me something, and I give you a half-assed and then I'll forget.
Right, I'm watching an Aussie video, and she comes in and tells me, my mother's birthday is Tuesday. A, who gives a fuck, even if it's Monday, but B, why would I care watching this video? About that fucking, the day that with her dumb vagina knocking you out.
Bad timing.
It is.
Bad timing.
Mike, you always have a way of crystallizing
You
these things.
summed it up. It's like, women are it's like a dog with a bone. They fucking can't let it go and they start ragging with you. I hate it. It's like, you know what I mean? Like you said, we're listening to a woman, just pay attention to the first couple of words and just give them a nod here and there and that's what I do. Like
nod your way through it.
Yeah, and oh yeah, awesome. But just make sure you pay attention to keywords.
Keywords like fucking, cheating, Valtrex. What do you think of that girl on the TV, Mike? Is she not a fucking knockout or what?
She is. How old is she about?
I don't know. That's the Filipino boy on the screen above you. He's 9, Mike.
No, but I have a celebrity crush though. I love Christina Ricci. She's one of my favorites.
Really?
Jesus, mine too in 1995. What are you doing? She's
Buffalo 66
I
came
know,
out.
right? What the hell? She's filling out that restraining order right now.
Do you like her in the Addams Family? Is that what you like?
No, she was
Mike, that's wrong.
No, I didn't like it till about 2000, like the early 2000s when she was legitimately 18 years old, I think.
Do you ever jerk off to her?
Yeah, of course. I mean,
send her a letter.
No, I don't know how to get in contact with her.
I say you pick up an axe and just start looking.
She's hot, though. I love her. She's
Is she hot?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, she is.
She's hotter now than she was when she was Wednesday Addams. A little young, but
What's your favorite picture of her to jack off to?
I have a good imagination, really. I don't even look.
What's your fantasy with Christina Ricci? What do you imagine?
What was that one she was in with Samuel Jackson there?
I forgot. Yeah, she had like a big snake around there.
Yeah,
she was sexy in that. All right, Black Snake Moan.
Yeah.
Where the fucking black guy wouldn't fuck the white guy. It was really a very believable
very realistic.
film.
Yeah.
So what exactly? What's your fantasy with Christina Ricci?
Just to have just come over, have a nice dinner, and do her all night.
No, come on, that's terrible.
After
terrible.
dinner,
really sexy.
I would.
God, I could jerk off to hearing that, Mike.
That's really sexy. Oh boy,
Nice dinner.
Nice
Whoever
dinner.
puts a nice dinner in their jerk off fantasy.
Yeah, exactly. What exactly?
Some egg rolls.
Yeah, you take her to Hong Kong Gardens and then rape her in the parking lot?
Hong Kong Gardens.
That's the worst fantasy I've ever heard.
It's bad. Have a nice dinner and do her all night.
How about a little more details? What kind of dinner? Is the delivery late? Is it Big Nick's on fucking Broadway?
It'll probably be something simple, like, I don't know, maybe, I like romance though, woman, I really do.
Really?
Nice candlelight.
Pull the mic closer to you. So, no, come on, when you're jacking off, you grab your dick, what exactly happens with this girl?
My dick usually goes bananas the minute I start thinking about it. It's like Mount Vesuvius when it goes.
How long do you take to fucking blow a load?
It depends on what kind of mood I'm in. It's early in the morning, it's like, depends what kind of day I had earlier.
Well, so when you're thinking of Christina Ricci, you picture the dinner, or do you just picture that the dinner?
I just picture those tits, me fucking banging her, really. That's about it. Yeah.
So dinner would be really awkward as you're just staring at her tits.
Honestly, save the dinner for after. Maybe you're hungry.
Yeah, that's true. Get right to the fucking.
I served me dinner naked.
You saw that?
Oh, jeez.
You have very basic fantasy. I guess you're not I don't know. My fantasies are more in depth.
I do. I like I would like a woman dressed as a Marine drill instructor yelling at me, and then I fucked her after that.
That's a little more detailed. That's a little more detailed.
What do you call her, Sergeant Carter? The whole fucking time?
Oh no, she'll be like
Sergeant Carter.
She'll be like Ollie Ermy from Full Metal Jacket screaming at me, "You nitwit, fuck me, you scat!"
Really? Did you kill yourself on the toilet at the end, Mike?
No,
That's fucking terrible. Why is Private Bacchetti coming in his underpants? All right.
She put some fucking soap bars into a pillowcase. Starts to beat you with them. Saw the dream, fat boy. Saw the dream.
I actually did join the Marines when I was young. I was there for the first phase of training, really.
What happened?
Really?
In Paris Island, 1980.
What happened?
They wanted me to leave, and I kind of wanted to leave as well.
Yeah. Why'd they want you to leave?
They asked you to leave?
It was a mutual agreement that we both, agreed on.
What did they say?
He said, you're not really right for this. And then I talked to her, all that kind of stuff,
So wait, they said you weren't right for it. What happened when they said you weren't right for it?
I just wasn't doing well, but I thought it was going to be awesome. I loved it. The first day I got there, they started with me. The minute I got off that bus, it was pure hell.
Was that a surprise to you? I think everybody knows That one from... Did you watch Stripes?
No, but, I was a little before Stripes. But I had no guidelines
you watch
to go
every
by.
movie from World War II forward?
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty much what
I'm
happened.
going to be like Bridge on the River Kwai, you know what I mean? That's what I thought it was
What
gonna
were
be.
they saying to you?
Japanese prisoner building a
The
bridge?
minute I get off the bus, right, you're supposed to run up to these yellow footprints and say, sir, yes, sir, right? And by mistake, I said, yes, sir. So he turned around and went, who's a dick sucker that got a cock down his throat and said, sir, instead of yes, sir, he goes, was it you, Liberace? He pointed at me, I go, sir, yes, sir. I was so nervous. It was like,
Liberace.
Yeah.
they just started with me the minute I got there.
But this is weird, Mike, that this is still your jerk-off fantasies 31 years later. That's still there for you. There's something about it that you dug.
I love it. It's like I love Full Metal Jacket. I can watch that movie like 9 times in a row. It's an awesome film.
Do you like being spanked?
What happens
No.
None of that stuff?
None of that stuff, no.
No finger in the ass, none of that stuff?
No, just straight sex and suck some tits and eat her and then fuck her and that's it.
And that's it.
That's it. That's the end of it.
End of story.
Done. When's the last time you got blown?
Oh, God. Let's just say the 20th century has pretty worked out well.
Who was president? Clinton?
No, it's in between administrations, I think.
Well, that's a very
Between administration.
It's a very quick turnaround, Mike.
A lame duck blowjob. Fascinating.
So what happened? Where was the last blowjob? Was it a hooker or a regular girl?
It was a hooker. When it comes to regular women, they always give me the friend category, all that horse shit. You're such a... Fuck that friend card. It's bullshit. Unless you hang around long enough and, you're vulnerable, like, he's my buddy. I use the friend card sometimes. It works.
Oh, yeah?
Once in a while.
I've never had that really work out.
It depends,
Have you fucked any female friends?
I've made out with some female friends, but I had this girl from years ago, my friend. I was really a douchebag woman in my early 20s.
No.
Pretty much.
Stop it, Mike.
I was actually banging my best friend of mine's sister for like on and off for like 10 years. We had a tryst, or tryst, whatever the hell you call it.
A rape?
No. She was actually, I seen her recently. We went on a date a few years ago. And I'm like, it wasn't the same because she'd call me up, I'd do it, would have, and that was it. And then she called me up to go to a movie. I'm like, what the fuck am I seeing in the movie for with this whore? I used to get this for free. What the hell am I fucking a moron?
Right. No, at least you handled it as a gentleman would.
No, but I'm like, I used to see those tits. Now she wants, I got to fucking hold the hand in the movie. Get the fuck out of here.
Now, does your best friend get upset about that, or is he okay?
My friend was like, a Luca Bracci type, a big Italian guy that was like, this had a bad temper, though.
Did you fucking put a knife in his hand at the concession counter?
Oh, no, he never got hired at the concession counter, that's for sure.
So, all right, how literal, Mike. So, when the girl would come over and fuck you, would she suck your dick first? Would you kiss her? Like, what happened? I've never seen you get laid.
Would make out, and I'd fill her up, and I'd eat her. She loved to be eaten, though. That was fucking awesome.
Would you lay her on her back or her stomach?
I'd just get on my knees and start eating that box.
Start eating that box.
On your knees while she was standing?
Yeah, she was standing like, this is fucking, but it was young pussy. She was 18 years old. I'm like, it don't smell like piss now, you know what I mean?
That's true. So true.
Right.
It's a good point, Mike. So you'd kneel and just eat her pussy. Would you talk to her?
Very little. She'd moan a lot. I'd be like, she'd moan. I love when she moaned. It was just fucking awesome. That skank was moaning her ass off.
Sexy guy.
Yeah.
Mike knows.
A lot of respect for women.
There is nothing funnier than the term eating.
Dude, it's the greatest thing.
Eat her out. I haven't heard that since fucking like junior high. Hey, did you eat her out?
Yeah, but
not even me.
Do they still say make-out sessions? I don't know.
Make-out session?
I feel like there's an episode of Happy Days make-out session.
Well, Vodio Dodo. Let me tell you. Correctamundo. I don't know. I thought it was go down on would be a better.
Yeah.
Eat out is.
You don't say eat out the skank's box anymore? You're all done with that?
I think they finished that one. That's old school.
I know.
You're OG.
I still am. I love it though but I love young women though, like early 30s.
How old are you?
I'm 50.
You 50?
Yep.
Wow.
Fuck.
Just turned it in April.
Oh, all right. So you like younger pussy in the 30s?
Early 30s, mid 30s.
You eat the ass?
Yeah, if it's available, sure.
I hope it
Sometimes
would be.
it's, why wouldn't it be? She have a bandage on it and says I'm being treated for cancer back there.
Dating Chrissy from Jaws. She doesn't have an ass.
Or Farrah.
Oh, right.
So if it's available, what would make it unavailable?
If it's fucking skanky, you know what I mean? I'll look at it first. If it looks like it got fucking all shit on, oh, God.
Well,
yeah, sure.
Yeah, you don't want to shit on it.
No, I'm staying away from that.
Yeah.
Where are you getting girls? Bangladesh?
Do you sniff your fingers after a fingering? You like to finger a chick?
You know what? Young women smoke great. I don't want anybody my own age. What the fuck? I want a 65-year-old woman with fucking kids in a station
Cotton
wagon?
candy and homework, they smell like. It's fantastic.
Well, like, even the mid-20s is cool, but that's kind of young for me still.
What?
25, 26.
It's crazy.
Do you like them to ride you or you like to get behind her?
I'm in charge of the game, Jim.
Oh. Whether she likes it or not. Yeah.
Have you ever taken a girl into a barn and just because you petted her hair a little bit and fucking killed Curly's wife?
Curly's, that's, fuck, I forgot the name of it.
Mice and Men.
Yeah. Lenny killed him. Oh, fuck, sorry.
No, you're
it's been
right.
a while.
It's a John Steinbeck reference. I probably shouldn't have pulled it out. Like the movie just came out in fucking 3D.
Yeah.
Fucking Burgess Meredith and Lon Chaney were in it. I'm talking about it like it just... Can you guys see that movie 71 years ago?
I love Burgess Meredith. He was awesome.
He was great. Good penguin.
Many things. I was just looking up at the old television, and I guess they postponed indefinitely the Martin Luther King statue unveiling, what they want to call it.
Why?
Commemoration.
Gonna rain there.
Because of the hurricane. But there was a picture taken at a certain angle of that statue. Have you seen that one?
No, I haven't seen
it. The Dr. Reverend Martin Luther King from the side, the statue. And behind him is the Washington Monument. And it's in a certain way where, I swear to you, it looks just like a Klansman in a Klan hood, the top of the tower, looking down on Martin Luther King. It's available on the internet. All you'd have to do is punch in, I'm sure, MLK statue, Washington Monument, KKK, something like that. But it really does.
They don't have the time to look into a fucking mistake like this. They don't look. What could possibly go wrong while we're making this?
Yeah. Well, and placing it and putting it there. And where they placed it is a certain angle that just looks a little weird like that. It is a giant statue, though. But there are a couple of things that people are pissed at. It's made in China.
Yeah, some people are angry about that. They want it to be an American.
Made in China. And Martin Luther King's family actually charged $800,000 to the foundation that had this thing commissioned for the rights to his likeness and his writings, because around the statue are stones with his writings etched into the stones. And they charged $800,000 for that. When you would think just the honor of being.
Well, here's the thing, though.
Yes.
No money has come into that family since '68. He was the only one working.
Yeah, he was the breadwinner.
68 was the last time they had money come in.
So you're thinking maybe it's their due.
Yeah, they just
do a little something.
There's a lot of them, a lot of kings.
Well, they should have lent his name out to anything, a little bit like car dealerships.
But they don't get any. None of the boulevards do they get fucking paid for anything.
They should get a little money for a boulevard naming. It's its name. That makes me rich.
Well, you know, no matter what town you're in, if you're looking to cop crack, you always go. Do you know where MLK is?
MLK?
Yeah.
MLK, the corner of MLK and Malcolm X.
I'm trying to see that. I mean, I'm looking at some photos.
Yeah.
MLK statue, and I don't see it.
You haven't seen it. If you probably have to put an MLK statue, Washington Monument. Like that. There it is. See, that's one of them. It's a little too high up, but it's like a Klansman hood. So there's two little. Maybe I see a little more abstract than other people when I'm looking at horribly racist things.
They kept the rest of the stone there. He's just coming out of the stone.
He's leaning against the wall.
Yes, he's actually Boba Fett is waiting to pick him up and take him to Jabba.
The statue stinks.
It's in carbonite.
Yes, he's trapped in there. He owes Jabba some cash.
What's he doing coming out of the run? They have him standing by himself.
It's like they didn't finish.
Yeah,
it's like they didn't finish the statue.
But he's laying on his back like he's napping. Fucking put a TV in front of him and a pillow. That's terrible.
I could only think, and I haven't read this, I could only think it looks like he is coming out of the oppression
okay,
of
I
a
see.
block. It's like
see.
like, look, this
No, but his
big
arms are folded.
stone. And,
No.
that's how casual he is. His
No.
arms are folded, and he's still walking out of that rock.
That's a bunch of malarkey.
You think so? You think the Chinese didn't finish?
They got lazy.
You'll pay a bill.
He come out the wall. No, we don't want that.
That's the way you ordered.
Well, that looks ridiculous.
That sucks.
Looks like a,
You know,
He's
looks
a
like a
fucking
humpback.
sphinx.
the Sphinx.
They would have been better off to have a picture of him actually getting shot. Would have been the
shit.
exact same fucking thing as this.
Yeah.
This is terrible.
That's a terrible. Unless that's not completed.
No,
maybe
it's
that's
finished. That's it.
Whoa,
There's
why is that
like
shit?
writings on the side and everything.
That's horrendous.
You don't like that he's
Dude,
encased in
that is
rock?
like he's a mummy. It's the jinx.
The mummy. The jinx.
Oh, God. It looks like a bad mistake with Play-Doh.
Yeah.
That's true, Mike. It does. It's like your Play-Doh went wrong.
Yeah. You could always, if you could always roll him back up in a ball and pick up a Don D comic with him.
I just think it's fucking. It looks like they didn't care enough to finish.
To finish it.
The back of that is disgustingly fucking. I don't care what that's terrible.
And I think it ran $250 million.
For what?
Why
Would
would
have made
they
a
pay
fucking
China?
great movie.
I know it's crazy.
Why would they have made that here?
Do you know how many people out of work in fucking D.C. would love to come over and work that job?
It's infuriating that they sent the work out to China.
$250 million to China.
To China.
Whose idea was that? Quickly, somebody.
I have no idea. I guess the Martin Luther King Jr. Foundation for the statue of Martin
who paid
Luther King
the
Jr.
You know, now the family doesn't look. They only got $800,000.
They collected money.
Yeah, at least some Americans made a little bit of money.
Yeah, I believe they collected some money. Some is taxpayer money. They collected money, and then the King family got $800,000 out of it, just to use his likeness. Which, like I said, obviously they haven't had a lot of money come in.
No, there's no one else
over
working.
Martin Luther. They need somebody to market him a little better.
Yeah.
Because, people use Lincoln and Washington on those President's Day car sales. You see some shyster car salesman with the little Lincoln beard and the stovepipe hat. Just get a Martin Luther King guy out there to... I have a dream. I have a dream of low prices on Nissans. It's something.
I had such a terrible Martin Luther King joke when I
Did you?
When I was I was really bad when I started.
Did it have something to do with how he babysits his kids? Nothing. It's an awful joke.
No. I didn't
Have
know.
anything to do with filling potholes? No. Tarring roofs?
No, it wasn't racist. It was just it was just a really bad joke.
Yeah. Please.
But keep in mind,
Sure.
it's probably 92 or earlier. My first 2 years.
It was a different time.
Think it was a different world then. This is cool.
Oh, yeah.
No, but it's not a racist joke. It's not a joke that I would get in trouble for. It's just a bad joke. I mean, believe me, I was still eating Skanks boxes back then, too.
Oh, yeah.
Jumping on, eating them out. Sucking
Eating them out.
Getting some tit.
Mike's never taken a bride. Never as a woman, never has he settled down with one.
You got to settle down.
I find it's hard finding the right one. I'm very picky, though. I really am.
Yeah.
Why don't you take the tape off their mouth and just let them breathe a little bit, talk?
What do you like?
I use like a rope.
What are you looking for? What are you looking for in a woman?
Someone that's that's really nice, that I get along with well, that I won't fight with too much. I'm an easygoing guy when it comes to that.
Good luck with that, huh?
Basically a non-cunt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Jimmy, we're going to hear the joke? Are we going to get
not
the joke?
I don't remember what the setup was.
MLK joke.
It was something about, I was, in my impression of him doing something, and I said, I have a dream, and I woke up, and my sheets were sticky.
Jesus.
You're still genius.
I love you. The King wet dream
A wet
joke.
dream joke.
God, that's fantastic.
I just don't remember what the setup was. It's so long ago. I blocked that one out.
That's a great punchline. I love that.
I don't even think you need a setup. I just think you come out doing that fucking bit.
Yeah, say that and then relax, take a bow, and drink some water while the applause washes over me.
So anyway, folks.
Yeah, folks. I'll let you finish.
Oh, look at the time.
What is this town called again? Harrisburg?
Wow.
Come on. Yeah, it's vacation time, as they say. What's going on?
Looks like the other shows are getting off.
I saw that, yeah.
No.
Boy, they leave earlier than we do.
No, they don't.
Get in early later than we do.
Well, you know.
Well, you know how it is.
They are.
Yeah, statue.
Well, looks like it's about time to slide down that dinosaur, huh?
That's it.
Yeah.
Pick up some ribs and take them home. Take up the cat.
Go bam bam into something, right?
No, you have no idea.
So, Mike, where are you going to be appearing at?
Yeah, where are you going to be anywhere?
I'm still working on my show, Dropping Science. I have nothing coming up.
It's on Funny or Die.
Dropping Science.
You can see me on Facebook.
Mike.
All right.
And no
How long
stand-up
does these last? How long does each
I'm dry
episode?
as a bone.
Oh, really? Nothing? How long? You still doing stand-up?
I try to get on as much as I can, but it's been ridiculous in the city. It's like I was trying to get a spot in the club. I was going to tell some people I was on the show today. They were like, "Oh, we're booked up."
Wow.
All right.
Ball break. That's all right. I'll have my day.
Yeah.
It'll happen.
It'll be. I love doing what I do. So
There's
that's all that
Opie's
counts.
Beach on CNN right now.
There
There's
it
the
is.
Outer Banks.
Where's the dead horse?
Apparently, a young man killed a dead horse the other day.
See a wow sticker blowing by and a fucking bunch of plates with hamburgers on them. A video camera.
Well, everybody, enjoy the storm. Batten down the hatches. Be safe, everyone. Just be safe. That's the most important
No,
thing.
the most important thing. That's the second one. The most important thing
is that I get a generator.
Is that you get a generator.
Yes.
So I am able to watch the Anderson Silva fight.
Exactly.
On fucking Saturday night. And that you stick around for Ron and Fez. Just
Yes.
go away for an hour, come back.
Why would you?
Ron and Fez
see?
start.
Why would you tell them to go away for an hour?
Because it's the
What do you
shit
got?
show.
What do you got planned, Sammy? Got anything?
Not yet. We got a whole commercial break to go for me to plan. That's generally when I do a lot of the prep.
Sure is. All right. Ant, great week.
I'm done. Yeah, that's
Sam,
it. Hey,
staff,
fuck it.
E-Rock.
Fuck it.
Safe travels.
Thank you.
For
Oh,
me.
yeah, right. E-Rock's going to his hometown of Florida.
Yep.
Flying over the hurricane
Yeah,
to
right
get there?
over the top.
Getting
Right
back
over the top.
home.
They're going to have to let out some luggage, I think, to get over the top of that with E-Rock in the plane. Come on. Why not one joke before vacation, right?
Yeah, bonus time. Good.
Thank you guys for having me. It was so
No
much
problem.
fun.
Well, a
Jeez,
pleasure,
what a pleasure,
having
dude.
you in. The stories you extol upon us, fascinating.
That's
I
right.
love the
We had a
eating.
great time
I
with
love
you
the
guys.
eating box.
I don't think there's a soft cock in the room.
Let's get him back here real quick.
Yeah. Let's do that.
Let's go
Thank
over
you guys. It was so
schedules.
much fun.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you,
And
guys.
everybody, like I said, be safe, and we'll see you on the flip side.
All right.
I like saying that. Thank you. Thanks, Ronnie.
The Opie and Anthony Show on the Virus, Sirius XM. Get inside the most creative minds in comedy every weekend on the Virus, Unmasked with Ron Bennington.
This week, my guest is Penn Jillette.
There's a sense that the religious people give you that atheists don't have the imagination to imagine a God. Well, yes, I do. It's Dad, and Dad says this is going to happen, and it does because he's magic like Superman.
Unmasked. Sunday at 11 a.m. Eastern on the Virus.
Papa, the lovely comedian Jim Norton.
Norton.
Saying Tom Papa, it's almost like when you say Pryor.
Papa.
Were you picked on when you were a kid?
Norton.
I wasn't really picked on because I was funny.
Papa.
I'm very fake laugh.
Norton.
You and Seinfeld must be a very interesting match.
Tom Papa sits down for an intimate conversation with Jim Norton on Come to Papa.
It's just really honest. Nothing fabricated.
Today, 6 p.m. East, 3 West.
I really appreciate you coming in.
Oh, cool. That was fun, man.
On Raw Dog Comedy Uncensored, Sirius XM 99.
Check it out. Santa just updated his status.
Isn't he at a toy conference in Cleveland?
More like the Caribbean. Look at this picture. Claus is drinking a Pepsi at a pool party? Reggie, he's supposed to be drinking Coke.
Actually, that's just his December gig. When Santa's on vacation, he drinks Pepsi.
If the tabloids get a hold of this, they'll have a field day.
Look, another photo from Santa.
Blitzen drinking Pepsi in a hammock? What's happening?
Milton, my elf, I think you need a vacation.
This is how we do it. Summertime is Pepsi time.
GreatEyeglasses.com presents The Hearts of Romaine in a faithful reenactment of the first landing on the moon.
Ow. Hey, you okay down there, Neil?
That was not a small step.
He would have seen it coming if he'd been to greateyeglasses.com, where you can get prescription eyeglasses starting at just $14.99. No. That's right. High-quality prescription eyeglasses with the lenses included for just $15. No. Yep, our name says it all. greateyeglasses.com.
If you're in business, you know that securing your IT infrastructure, accelerating network and application performance, while simultaneously protecting important data is no easy task. Often it requires buying solutions from many vendors, all with different training requirements, user experiences, implementation complexities, and support headaches. Barracuda Networks offers an expansive lineup of award-winning security, networking, and storage solutions designed to gain control of your network while saving IT resources without sacrificing functionality. Best of all, if you ever need support, you'll speak to one of our own technical representatives, not an outsourced call center after navigating through one of those aggravating phone trees. Reclaim your network like 130,000 other businesses have done with security, networking, and storage solutions by Barracuda Networks. Hardware, virtual, cloud, and hybrid deployment options are available to meet and scale with the demands of any sized business, regardless of where your users are located. Visit Barracuda.com for your free 30-day trial. That's Barracuda.com.
Hey, it's Vinny V for the famous 20 cigar sampler. This sampler ain't just another deal, it's a steal. FamousSmoke.com is going to give you 20 of these tasty treats for, you ready for this? Shazam! $19.95. That's 20 premium handmade cigars in a variety of strengths, lengths, and luscious wrappers, all at less than $1 a piece. Hey, where else you looking to find 20 top-notch sticks for only $19.95, eh? What, off the back of a truck? Kapow! You want some bang for your buck, which means getting great cigars at a great price. And that is exactly what you're going to get in the famous 20 cigar sampler. FamousSmoke.com has got the best cigar deals on earth, and this is just one of them. How about this? Order your sampler right now and we'll toss in a free cigar cutter. Hey, you can always use another cigar cutter, right, amigo contigo burrito? Deals like this don't last forever, so get online and go to FamousSmoke.com now to order your famous 20 cigar sampler with free cigar cutter while supplies last.
If you drive for a living, you don't get paid to stop or wait in line. Keep your wheels moving with Pre-Pass. Bypass way stations, fly-by port of entry facilities. Stay moving at highway speed while the guy without Pre-Pass waits in line. Save time, save money. Call 888-599-PASS to try Pre-Pass free. That's 888-599-PASS.
Opie and Anthony have left the building. But the O&A show continues. Sort of. After O&A Live is next on the Virus, Sirius XM.
As Hurricane Irene approaches, Sirius XM and the Weather Channel want to help keep you safe with special coverage. Turn to Sirius 184 and XM Channel 1 for the Weather Channel. You'll get breaking news on the
Virus, Sirius XM.
Hey!
And now, the Opie and Anthony show continues. This is After O&A Live. Here's your host, Sam Roberts.
We're still here. It's After Opie and Anthony Live. Ron Bennington is pulling double duty. He's still in the house.
Well, I just wanted to say this real quickly. This is the 4th radio show I've been on within 24 hours.
The 4th?
Yeah, I also did the Whatever show.
Of course.
With Jennifer.
How did that show go? I've had a couple requests.
Killed.
Yeah?
No.
Did you do well? I've had a couple requests on Twitter, people saying that Jennifer should be on the after show, too. Because she's all over the place now, because I hear her on Ron and Fez all the time.
She's trying to make things happen, get people to know who she is.
She's doing that through nipple slips and stuff, though, right?
That I don't comment on, because I don't think she needs to work blue.
I know, I heard you
Lily's
say that.
with her now. Your
yeah,
old friend.
Yeah, I saw her. She walked by my office the other day and showed off her ID card as if to say they let me in here.
You two were together for a while, right?
No, we were friends, but we were never together.
I thought it was with you.
You know who you're thinking of is Than.
I never think of Than. I only think of Dave.
He was a taller guy. So you're going to go through this show. Do you want to talk about what happened with Fez outside? Because we brought up Fez earlier on O&A. And obviously, Opie and Anthony show is not known for being the most sensitive. of programs.
Just the opposite, yeah. I think
Yeah.
it's probably the most insensitive program ever.
Probably, and so I guess outside I thought everything was going well because I saw you and Fez and Ant and Jim.
And see, we're doing this thing where Fez is dressing up for the show, trying to get back to his old voice.
I've been noticing that he wears the hat.
He wears the Fez hat. He was wearing like a flashy disco shirt. And he's going to start and write some of the bits out and do it old Fez style. But what's happened is that they brought up that the building's shaking, but very lightly, like subversively, like, hey, is this building moving? You saw him go back to the wall. He had to hold on to the wall. And then he said to me, he goes, can I go get you a sandwich? And I go, I don't know. He goes, please. Can I go down to the ground and get you a sandwich?
Because he had to get out of here?
Yeah, and I said, you know what? That's a great idea. Go give me a nice egg sandwich.
Hopefully, do you think it'll calm him down? Because the building's not moving. Like, the building moved once because there was an earthquake, but it's not moving today. And it might move on Sunday.
The weirdness of this building is it's already empty to begin with.
Well, I think everybody's just using it as an excuse to to get out of here early.
Nice 3-day weekend.
Yeah, because there's literally today's forecast to be a nice day. Like, there's no danger.
Yeah, there's no problem
today going into tomorrow morning. Like, you could easily put in a full work day without being affected whatsoever.
It's Sunday before this thing will even get here.
Yeah.
There's nothing to worry about yet.
Now, why can that not is Fez not focusing on that fact that even if worst case scenario, something catastrophic happens and it drops this building to the ground, that we won't be here.
See, I think when you're in a phobic place, I don't think logic works. It has nothing to do with logic. It's something different, comes from a different place.
Does he take the elevator or the stairs? Because I heard him on the I heard the
They
earthquake
will not let
show.
him take the stairs.
Why not?
Because the alarms go off here.
Oh, so you can't just take them?
You just can't take the stairs like we did on 57th. But, don't you think it's too far to walk anyway? 36
Yeah, I mean,
floors?
I don't think it makes any sense to do it, but I guess I thought it should be an option. Was he having an easier time? But he also got freaked out when we were just on 57th Street, and we were, on the 5th floor?
Yeah. I mean, if you're kind of in a freaked out thing, and you'll find something to freak you out.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what happens, it's that you're in a certain state.
So you were doing O&A today. Do you still find that our show is a little more casual and lax sometimes than the show that you put on?
Well, it was my first time to do the Anthony and Jim show. The Opie and Jim show is a completely different show. So, today's show was really like, lunch on a job spot.
Yeah,
it was really nice.
It was even more casual when it's Ant. Like the thing with the live read today, which might have confused people, I don't know, is because I told Ant, take another break at this time, and Ant is the most casual of casual people, saying, why do we even need to schedule a break? Let's just see what happens.
Right.
And you guys said, why don't you just give him the live read during the show? So Ant does the live read, but he's so casual that he forgets that he was on the air. Like, have you ever been in a situation where you've forgotten that you were doing a show?
No, I can't say that I have.
And you've done long shows. Didn't you do a marathon show back on 57th Street one time?
Right, yeah, we've done those. And then when I was in Florida, we would do the, hey, how long were these packages last show? So we would stay on the air until we ran out of supplies.
And that's terrestrial.
You didn't want to leave.
And that's terrestrial.
That was terrestrial, yeah.
That's a magic time, though.
It was.
That's not here anymore.
Where you could do the, so anyway, coming up a little later on in the show.
You could actually audibly hear it.
Yeah, you could smoke on the air.
It's great. Our staff is fully in vacation mode. And it does help that Ant does not exactly, he's a casual guy. And that rubs off on the rest of us. I mean, E-Rock showed up in his plaid shorts today, ready to get on the boat. And I've also heard, E-Rock, that you were bragging in that room while the show was on that you were in vacation mode, and that's why it was okay for you to have a Whopper for breakfast this morning?
That's Jesus Christ.
And, Roland. I know where he got
Roland
it.
had double breakfast today.
What's double breakfast?
Well, I didn't know that Roland had went and bought himself breakfast already, so I decided to treat some people to burgers for breakfast. And Roland goes, no, I already had. I go, okay. As soon as I took it away, he snatched it back and he goes, what are you doing? And then he took it and he ate it.
How come you didn't tell any of us about burgers for breakfast?
You're lucky.
Because you don't eat hamburgers.
Yeah,
Dude,
they could have got
it seemed like a break. I got shit like a racehorse.
Why would anybody think that they could have a Whopper for breakfast?
Because they sell them for breakfast.
He looks so happy.
Did you enjoy it?
I did. I'm not right now, but I did earlier.
Listen, I don't know if Travis wants to comment on this or not, but it didn't come up on the air, but there was a poll. I'm going to tell you this, Eric, because I'm your friend. There was a poll started as to how much weight will Eric gain while he's on the cruise.
Of course.
I think, no, Roland, don't say whoa, because you guessed 5 pounds.
See, in other words,
I guessed 5.
So that's mean, though.
No, Roland, you guessed 5. I guessed 7. And
Troy's.
Eric, you know how much Troy guessed?
Who cares what Troy guessed? But go ahead.
I believe Troy guessed 25 pounds.
That is correct.
Of course he did.
Well, I mean, but look, you started with Whoppers for breakfast this morning. Doesn't exactly...
yeah, and Troy had one too.
Did he?
Yes.
Yeah,
but he's fit, though. He's a fit fella.
So, Travis.
Yeah.
You were keeping track of how much...
someone's got to write it down.
So what are the numbers at?
I guessed 5.
You guessed 5, okay.
I guessed 5. You guessed 7.
Right.
Roland guessed 10.
Oh, wow.
Troy guessed 25.
25. Eric.
Which I found a little insulting.
Are you planning on gaining weight on the cruise?
I'm not planning on anything.
But it might happen.
Just planning on having a good time.
How much do you think is feasible? I think 25 pounds is a little excessive, to be honest.
15 maybe.
You think 15 pounds?
What is it buffets, the drinking?
Over the course of a week?
Could happen.
Eric, how much do you think you'll gain?
I have no idea.
Guess.
I would say 5 would be the most, but in a week.
Well, if you're gonna hit 5, try to get up to 7, because that's my number.
No. Where's the cruise still?
This one's going to Bahamas and the Caribbean.
And you said you have an inside cabin where you really don't get to look out on the ocean at all.
Eric. I know you don't like all the attention being focused on you, but it tends to for whatever reason. We started the show talking about Eric's wife and him are traveling separately to the cruise ship. They have to go to Florida to get on the ship, obviously. And Eric's flying to Florida like right after the show today.
Mm-hmm.
And his wife isn't flying until when?
Tomorrow afternoon.
Oof.
Like right when the hurricane is starting.
No, it's not. Hurricane's not starting until like Saturday night, Sunday morning.
So Saturday night, but she's flying Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, but airlines are already starting to cancel flights Saturday and Sunday.
Her flight's still good from what we checked.
She's not gonna.
So is Outer Banks, because it hasn't hit yet.
She's not gonna move it up to Saturday morning.
I don't know what she's doing with it right now. All I know is that she has a flight early Saturday afternoon.
Well, speaking of all this hurricane stuff, Eric, why don't you play what Roland said a few days ago right here on this show?
I meant to...
Jeez, Eric.
But let's pray for the hurricane, though, because it could hurt not only his, but Spencer's vacation, too.
Yeah, but it would also hurt Opie's vacation, who's on vacation at the beach right now.
But the people who are going about to go.
Yeah, but he's on the beach. The hurricane, he's on the...
But you get to enjoy at least a week of beachiness.
But he's supposed to have 2 weeks.
Oh.
You prayed for the hurricane.
I didn't pray for it.
You just said, let's pray for the hurricane so it ruins Eric. No, you didn't, because then you followed it up with more questions.
You're confusing me.
No, it's blatantly obvious what you said.
I mean, he said
I should start my own religion now if that comes true.
He said he wants to ruin Eric and Spencer's vacation, and he said he's yes, you did.
I was tired of that. I meant not ruin. I didn't mean ruin.
Oh, not ruin.
Oh, so you meant pray for not a hurricane, so it will not ruin
Spencer's.
But then how come you said Opie's okay with just having a week on the beach instead of 2?
Well, I don't know.
This is why Roland's great, because he says horrible things, and then he comes back at you like, what? No, I don't know. That's not what I meant. And then he just mumbles until you go, okay, I guess he's right. What can we say?
Yeah, well, at least this on Sunday, the MTV Awards, they'll shout out to New York, all the rappers.
You think so?
Oh, hell yeah. They'll wear the New York Yankees.
Well, when are they going to L.A.?
This Sunday.
No, like when is everybody traveling?
I don't know.
I hope they're there already.
Yep.
I think they're canceling flights.
Already?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus. Eric.
Yeah.
You got to get your chick on a flight to Florida today.
I'm trying.
How come she doesn't want to go today? I mean,
because she can't go today.
The company will let her off.
No, they won't.
This company?
No.
All right.
In order to, I'm not going into.
You don't have to say it specifically.
But
Be
she
careful,
can't. She
he'll
can't
replay
be
what you
off
say.
today, so she has to work, and
she just doesn't want to fly tonight.
She's not. She doesn't have a flight for tonight. She's not even packed. She's not ready to go yet.
All right. Well, I mean, I hope.
You don't think she's going at all then?
Yeah. I mean, because if her flight isn't until Saturday afternoon,
I don't think she's gonna take off.
Yeah.
I really don't.
Because the subways are shut down at 2:00 tomorrow.
And I mean, even if the hurricane hasn't officially hit, everything's going to be piled up by then.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I mean, and there's not going to be flights to make up. Like, she's not going to get out anytime Sunday.
Sam, I'm going to pray that she makes it there.
Thank you, Roland. And when does the ship leave, Eric?
Sunday.
5 p.m. Sunday.
You got to get her on a flight sooner. What can we do, Eric? Me and you.
Give me your credit card and I'll buy her a flight tonight.
Are there flights available anymore?
I'm sure.
I bet you're going to take that cruise without her.
Would you, Eric? Would you get on the boat without her?
No, I can't do that.
What would you do?
Be on the cruise.
Would you? Because you're already going to be in Florida, so would you just fly back?
Yeah, I'd have to.
Oh. And just spend the week.
Because I can't have. We're not going to pay to have, like, if she can't make it to the cruise when it takes off, to have her fly to the first port in order to rejoin the cruise.
But you're already in vacation mode. Like, I want to see your diamond status. You go on cruise. Like, you've been looking forward to this.
I know. The hurricane's fucking everything up.
And you can't be like, listen, I'm not going to say her name because I don't think you want, listen, wifey, take a flight. Take a Friday flight. Let's get you a Friday night flight.
She can't.
She's like calling you at you.
Why can't you go home and pack for her and get her ready?
Yeah, right.
Wait, why is that? Yeah, right.
No.
Just get her on a red eye tonight.
Doesn't work that way. Yeah, it seems like logic, but you can't do that. You can't pack for your girlfriend or for your wife.
But you can get her on a red eye tonight and she'd have time.
If she'll go and do that.
But she just doesn't want to.
I don't think so, no.
Does she not know that she's going to miss the flight?
She knows. I mean, her original flight was Sunday. It was early Sunday morning. She got it moved to early Saturday afternoon.
Oh, that flight's not going to take off.
Yeah.
But Sam, see, women have to prep for vacations.
What do you mean?
There's
You
facials,
can't
there's
just say,
hair
grab a
appointment.
bag and let's go.
Yes, you
It's a
Can
process.
you do all that on the boat?
Yeah, that's what we. There's like spas and stuff on the boat.
Spa's already booked one.
Women don't prep before travel. What are you talking about, Roland?
Yeah, they do.
Hey, you guys in my football pool?
I don't know anything about football.
You don't have to. All you do is you pick a different team every week.
Does it cost anything to join?
No, it costs nothing to join.
Well, how do you join?
202 Friends got all the information.
So
You
you
should be
just-
in it, though.
I'll join it. You just go to Twitter.
We got the Big Lebowski signed.
Am I eligible for the prizes?
Yeah.
Well, then I'm in.
Because this is something that's not even based on luck. You've got to sit down and pick one different team every week. And if you just pick one winning game a week, you can win the prize.
So there's going to be a prize every week, and then there's a prize at the end.
A prize at the end. Here's the thing. If you pick, like, the Colts the first week,
Yeah.
second week you got to pick somebody besides the Colts.
Okay, so you can't just say Giants all the way.
Yeah. Well, why would you if you want to win?
Like I said,
It's
I
an
have no
eliminator
idea.
pool. Have you ever done this before, Iraq?
I know, but I know people have done it. I've never done the football stuff. But so if you win the first week and you pick a different team the second week, you can still win again.
Yeah, you got to just keep on going, but it's going to be a new team every time you pick.
Wow.
And then the other one is just straight pick'ems.
So it's got to be a new team every single time, or you just can't
And the
double up?
eliminator, yeah, you have to pick a different winning team. As soon as you pick that team that wins the first week, second week they're not in.
That's pretty fun and
You should have
nerve-wracking.
Emmett Smith pick it when he comes in.
Would be perfect to have Emmett Smith.
Can I have Emmett Smith do some of my picks?
Yeah.
He's coming in the 7th when we get back.
And when did and the prize winner is the Big Lebowski signed thing?
On
And-
one of them, the Big Lebowski sign and a football by somebody, I forget who.
Wow.
It's all on 202 Friends.
This is great. I like that you guys, because this is like the Ron and Fez show. They just say, we want to do this. We got a Twitter. We got prizes. We're just going to do it.
We bypass.
You know what I mean?
lawyers.
We're doing this because you know if you brought it to anybody, it would just get held up.
It would have a lot of rules.
Right. Now we're just doing it.
Right.
And somebody's going to win Big Lebowski. Yeah, Paul?
The football, there's two of them, one for each. Pat Summerall and Franco Harris.
All right, both those
Signed footballs. And a Big Lebowski.
And another movie.
Full Metal Jacket DVD signed
Oh, my-
by Vincent D'Onofrio.
Oh, my God. And D'Onofrio is not going to do any signings. He doesn't even like taking pictures.
He actually had a problem with that. He was like he's shouting the whole time he was signing.
Was he really?
This is fucking bullshit.
And you got
I've
it,
done
though.
so many other stuff. I go, just keep signing. I go, it's for the listeners.
Just sign it.
Right. Sign it for the listeners.
We put you on. Just sign the DVD.
But you know what it's like. You like signed stuff. It's once in a lifetime stuff. You're not going to get. You can't buy this if you want it.
No. And like it's not cheap stuff. Like, you're not going to get Lebowski or Full Metal Jacket signed because these people are never going to be doing conventions.
These are manly men prizes for the manly men playing the football stuff.
And if anyone here needs to prove they're a manly man, it's me. I need that.
I don't know, because you're more and more masculine every week, I'm noticing.
Do you think so?
Yeah, like this shirt you're wearing today. What is that?
Well, this is a Zack Ryder shirt that WWE sent me.
Okay.
That's
broski.
I mean, that's probably not the best example, but I like it. You know, I mean, but again, that's not the best example of masculinity coming forward. I'm gonna.
You know, the thing that proves any kind of masculinity, though, is how cute your chick is.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I'm doing all right in that department then.
Yeah, you're doing very, very well.
And so is Eric, for that matter.
And she's got, of course, he is. But your chick has a certain look about her that I can say.
What do you mean? What kind of a look?
Let's party. Doesn't she?
Yeah,
Like, there's certain girls, like, you're like, yeah, I bet she's an expert in that field.
Well, she knows what she's doing.
I
mean,
bet she does.
She has a good time.
I bet. Loves it.
You know, what we're doing on the Opie and Anthony show is we're trying to find a girl for Bobo. And this is a contest. It's a legitimate thing. Today's the last day to enter, as a matter of fact.
How's it coming so far?
We got a few entries.
A handful?
Yeah, enough that we're going to have to narrow it down before we can pick 3 finalists. But
oh, here's Dave Marsh walking by.
Oh, my gosh, the people that just walk by.
Yeah, legendary rock critic.
Roland loves him.
That's all the
Dave
books I
Marsh?
read.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, anything, Bruce.
I think he's put out 28 books.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. 28 books.
I don't have one book out.
Well, you got that Ron Bennington quotes book.
You know what? You're right about that. That's true.
You were doing signings for that book for a while where
Yeah,
people
I
could
did.
just come and watch you sign the book.
Yeah. Because I didn't want to give them money away.
Yeah, I mean,
love them too much.
It's just the one book, so
Yeah.
you're not going to give it away. But the Bobo dating game, basically 3 women are going to get to come in the studio, and Bobo's they're going to have to describe themselves. Bobo's going to have to remember what they said, and the girl he can remember the most about is the winner of the contest.
Oh, no.
What's wrong?
No, just Bobo having to remember anything.
Exactly.
Is going to be devastating.
How does he do with the ladies, Bobo?
Bobo, not as well as you'd think. Not as well as Mike, who was in earlier. He hasn't
Who
picked
eats
up
the
his,
box?
Yeah, he hasn't gotten a chance to eat as many girls as Mike had. But Bobo, his passion for it is there. He wants it bad. And the thing about this date is not only are you going to get the date with Bobo, but you win $1,000. And that's not paying for the date. That's the $1,000
you take that
taken
home.
Yeah.
Is this starting to sound like prostitution?
No. And that was brought up, but you're not obligated to provide sexual favors to Bobo. I mean, if you two hit it off.
For $1,000, you should blow him.
You think so? I mean,
I don't think it's asking too much.
That's a should thing, but not have to.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's not written down in the legalese.
Well, but Sam's chaperoning it, though.
But I mean, I'm going to go with them when they go to get their lunch, but, you know, if something happens after lunch. No Fez back yet? He'll be back.
Sure.
He's going to get a sandwich. I mean, he knows good sandwich places. Bobo's on the phone. We gotta, if you want to enter this contest, like I said.
Hey, when Bobo gets on, let's act like we're really happy to talk to him now. Like,
Okay.
Yeah. Like we're really excited about it.
It's $1,000. And that's kind of the key, because most people are saying, I'm not going to enter this contest because I don't want to go on this date with Bobo. But all you're doing is going to lunch with the guy, and you get $1,000.
Hey, I know this Asian girl in my neighborhood will fucking make it crazy for $1,000.
Just to have her email us.
Put a strap on.
It's Opie Anthony at SiriusXM.com, and you need to send like a little paragraph and a picture of yourself. All the rules that Ron and Fez smartly avoid are up at
yeah, I don't play that game.
SiriusXM.com/thevirus. It's Bobo, everyone!
Bobo! Yeah, that's right. I'm here, and there's still a good about an hour and a half or so to enter this contest.
That's right. The contest is officially closed at noon. Bobo's on the phone,
The
man.
man!
Ron was just saying during the commercial break, Why don't we get Bobo on the phone more often? So, Bobo, you're on. Are you excited about the possibilities of this date?
Yeah, I am.
Why is that? What do you think's going to come of it?
Things go right. I could finally lose the virgin label.
You're still a virgin, are you, Bobo?
Yeah, I still got that label.
Now, what's the furthest?
Well, it's not just a label. It's actually...
What base have you gotten to?
Right, I don't even know. Maybe I've made out with a few girls, but that's about it.
That's a maybe, though. So we'll see. I mean, the thing about it, though, is the girls need to know you're not carrying any diseases. Like, you haven't been with a bunch of skanks and girls like that. You are a guy who's saving yourself for the right girl, and you're hoping to meet her in a couple weeks when we do this.
He's got what they would call an ivory snow dick.
Yeah. And Bobo, you and I both know that ivory snow dick is working and is very good at standing at attention, is it not?
Yeah, it's very functional.
That's right. What do you think the odds are that you're going to get to use it on this date?
I'd say it's 50-50.
It just depends on... Now, what does it depend on more? The girl that wins the contest or just whether or not you're on your game that day?
It's probably a little bit of both.
That's right. What do you look for, Bobo? What are you looking for? Because like we said, we're looking for a date for Bobo. You're going to win $1,000 just for going on this date, and all you have to do is go to lunch with him. Now, if Bobo is able to charm you, that's a different story. But you just go to lunch, you get the $1,000. SiriusXM.com/thevirus, and that's where all the information is. So, Bobo, tell me, what do you look for in a woman? What should these women like? What,
breathing.
What would your ideal woman?
For one thing, if they got a good sense of humor, that's definite.
You like a funny girl. You like somebody you can joke around with.
Yeah, exactly.
Streisand would be perfect for him.
You ever think about Barbara Streisand?
No.
Okay, no is the answer. What else, Bobo?
Well, it doesn't have to be, but if they like baseball, that's good.
Baseball? Oh, man, I'm getting feedback. This is Eric going back to your wife. It says New Jersey Transit is shutting railroads down starting at noon tomorrow. I don't know if that's true or not. Just passing the information along.
It is true.
That's insane.
So Bobo's looking for common interests with baseball.
Yeah, you're looking. Is it okay if she's a Phillies fan?
Yeah, that's okay.
I mean, you're a Mets guy, so I know that's always been a sticking point for you. You don't mind having a girl who likes a different team.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. Well, what about physical?
As long as they don't have a problem going to Met games with me.
I'm sure they won't.
I'll go to wherever it is they go to a game with them.
I got you. Now, I mean, that's a lot of personality stuff. Physical wise, Bobo. I mean, we're men here. We you like to look at women. What do you look for physically in a woman?
Well, probably if they look good. I have to admit that.
Okay, I mean, I'm the same way with women. It's like, hopefully they look good. What more specifically?
Breathing.
Well,
I
don't know. I did this one. I don't know how to describe this one, but
they're called boobies.
Yeah,
what you like bust size?
Yeah,
you like
ass man?
If they got a nice size boobies, yeah.
You like that? You like ass or a little bit or a lot or?
Well, let's just say I don't know if they got ass, if it's not like too big, but it's just the right size.
Like Kim Kardashian is a little much.
I'm not really sure what to say. What to say is a little bit much, but if it's just the right size.
Right, but you don't have any point of reference for that.
Yeah, like it's not how do I say, not over exaggerated.
Right. Okay. Perfect. That kind of clears that up. And how about hair color?
That I don't have a problem with hair color.
You don't have a problem, so it could be. So the hair could be a color. Okay. And how about?
Do they have to have hair?
Yeah. Is it a bald chick? Is that cool?
No, they gotta have hair.
They gotta have hair. That's kind of one of your sticking points. Face wise, what kind of features are we looking for?
I don't really have an issue with facial features.
Okay, so what you're looking for
specifically, but for some reason, I've had a fetish with women that somehow manage to look great. They have glasses on.
All right, so what we're looking for is a woman with glasses nice boobies, an ass that's just right, hair, and who's good looking.
Yeah.
And that kind of describe. Are you thinking of your perfect woman after that description?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who is it? Who are the celebrities?
I'm not sure.
Not sure about that either. Okay. Ethnicity? Do you have a preference with ethnicity?
I like Hispanic, white, Asian.
Hispanic, white, Asian.
That pretty much covers them all.
European.
Hispanic, white, Asian, European. Do you not black though?
It depends.
On what?
I don't. That one's kind of hard to describe.
Could you make an effort?
No, I don't know how to describe that, but.
Okay. So we're looking for white, European, Asian, Hispanic, or
a hard to describe
black person?
Yeah.
Do you have a gender preference?
A female.
Female. Okay, I'm glad we got somewhere with that. That was good, Bobo. Are you worried coming in here that you'll see the three girls on the couch, but you're not going to be able to pick just one based on looks? Like, you're not going to be able to say that one's my favorite. You're going to have to pay attention to all three of these girls talking and then remember what they say without writing anything down. Do you think that's going to trip you up?
I don't think it's going to trip me up.
How's the memory? How's the short-term memory?
No, I know it's good.
What were some of the things that I just asked you?
You just asked me about the preference of the girls.
It's very good, Bobo. That's very good. You do have a good short-term memory. Now, what can you say to girls to encourage them to enter this contest? Because we've gotten a bunch of entries, and we are going to have to narrow it down. If you want to enter to win a date with Bobo and get $1,000, it's SiriusXM.com/thevirus, and email us at opieanthony@SiriusXM.com.
So I'm just going over the numbers. Looks like we're going to have to narrow it down from 4 to 3.
Okay.
So,
yeah. So right
it's
now,
be tough.
We got a lot on our plate, Bobo. I'm glad Ron is here to monitor these emails coming in because they're just pouring in. How do you sell yourself to give us a little more to work with here?
Well, I could say I'm not a bad guy, and I'm a lot better than what people think I am.
What do people think you are?
Well, like some people think I'm dumb.
Now, why would they? Where would they get that from?
I don't know. I think they just base stuff on what they hear in the show, but they don't quite know the real Bobo.
Yeah, I think that's a big problem that you face, Bobo. I think that people get to know the character you play on the air as Bobo, the kind of lovable, dim-witted next-door neighbor, but they don't really know Daniel Curlin, the guy behind the microphone, the real guy, the guy that you'll end up going on a date with, who's actually not only intelligent but charming
and deep.
And your depth goes beyond what I think people expect as well.
Yeah, exactly. And what they also don't know is that I'm a gentleman at times when I'm with the ladies.
At times, not all the times, but at times.
No, but when I am, I try to be.
And what was your dog's name again?
I got 2 dogs, Rosie and Mr. Maloonigan.
Right, Mr. Maloonigan. Okay. He's following me on Twitter, so I'm glad.
And I think you mean someone pretending to be my dog.
No, it's your dog. I mean, he references being in your house, and it's definitely your dog.
Yeah, but that whoever that guy is, he's basing it on what he knows.
It's not a guy; it's a dog, Bobo. I mean, I've read what he has to say on Twitter. It is definitely your dog.
Well, I'm sure it's someone pretending to be my dog on Twitter.
Now, do you think that there's a good chance that you'll be able to convince the winner of this contest to go on a second date? What's your priority here? Because I think
I really think I could do that.
Now,
if it goes very well, that's what will happen.
To me, I think in life, long-term planning is much more important than short-term. And I think that's something people should apply to a lot of things, including dating. Do you see this more of a short-term mission of, let me see if I can convince this girl to let this go beyond a date and maybe hit up like the Queen's Motor Inn or something right after this date? Or are you thinking, I'm going to play the game here and just have a nice date, try to get a second and a third one, and eventually I'll be able to bring her back to Maspeth where she can meet Mr. Maloonigan?
Yeah, that I'm thinking.
Which one of the two options? There were two.
Eventually, the point that I can bring her in the Queen said she'll eventually know everybody in my household.
So you're looking for love, Bobo.
Yeah.
Well, if you're going to find love somewhere, Bobo, it's going to be here on the Opie and Anthony Show, and that's kind of what our mission has always been. It's to bring people together. Do you still masturbate with a rubber hospital glove? Because I remember you saying that.
Yeah, I do that with there's a bunch of KY on it, yeah.
Okay, well, obviously, because otherwise that rubber on flesh is just going to result in chafing. But hopefully you'll meet somebody new that can, you'll meet a new hand to put that rubber glove on, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Actually, I don't think I'll probably need that glove for that.
Did you just use the one glove?
No, like no gloves at all for that, if you know what I mean.
I don't. Explain it to me.
I mean on the hands, I mean.
Oh, you're looking for like a hand job from a girl.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I won't need to use the lubed up.
And after you do this activity with the hospital glove, what do you do with the
byproduct?
Byproduct. That's a good word, Paul.
The glove.
No. The byproduct, the bodily product.
I don't ever clean up.
Now, what is there with a coffee cup that I hear?
No, there are times I accumulate coffee cups sometimes from using them. When I've gone to Dunkin' Donuts, I've accumulated a bunch of them.
Yeah, and then what do you do with them?
And I use the used coffee cups. I've dropped my load in a coffee cup.
So if you want to win a date with Bobo, just go to SiriusXM.com/thevirus. I mean, you'll also win $1,000, but keep in mind, it's a date with Bobo, the Don Juan of the virus.
Who's booking up the 1,000?
SiriusXM. Wow. Actually, no, it's not SiriusXM. Trojan Condoms. Trojan Condoms was putting up the 1,000. And that's because Trojan says that they want to invest in this contest because if you use Trojan, you won't end up with a Bobo. So that's just what they say. I don't know.
Hopefully I'll have use for one.
Yeah, I mean, here's hoping, because
let's do an ad. If I did an ad campaign, it would be put this on your dick before you fuck.
Yeah, Trojan. What do you think of that, Bobo?
I like that ad campaign.
Good. Fantastic.
Have you ever put a rubber on, Bobo?
Did you hear that question? Have you ever worn a condom?
Yeah, I have years ago when I used to have a nocturnal emissions problem.
So you would sleep at night with a condom on?
Yeah.
A nocturnal emissions problem.
How? Okay.
Would you put it on while you were still soft at night?
Yeah, I was so annoyed that I was so worried about that happening every time that,
But you'd be flaccid, and you'd put a condom on, and then you'd fall asleep, and what, you'd grow into the condom during the night, have a nocturnal emission into it, and then take it off in the morning?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you just unload the tank before you went to sleep?
It was a bit difficult to do that at that time.
He didn't have a coffee cup.
No coffee cup, and he also was running low on gloves, so what's he going to do?
How often did it happen that you had to plan for it ahead of time?
I don't know if it happened like every day, but it just happened. It happened a lot at random. Like, I didn't know if it was going to happen.
So you could just go off at any time?
Yeah.
Do you remember what you were dreaming about, Bobo?
It could happen at any night, I felt.
Bobo, your dreams, what were they about?
Oh, they were about me getting laid. There were times where I've had dreams about getting laid.
You have? Any specifics about those girls? Because I know you're not one for specifics.
I don't know, because
No, you wouldn't.
I don't know. It's hard to remember freaking dreams.
You doing all right there, buddy? Are you are you wearing a rubber glove right now?
One out right now.
Because there'd be times where I'd had dreams where I'd be asking girls out, and they would go. They would give it up like there.
That's very funny, Bobo. Well, listen, they're not required to give it up right there when they go on a date with you for this contest. But who knows what'll happen. As El Toto from Brooklyn says on feedback, Bobo is a sexy beast. And that's kind of what a lot of girls have said, too. So hopefully this has really won some of you over. The contest is closed at noon Eastern today. So if you're listening to this on the replay, it's too late, and you just wasted a lot of time. But assuming you're listening to this live, email us right now, opieanthony@SiriusXM.com. Check out all the rules on SiriusXM.com/thevirus. Win a date with Bobo. The winner also gets $1,000. So if this hasn't won you over, I'm sure you could use $1,000. Bobo, I really appreciate you being a guest today.
All right,
Thanks, Bobo.
Thank you, guys.
All right, buddy.
Surprised he'd use a condom. You think a finger cot would suffice?
You think that would do it?
Well,
huh?
he has a very small penis.
I mean, when he says condom, he means saran wrap with a little tiny rubber band.
Like one of those old rubber thimble things that they used to use for sewing back in
Yeah,
the
finger
days.
cot.
Right, right.
Is it really that small? Is his penis?
Have you not seen it?
No.
Oh my God! You should have been here for one of the up and down games. It's really, it's tiny.
It's embarrassing.
Were you not invited for
I
the
don't
up
think
and
he
down?
wanted to show up.
Yes, seeing another guy's penis doesn't come up. But, I mean, literally, is it that small?
It's probably fully erect.
Like that big erect.
I'll give him 3 to 3.5 inches fully erect.
So, like the smallest penis you've ever seen.
It is absolutely the smallest penis I've ever seen. And when it's not erect, it's literally, from your knuckle to the top of your thumb, just sticking out of a mound of pubic
Looks like
hair.
just a clit.
Yeah, it's exactly what it looks like.
So, this woman that's going to have sex with him for $1,000, it's going to be the easiest sex she's ever had.
She won't even know.
She doesn't.
She had to just do anal, for women who's never tried it before.
She could, and this would be a good introduction to anal, but she doesn't have to have sex with him.
Literally has to.
I mean, I think
there'll be a security guard there.
He's so excited to fuck that he'd probably get one pump in, and it would just be...
It's not going to take long.
No,
it's not
well, that
really.
explains the condom thing. That he probably put it on like a blanket, just wrapped it around his waist and just slept in it.
Dipped his feet in.
Like a sleeping bag.
He also has said that he's willing to go muff diving.
If need be, yeah.
He is a romantic,
Can you imagine him trying to eat pussy, what that would look like?
I mean,
I can't imagine me eating pudding.
It'd just be a train wreck. Like,
You
what,
think
he
so?
has no idea what to do.
I don't know. Maybe he's a savant at it.
Starts chewing on her labias.
Yeah.
Imagine that's the one thing in this world he's actually good at.
But he actually thinks eating is what
Wouldn't
he's
that be
supposed
ironic?
to be doing.
Yeah, it really would.
If just there was no woman he couldn't bring to orgasm.
He's just a machine with his tongue.
Fucking thing about him.
Yeah. But he just refuses to brush his teeth. So it's like nobody's going to be there.
Yeah.
Troy, did you celebrate your birthday yesterday?
Yeah, didn't do anything too crazy. Just went out to dinner last night.
With a broad?
Yeah.
Take her back to your place?
Yeah.
Sexual relations?
I mean, we had a good time,
Intercourse?
Wow.
Insertion?
Well, we had a good time.
Eat her out.
Muff dive?
Did you eat that skank's box?
Did some muff diving?
Well, I've heard that there's a rumor going around that people can celebrate your birthday with you this weekend.
Yes. Tonight, actually.
So they don't even have to go out in the storm.
No, tonight at the Tally Ho in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, I'll be DJing from 10 to 2.
And I've always said Bethlehem, I thought it wasn't a party town, and you corrected me, a lot of people have corrected me, and you have kind of brought the party back to Bethlehem.
Well, it's Lehigh University's there, and it's a big college.
Big college.
And college kids are getting back in, so we're going to party tonight. Also, something really cool.
It's like the first weekend, a lot of college kids will be back.
Yeah, so they're rip-roaring to go.
So I hope you don't have any attachments to this girl that you had dinner with yesterday, because...
Well,
tonight, who knows?
Exactly.
Right.
But, no, I'm doing that tonight, and then I'm also, I think tonight at 1 a.m. I'll be putting up a new mix on Electric Area here on Sirius XM. Yeah, so
on the channel.
Yes. I think I'll tweet it, so check me out, Troy Kwan on Twitter. I'll tweet it when it is.
Troy Kwan on Twitter for all the information. Paul, thank you for being of service this week.
Anytime.
You're back to not working here anymore, starting like now, actually.
Haven't been working for about an hour.
Yeah, so congratulations. And Ron, do you mind doing another radio show for the channel?
I'm going to do one more and then take the weekend off.
Okay, I see you got your sandwich, so that means the Ron and Fez show is ready to rock.
Ready to rock.
Well, then that's coming up next. Stay tuned.
Quick update.
Box eating radio.
Got the flight changed.
You did?
Yes.
To when?
To 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Eric's going on vacation with his wife!
Oh, that's so sweet of you to do that.
I'm glad we ended on that. Eric,
They're not going to get out of town, either one of them. Not going to happen.
Don't you dare forget my birthday party week after next. This has been After Opie Anthony Live. We'll see you next week. Ron and Fez are coming up next.
The Opie and Anthony show is now over. For real this time. Check out the O&A show on Facebook at facebook.com/Opie and Anthony. And catch Opie and Anthony live Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern. Ron and Fez are next.
Hey!
On The Virus.